So welcome along, everybody, to Brands Hatch for the final weekend of racing, organised by MSVR, the Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. If you're already here at the track, you've already been listening to us. If you're just joining us on the live stream, welcome along to what will be the championship deciding weekend for some of those categories that are out on circuit. We've already had plenty of qualifying this morning, but what we've got coming up for you now is going to be the Super Pole session for Turismo X over what is going to be a busy weekend of racing. Lots to get through over the course of this afternoon, and of course we've got the highlight of the weekend, the EnduroKA, the IndyCar 500 as its badge, taking place tomorrow. Called the IndyCar 500 because it's Ford KAs on the Indy circuit, and it's a 500-minute race, 8 hours and 20 minutes. So it's going to be a busy one. Chris Dawes joins me in the commentary box, and it's great to draw the season to a close. You know, it's a shame we're getting to the end of the season, but I like this time of year because we crown our champions.
Absolutely. As we were discussing earlier, is the fact that I love that we get this mix of some championships that are just about to reach their crescendo. They're going to be crowned during the racing today, but we've got a couple of series, and then of course we've got the absolutely incredible IndyCar 500 tomorrow, both for the spectators that are going to be here and those that we're watching on the stream. And you were quite surprised. It's the first time that I'll have actually covered that one, because I'm normally off doing an awards do on this weekend. And I'm delighted to be here because we get that long endurance race, lots of drivers, fun cars, you know that because you've been in one, and into the dark as well. I mean, it's such an exciting race.
There's something about racing at night, I do like it. And thankfully, the weather forecast today, broken clouds, there might be a little bit of rain later on here at Brands Hatch, but on the whole, fingers crossed, doesn't look too bad for this time of year. So yeah, a busy weekend that we've got coming up. You're talking about these Ford KAs racing into the dark. Well, yeah, when we see them out on qualifying later on, their qualifying is going to start in the daylight and it's going to go through into the darkness as well. So that's going to be a busy session as well, because some of the teams, some of the cars have got, 5 drivers, I think, in some of the cars to try and cycle through and get them all qualified. It's going to be tight.
We have one that's got 6.
Has it? Right, crumbs.
Yeah, whether that's still the case, because obviously we get plenty of amendments and things like that, but yeah, one with 6 of them. I must be honest and say I'm not surprised. What did we hear? One that might be racing with 2 to cover 8 hours 20 minutes. I was just tired at the idea of that one. So
well, I mean, these cars subject to when we'll talk about the Ks a bit more later on, but you know, subject to how many laps you get behind a safety car, you'll easily get a couple of hours out of the tank around here. So you know, a 2-hour stint is not too bad.
I'll be honest and say I was talking about me rather than the tank of fuel.
So Turismo X coming up shortly. They'll be heading out for their Super Pole session. They've already had a qualifying session earlier on, Chris, and smaller entry for this weekend. And usually what happens is that if you're not inside the top 10, you don't get through to Super Pole. And so, you know, when we were at Silverstone earlier on in the year and we had 15, sort of 20 cars enter, there were 10 that missed out there or thereabouts. This weekend, smaller entry list, only 11 cars qualified. 1 had a mechanical issue, which means that all of those that were still circulating at the end, they all go through to Super Pole. But it's all well and good getting a quick lap in qualifying. Come Super Pole, you only get 1 lap. You've got to set a good lap on the flying lap, because that dictates whether you start on pole or you might be 10th.
Exactly. We may have lost that, fight to get through to it, but we have gained that shootout element, is that they'll go out, they'll do a warm-up lap, and as soon as they start their flying lap, the next car will start their warm-up lap, and we'll just have this constant flow of there being, this is the car that's on the flying lap now. No interruptions to it. They're able to just go for it. Absolutely banzai. They're not going to get impeded whatsoever. Off they go. As soon as they finish, a few moments behind will then get the next one starting. Presumably they're under strict instructions as well to make sure that when they're on their quote-unquote slow-down lap, they're not really supposed to slow down. They've got to get themselves off the circuit as quickly as they can.
Yeah, the one thing they do need to do is just make sure they don't compromise the next car that's out on a flying lap. And to be fair,
despite temptation
and wanting to do so, no, they've all been really, really good at it. As I say, I've seen a couple of rounds of this so far. I covered the round at Silverstone on the 24th of April where they opened things up, and from there they went to Anglesey. I was also at the Snetterton round but didn't cover it, and then they've been to Alton Park, Donington, and here they are at Brands Hatch, and you can see there ready to head out into qualifying. At the end of the pit lane is the number 1 car. So that is the car in the hands of Adam Blair, who leads the championship. So it's one of a few Seat Leon Super Copas that we've got in this field.
Beautiful cars, beautiful.
They were always one of those cars. It's a bit like, for me, it's a bit like the Renault Clio Cup car. You know, it was built specifically for racing and was done properly by the manufacturer. And you know, the Seat Leon Super Copas for me, great cars. Love them to bits.
Yeah, they. Although you do hear stories of them about them being rather temperamental as well.
Highly strung.
That's the word.
They're
yes,
highly strung.
Yeah,
I mean, the way these cars should be going out, so the order should be that the man who was fastest in qualifying, I think, has gone to the front of the queue as Darren goes. Yep, so that's the way that it looks as though they're heading out. So Darren goes is at the front of the queue at the wheel of the Audi. Second in the queue will be Adam Blair. Third in the queue is the Honda, so that's going to be Richard Clark's Finsport Honda that's third in the queue. I couldn't recall earlier on whether they would send them out in reverse order and sort of build to the crescendo almost, with the slowest car out first, but it looks as though it's the quickest one that's going out first.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess there's a point that you've earned the right to get out there as soon as possible before anybody potentially dumped anything on the circuit. So whilst from our entertainment perspective, it would be built to that crescendo, but for here, I think it's just get them out the first one. You set the fastest time in the qualifying session, you've earned the right to get out there and get your job done.
Yeah, Darren goes at the wheel of that black and green Audi that's at the front of the queue at pit lane exit. It was the quickest in the qualifying session. He stopped the clock at 51.910 seconds in the qualifying session, but of course he'd have done 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 laps to build the tyre temperature to then set that time. We are likely, Chris, to see slower times in Superpole than we did in qualifying, largely because they only get 1 lap to get some warmth into the tyres and the brakes, and here at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, that's a short one.
But has everybody played their cards in that qualifying session? I agree with you from the car and the tyres perspective, but have they got something in reserve that they can just go that little bit quicker? Have they fooled their competitor to go, oh, that's all right, I only need to do this and I'll be able to beat them? And suddenly one of them goes out there and goes, have it, there's a little bit more there, and they can't reply to it anymore.
They just want to go fast all the time. They're racing drivers. They just want to go fast.
But he came in early, didn't he? The top two came into the
yep.
pits early and just sat there. So how much more could they have got out of the car?
But you notice what Darren Goes did do was he came back out of the pit lane, did 1 out lap, and then did an in lap again, which makes me wonder, was that because he'd spent so long in the pit lane, the tyres had gone all the way back down to cold, and then he did the out lap, and then what became an in lap instantly, didn't do a flying lap, just to see how much tyre temperature he could build in that lap and to see what grip levels he'd got.
Yeah, good point.
Clever thinking if that's the case.
Yeah, because we weren't expecting him to, were
I didn't think he'd come back out because he'd done all of the hard work earlier on. He was ultimately 0.3 of a second quicker than Adam Blair in terms of qualifying. Now, we do have different classes also in Turismo X as well. So the most powerful cars are in Class X, so that is based on those cars that have between 241 and 300 brake horsepower per tonne, so it's based on power to weight ratio in reality. Cars in Class S have between 206 and 240 brake horsepower per tonne. Anything that's in Class A will have between 176 and 205 brake horsepower per tonne. And if you are entered in Class B, and we do have 1 car in Class B, which is going to be the Volkswagen Golf, down towards the tail end of the field, not the number 46 Golf, but the number 127 Golf, which I don't think has made its way into the queue of cars as yet. That car is Class B, and Class B is for up to 175 brake horsepower per tonne. So they're all waiting patiently. I think we are very shortly about to get the green flag underway. So Chief Pit Marshal there stood rather bravely in the front of Darren Go's car. He will await confirmation from race control that the circuit is clear, and then we'll be ready to go with what is the final qualifying session for Turismo X. And as ever, smaller field of cars, but a good field of cars. Nice to see the Seat Leons pitched in with the more contemporary cars like this Audi TCR machine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful car, isn't it? The Audi RS3 TCR, and Darren Goes has always done a fabulous job with the livery on it, that metallic green complementing the jet black. And yeah, you see the reflection of the cars coming by it. Fabulous work there from the Alpha Live team to really sort of give you a feel of what's going on down in the pit lane there.
Yeah, great to see the reflection, the highly reflective wrap on Darren Goes' car. Thumb up from the pit marshal. So Darren Goes now heads out onto his out lap ahead of Superpole. Key for him here, Chris Dawes is to build brake temperature, build tyre temperature. You can see he's on and off the throttle, he's on and off the brakes to try and do what he can to get the car as warm as he can with as much tyre temp as he can prior to his flying lap that will be coming up next.
Yeah, more to the point, as quickly as he can, because as you said, they would probably take a couple of laps to get it into that sweet spot. He knows he's got no time. He's getting the brakes up to temperature. The warm brakes will also help to get temperature into those tyres. Although this is not what I was expecting. We're sort of going one after the other, so that's different to what I thought that we were going to be doing.
Yeah, we're already getting a few more working their way out of the pit lane. I thought it'd be probably one on a slow down lap, one on a flying lap, one on an out lap at any one time, but it looks as though we're just gapping them. So it'll be interesting to see how many they put out on the track at any one time, largely because as it is Super Pole and as it is a single flying lap, you can't afford to be compromised by any cars that are on their out lap. So Darren Goes is about to flash his way over the start-finish line and is about to see what he might be able to do. So Darren Goes heads up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Gary Hufford is just about coming out of the pit lane, so he'll want to make sure he stays well and truly out of harm's way so he doesn't compromise the lap of Darren Goes, and he does exactly the right thing, hooks the right-hand side of the circuit. Darren Goes on his flying lap heads up towards Druids.
Yeah, the good news is it does appear that on that straight heading back up towards the Druids hairpin is where they're able to get past the car just emerging from the pit lane. So Darren Goes is onto the Cooper straight at the back there, and he's going to try and get a quick lap in as quickly as he can, and he needs to, because it's this one hit and then he's back into the pits again.
Yeah, absolutely. So Darren Goes just threading his way up towards the conclusion of the lap. So through Clearways Corner now comes the Audi TCR car, jumps on the throttle as quickly as he possibly can. Be careful that the car just doesn't wash out wide. He seems to have enough grip, and as he comes over the start-finish line, we're going to get the time coming up to see what he might be able to do. Darren Goes heads over the start-finish line, 51.767 from Darren Goes. That is slightly quicker than he managed in qualifying, 0.2 of a second quicker.
Yeah, and of course he's now trying to make sure he stays out of the way of the Hufford BMW. But what have we got of Blair? Where is he? He's into the pits.
Yeah, it looks like Adam Blair has aborted his lap, the car that was second quickest in qualifying, and is headed in towards the pit lane. So not quite sure why he would have done that. So here comes Richard Clark over the start-finish line at the wheel of his Honda. What can he do? He goes 52.569, so second quickest for Richard Clark, and already we've got the next car coming over the start-finish line.
Yeah, the number 14 car, the Hazen Reed car, that jumps up into third place, 53.768, and across there, the car that they were having a great fun in the qualifying session earlier, Brichter, jumps up into second place in the number 2 car.
Big slide from George Wright at the wheel of the Team Air Supply Volkswagen Golf. That was a bit of a scary moment there as he came through that part of the circuit, but for George Wright, he's only on his out lap at the moment, I think. I don't think he's started the flying lap. He's about to do that now as he comes over the start-finish line, so he'll try and crack on. So it's a new car to the team and the family. So up towards the braking area for Paddock Hill Bend goes George Wright, and he will see as to what he might be able to do. But Darren Goes, at the moment, it's looking as though he's done enough to secure pole position.
Yeah, it does, because the car that really would have put the pressure on him is in the pits, wasn't able to do that Super Pole lap, and it's a huge shame there. Just coming towards us. Is that the last one to put in a flying lap? It's going to be, isn't it? The 144 car of Gap through, he comes. And in fact, we missed somebody altogether, look, because we've only got 9 of them out there. You did spot the one that was missing, actually, didn't you?
The number 127 Volkswagen Golf. It wasn't in the queue at pit lane, was it? No.
Now, that has been busy because it's been in another couple of qualifying sessions as well, hasn't it? The Trackday Trophy and Championship as well.
It is, yep. So already Super Pole done and dusted. To say, I thought they would send them out individually, but they put them all out together. So there is Al Ball at the wheel of the TSC Racing Lotus Elise Series 1. He qualified 7th quickest in the end with a 56.677 second lap. But Darren Goes is the man who is going to start the first of 2 Turismo X races from pole position later on with a 51.767. Dylan Brichter, second quickest.
That was a good time from him. Brilliant time to be less than a quarter of a second behind Darren Goes, who's dominated so far today.
Well, those are the 2 that are lying second and third in the championship that are first and second in this qualification session. So Dylan Brichter, 51.984. Richard Clark, third quickest with a 52.569. Gary Hufford, 4th quickest, number 45, with the BMW with a 53.033. Then it's the Hayes and Reed Seat Leon Copa, that's Jamie and Alex. At the time was a 53.768. George Wright was 6th quickest with the Volkswagen Golf with a 54.607. Then it was the Lotus number 38, as I mentioned, Al Bull, with his time of a 56.677. 8th quickest was 144, Lewis Gatt with the Renault Clio, 58.510. No time for Adam Blair. Quite why he came into the pit lane at the end of the outlap, I'm not entirely sure. So he will start 9th, and 10th, another car that didn't appear in that session, and that will be the Beaufort Racing Sean Andrews and Clive Goldthorpe Volkswagen Golf. So that is it.
I've got to compliment your German accent when you say Volkswagen Golf, by the way.
Volkswagen, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you don't hold back.
No. I pronounce it properly.
Whereas I would say I pronounce it proper.
That's it. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, says the man from the southwest with his strong Bristolian accent. So racing coming up very, very shortly. We've got Darren Goes just trundling his way down the pit lane, much to the delight of the team. No doubt, always a well turned out car, isn't it, Darren Goes? So.
Whatever he's in, isn't it? It's always beautifully prepared.
And he's been a long-time supporter as well of MSVR and MSVT, hasn't he? He's one of the inaugural divers, I would have thought, that have been since the very beginning.
Yeah, because I remember him in the Seat Super Copa, white with green flashes on it.
The original Mark 1,
Yeah, he is absolutely a key driver in this in the different variants, because he's out in another car in the, I'm trying to remember now, is it the Trackday Championship or the Trackday Trophy? He's out in
Championship is in the Clio,
yeah. So as you say, a real stalwart of the MSVT Trackday Championship Trophy, and of course the Turismo X. So that takes care of the Super Pole for the Turismo X, and they will be out twice later, of course. It's 2 sprint races, even when they have 2 drivers in the car. It's one of those great situations where it's not pit stops, they're not driver changes, they are, one will do one race, one will do the other. We've only got one that's sharing, that's the 14 car of Hayes and Reed, but they'll be out last race before the lunch break here. I call it a lunch break, 20 minutes, flash in the pan, but they'll be out before that, and then about 3 races after that, just before, the last race of today, before the EnduroKAs go out for their qualifying session, with that qualifying session designed to be half in daylight, half in night time, or certainly through the dusk and into the night, and give them a bit of practice in that one. But we're now ready to move on, Mark, to our first race of the weekend. Yeah, just waiting for the cars to come out and join us on the grid. So the grid marshals are there and waiting the arrival of what is in reality 2 races for the price of 1, because it is 2 championships that are mixed together for this weekend. It's the, to give it its full title, the AMC Vehicle Solutions United Formula Ford Championship in association with LMC Technologies. Well done. So that is, thank you, that is the national championship that's already visited the likes of Donington and Silverstone and Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, Snetterton, and is having its final 3 race meetings here at Brands Hatch. But those 3 Brands Hatch meetings are also a separate championship within the championship, because they will decide who becomes the Aumento Coaching Champion of Brands for this year. And so Mark Manley of Aumento Coaching, who is a member of the Brands Hatch Orange Army, has been hugely supportive of the Champion of Brands since 2020, and he will be no doubt hoping that it builds to a crescendo, the Champion of Brands and the United Formula Ford Championship. So the cars now heading onto the grid, and they had a separate qualifying session earlier on this morning, and the driver that I suggested, we've had one that's already had a spin coming out of the, which was the one that Parc Fermé area, which brought out the red flag earlier because it was in the gravel. Right, okay, yep. So that is James Hadfield, who car is orange, driver's cheeks might be slightly red, with the embarrassment having spun coming out. But again, I totally understand how he did that. You know, trying to build some temperature into these, trying to get some tyre temperature in on a cold day like this. It's key. It can make the difference. We've seen that, haven't we? It's completely dry here today, but we have seen that the temperature is clearly playing a part in everybody's adhesion levels. We've had a couple just go off into the gravel during the qualifying sessions, only just skitting off enough into the gravel that they can't get back out again, but not far enough to allow us to carry on under green flag conditions. So it is definitely challenging out there, and of course they come out of there and he's just tried to boot it as they're still turning around a corner, and it's just pirouetted that car around. The good news is Mike's got out of his system now.
Absolutely, yeah. Get it done before you even get onto the circuit. So Marshall's just leaving the grid, and then when they're on the formation lap, we'll run you through the way that they will line up ahead of this first of two 20-minute races that we'll have today for the AMC Vehicle Solutions United Formula Ford Championship in association with LMC Technologies, and of course the combined Aumento Coaching Champion of Brands. There's the mouthfuls for you. So off they go on their formation lap, and therefore let's guide you then through the grid and the way that they line up for this first Champion of Brands and United Formula Ford Championship race. It's Lucas Romanek who sits there on pole position with Alex Walker sitting alongside. And row 2 of the grid is Morgan Quinn and Jordan Kelly. Row 3 sees James Hadfield line up alongside Neil Tofts. And then onto row 4 and the 4th row of the grid. That's where we'll see Adam Fathers and Bob Hawkins. It's Nathan Down and John Barnes that sit there on row number 5. Row number 6 is Sean Macklin, who was a late addition to the entry list alongside Chris Sharples in the oldest car in the field, the Palliser. And at the back of the grid, on his own, is going to be Simon Pruce at the tail end of the field. So that's the way that they line up for our first Formula Ford Championship race. I call qualifying correctly, Chris, with Lucas Romanek heading towards the pole position. Who's your man for the win?
I'm going to still stick with the man that I said originally, and that was Mr. Quinn. I think that the 88 car, Morgan Quinn, he was up there sort of near, he had pole position for moments in that qualifying session, and it was snatched away from him rather well in the end. And I still think that he's going to come good. He is desperate to tie up the United Formula Ford Championship, and I think this is the race where he's just going to go for it and get it done.
You know what, I was nearly going to jump ship and go to Alex Walker, but I'm going to stick with that man there. I'm going to stick with the number 73 car of Lucas Romanek, because the final 2 rounds as the 2021 Champion of Brands, he was the winner. So he's already been a winner in this series in the past, so let's wait to see whether he can convert it. The thing is, it's not ideal pole position here at Brands Hatch because of the slant of the circuit.
Very true. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And the key thing is that what are we talking about? Those top 4 in particular were incredibly close in qualifying. And I think we're going to have an outstanding race. One thing to keep an eye out, number 99, Jordan Kelly, lost 3 or 4 laps in qualifying for track limits. Now, that was okay, just lost those laps where he exceeded track limits. Can't do it in the race because the punishment, as you said earlier, becomes more draconian. It gets bigger and bigger for him, so he's going to need to make sure that he keeps it between the white lines this time.
So Lucas Romanek, the black car with a subtle white flash down the nose on pole position. The all-black car of Alex Walker alongside. Row 2 of the grid is Morgan Quinn. He's got sort of a white and a red flash down his side, whereas alongside him, Jordan Kelly has the larger, whiter flash down the side. Now, Alex Walker just slightly forward of the starting point from where he ought to have been, but we're about to get our racing underway. The green flag's just been waved at the tail end of the field. The red lights will come on the gantry, and 20 minutes of racing are about to get go here at Brands Hatch, and it's not a bad start from pole position from Lucas Romanek, who just about manages to hang on to the lead. Alex Walker already under pressure from the car that's weaving around behind him, the fast starting Jordan Kelly, but it's Lucas Romanek that leads as they head through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, descending down the hill before they start to climb up towards the braking area for Druids. It's the 2 black cars out front. Alex Walker sitting behind the pole sitter, Lucas Romanek, who's converted pole to the early race lead.
Yeah, not only that, as he's got himself Formula Ford standards, a little bit of a gap there as well. He's trying desperately to make hay while, well, there's no sunshine in here, but you know what I mean. He's trying desperately to pull away from Walker. That 41 car was incredibly quick, came into the pits quite early from memory in the qualifying session, and he's actually managing to reel back in. But James Hadfield in that 5th place in the orange car, he's staying with them as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's sticking with them at this stage. So over the start-finish line, they'll come. Lap number 1 about to be completed. We're side by side further down through the order by the look of things, as Adam Fathers tries to draw himself alongside the car of Neil Tofts, I think that is. But it is Lucas Romanek that leads the way by 0.4 of a second and is locking the brakes this time, heading in towards the braking area for Druids. Needs to be careful that he doesn't run wide on the exit, otherwise that might cost him. But it's still Lucas Romanek from Alex Walker, 1st and 2nd at this stage. Morgan Quinn sitting there in 3rd position. And 4th place, he's dropped a long, long way back now, Jordan Kelly. And the reason he's dropped back, Chris, is because he ran wide coming coming out of Paddock Hill Bend.
Oh, okay, which is, as we were saying earlier, what he desperately doesn't want to do, and it has allowed that front three to pull away at the front of the field now. And I say three because we thought that Romanek and Walker, 73 and 41, the pair of black cars at the front, were the ones that were gapping everyone else. But Morgan Quinn, now he no longer needs to look in his mirrors, as useful as Formula Ford mirrors are, of course. He's been able to just look forward, and he's got himself glued onto the pair, not in striking distance. There's more of a gap than he'd like, but his focus on those front two, and now those front two are going to start to have a fight, and that's going to slow him up even more.
Yeah, Lucas Romanek was a little bit slower through Paddock Hill Bend. There was a very slight amount of turning oversteer on his car that you could just see had to correct mid-corner, and that was all it took to just allow Alex Walker to close up by another, quarter of a car length. So they're all slipstreaming off each other at the moment. Jordan Kelly in fourth place is looking slightly more secure now because he's pulled away from the orange car of James Hadfield that he had dropped into the clutches of. But the leading trio about to head over the start-finish line now. Alex Walker will pick up the toe from the race leader. He's going to sit on the gearbox of Lucas Romanek. Is he going to be close enough this time, though, to try anything on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend? They are pretty much together. He looks for the inside line. Lucas Romanek leaves the door open. Up the inside goes Alex Walker, but then he runs wide coming out of the corner, and that allows Lucas Romanek back up the inside as they head in towards the braking area for Druids.
Wow, it's just, you could see that one coming, couldn't you? But he just couldn't get it slowed up enough. To use the phrase that I love to use, is he looked like a dog trying to change direction on a wet kitchen floor as he got to Paddock Hill Bend, and he just kept it on the tarmac, but he couldn't stop the old switcheroo from Romanek diving back up the inside. And look at the fact that those two fighting like a pair of prize fighters means that you've now got well and truly Quinn, number 88, the championship leader in the United Formula Ford, chomping at the bit, and close enough now, Mark, I would say, to start showing his own nose.
Yeah, he's going to get the toe from Alex Walker in second place. You could argue get the double toe because he might get a bit of a toe off Lucas Romanek. They're not quite as close though this time, so the order will remain the same as they head up in towards the braking area for Paddock Hill Bend. So it's still Lucas Romanek from Alex Walker from Morgan Quinn, 1, 2 and 3. If they start to squabble, don't rule out the fact that the car that's there in fourth place could begin to close in, which is Jordan Kelly, who still hasn't really managed to gap the orange machine of James Hadfield that sits behind. But the leading trio down in towards Graham Hill Bend, they're on lap number 5.
It's just literally three of them equidistant from each other as they go along the Cooper Straight behind our commentary box here at Brands Hatch. Left at Surtees, then suddenly changed direction for the right-hander of McLaren's, and then it just keeps sweeping right and right and right all the way till they get to the start-finish straight. Nobody is at the moment looking to make a move. The problem is the filling in the sandwich, Alex Walker, he needs to defend as much as he wants to make a challenge on Lucas Romanek. So I think that at the moment, Romanek's probably the one that's in the grandstand position, because he knows that the person challenging him is going to have one eye on his mirrors.
And for Lucas Romanek, he's not worried about what's going on behind him at the moment because he's just set the fastest lap of the race leader, 50.693 seconds, 50.693. That's a tenth of a second quicker than he managed when he set the pole position time earlier on over the course of the day. Good fight further down through the order going on. That's for Nathan Down, car number 96, under pressure from Jonathan Barnes at the wheel of the Van Diemen RF90. Van Diemen RF90 was a big old departure really from what the previous Van Diemens had looked like. So the number 24 car, total redesign it was for the 1990 championship season. It was a very successful car in period.
Across the line they come to complete their 6th lap, and it's still the same order. Romanek from Walker from Quinn, the 73, 41, 88 in that order, and literally as quick as that as they flash across the line. Big gap, and then it's a great fight as well for 4th and 5th. 99 Kelly keeping the bright orange 129 car of Hadfield. The tyres screeching as they go through the hairpin up there at Druids. Same order at the moment, and you've got to still say it's looking more like the fight's coming from the 3rd place Morgan Quinn at the moment.
Lucas Romanek missed the apex at Graham Hill Bend there and was nowhere near the apex really, so that's dropped him back into the clutches of Alex Walker. Lucas Romanek set another new fastest lap of the race last time through with a 50.584 second lap, but there was a slight chink in the armour there. Alex Walker will have picked up on it. He'll have seen that the car did not get anywhere near the apex at the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, but Alex Walker has had a poorer end to the lap, and if anything, he's further away from Lucas Romanek, and if anything, coming under pressure for that 2nd position. But Morgan Quinn just opts to sit behind him at the moment. He's got a championship to think about, There are 13.5 minutes remaining. They're on lap number 8.
It's that proverbial piece of elastic between them, isn't it, at the moment? Is that 1 minute we're talking about the fight between the lead pair, and then it's the second and third that are duking it out, so really tight. And I pick up your point, Mark, actually, is that it really is for Morgan Quinn. Does he want to show his nose unnecessarily when he wants to keep the clock ticking over in terms of championship points, doesn't he?
Absolutely. When there's only sort of 5 points if you win your class, 4 if you're second, 3 if you're third, 2 and 1 if you're fourth and fifth. However, if you're the overall race winner, you also pick up an extra 2 points because you're the overall winner. Well, at the moment, really doesn't worry, I wouldn't have thought, Morgan Quinn, that he's sitting there in third place, because Lucas Romanek, you could argue, is his next nearest title charger, and he is going to potentially pick up the win and the extra 2 points, but he is sitting 8 points behind him in the championship, so it's not going to do him too much harm.
Car that's just dropped down through the order. James Hadfield, the 129 orange car, just went very wide between Clearways and Clark Curve, dragged it out of the gravel, so he's still going, but he drops down to 8th position as the 129, and yet he had been sat there putting huge pressure on the 99 car of Kelly.
Leading 3, so there up towards Druids goes that orange car that you were talking about, James Hadfield. So having dropped himself way down through the order, back to the lead trio, just coming out of Clearways and Clark Curve. Order still remains the same. Lucas Romanek still set the fastest lap of the race last time through, 50.495, and that was on the lap where he didn't really get the apex at Graham Hill Bend, so he's clearly very comfortable with the car that sits underneath him. However, that time through, it's the man that's at the tail end of the trio that now sets the fastest lap, Morgan Quinn, with a 50.460. There's no separating these top 3 drivers. There wasn't in qualifying either, Chris. All 3 of them were separated by about 1/4 of a second in qualifying.
The bad news, though, 10-second time penalty for the 41 car of Alex Walker. Out of position start, we saw it, didn't we? And I think he may have just tried to go into gear, and the car jumped forward, because I watch it do it, and his front wheels are in front of the white line. So that's now a 10-second penalty. That puts that second place car well down this order in Formula Ford racing. That's a big penalty. And
now he's going for the lead of the race as he sneaks up the inside of Lucas Romanek, heading in towards Clearways and Clark Curve. The door is open as Lucas Romanek then runs a little bit wide, coming out of the corner. Morgan Quinn is trying to sneak his nose up the inside, but I think Lucas Romanek is just about going to defend from him on the run in towards Paddock Hill Bend. Morgan Quinn switches back the other way to try and sneak up the inside, but Lucas Romanek is wise, so that sweeps across the nose of Morgan Quinn. So it's Alex Walker, Lucas Romanek and Morgan Quinn, first, second and third as they head up towards Druids on lap number 11.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, that almost looked like that was a given pass, and I wonder whether Romanek knows that, well, if Alex Walker's got that penalty, I don't need to keep defending and fighting with him, and he's kind of let him go. What he doesn't want, of course, is that Walker car to disappear down the scenery too much and make up that 10 seconds, which I think would be asking some in Formula Fords, to be fair. They're just used to racing close together, and he is coming back at him, but Morgan Quinn was certainly tempted to show his nose, contrary to what we suspected. But he's not taking undue risks, is he?
No, I think once he started to get squeezed very slightly by Lucas Romanek, then Morgan Quinn backed out of it. Here comes Lucas Romanek looking to try and retake the lead again from Alex Walker, taking the high, wide and handsome line in towards Paddock Hill Bend, but no, can't quite do it there. He's also then needing to try and close the door again on Morgan Quinn, who was thinking about trying to sneak his way through into second place. But the order remains the same. They still are together, but however, they are now coming up against some traffic for the first time, the back markers.
Yeah, Simon Proust, the number 13 car on the Cooper straight in front of them, which means they're not going to get him on the start-finish straight. He's going to be through this complex, starting with Surtees. No, actually, they might be lucky in it not being until the start-finish straight, and all 3 of them be able to scoot past without too much of an issue as they make their way through Clearways towards Clark Curve. And again, Lucas Romanek, he definitely wasn't a let pass, because he's trying his best to get himself back onto the outright race lead, despite the fact that he is the pseudo leader anyway.
Yep, so over the start-finish line, Simon Proust doesn't want to get involved in this squabble, a man who has been hugely supportive of Champion of Brands since its reintroduction by James Beckett Motorsport some years ago, stays well and truly out of the way at the way of his wheel of his Reynard. So the top 3 go through. Van Diemen first, second and third at the moment. Alex Walker clinging on to the race lead despite the best efforts and attentions of Lucas Romanek. And into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, comes James Hadfield, the car that had qualified 5th quickest, so that's our first retiree. The man that had the spin is out of the race.
Yeah, I mean, we got the impression from qualifying that car is not performing quite how we would want it to be. Something's not quite right on the handling there. So he brings it in. He was fifth, and then he was down in eighth after that moment, but sadly out of the race. As the leaders come towards us to complete what will be their 13th lap with just under 9 minutes still left on the clock. Oh, and very defensive from Walker there, trying to make sure that there was no inside line for Lucas Romanek to dive up the inside of. Almost a double move there to some extent, but Walker, even though he knows he's got that 10-second penalty, I guess, Mark, he's just gone, well, fine, do you know what? I'm still going to enjoy my race out here, even if after the penalty I end up further back.
Yes, you would like to think he'd be aware of the penalty because it was displayed both over the start-finish line and by the digital board that's hanging on a gantry over the start-finish line as well. So you'd like to think that he would know, and he's just going to keep pressing on and see what he might be able to do in this one. But Lucas Romanek will be keen just to sit with him and hang on to that second place, which on corrected times would, of course, become the race win. As for Morgan Quinn, of course, he's got the AMC Vehicle Solutions United Formula Ford Championship in association with LMC Technologies to think about, and he's just sitting there, I think, biding his time in third place. He's dropped away from the leading pair. He just doesn't want to get involved in too much of a squabble, does he?
I mean, he's got a grandstand seat of a fabulous fight in front of him, but also he's seen that that's getting close there. I mean, again, look at the defence there from Alex Walker is very, very good, very, very strong. And he's there sort of going, do you know what? There could be some pieces to pick up here if we're not careful.
The problem is, if he's too close to them and they tangle, he could get involved. There's more traffic as well just up the road that they'll need to deal with, and that will include the Christopher Sharples Palliser that they'll need to try and work their way through and past. They'll catch up with that car, I would imagine, just at the end of this lap, or maybe the start of the next. They are currently on lap number 15 as they work their way through the right-hander. So from Clearways on towards Clark Curve, Morgan Quinn doing all of the hard work to try and hang on to the lead of the race. Lucas Romanek gets a really good run on him this time as they come over the start-finish line. Is he going to jink out to try and work his way on the outside line? No, he's going to stick right in the wheel tracks of Alex Walker. And for the moment then, the top three remain exactly the same. And just up the road, as I say, is the traffic now that they need to deal with.
Incredible, isn't it? And let's not remember Chris Sharples in that red 77 car, beautiful classic car, that one. And that one is edging itself towards securing the Augmento Coaching Champion of Brands, isn't it, of course? Looking very good at the top there. Of course, he's in historic class, so he's going great guns in that particular class. The leaders get past one of the two. Sharples just backed out and let them go. Another one, Mark, you said it, used the phrase earlier about not getting involved. There's no need. Let these three get through and carry on their fight. Yeah, absolutely. And what a fight it is as well. So again, good work by the marshals to show the back markers the blue flags. Equally, good work by the back markers to get out of harm's way and not erode what has been a brilliant battle for the lead of the race, which again is side by side heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Alex Walker again with the inside line, high, wide and handsome for Lucas Romanek as he turns his way through Paddock Hill Bend, hanging on to second place, but all of the time still under pressure from Morgan Quinn, who sits there in third position. Almost side by side coming out of Druids this time. Alex Walker's got the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. They could have interlocked wheels there, but again, Lucas Romanek just realising he was being squeezed, got out of the move. The order still remains the same. It really does. So close. And you normally find with Formula Fords as well, they're kind of almost posturing to get themselves into a position for the closing stages, but they're not. They're having an absolute ding-dong battle between certainly the front two with Morgan Quinn. We're saying he's not prepared to take undue risk, but he's not backing out completely. I still wonder whether he's going to feel there is an opportunity, but Lucas Romanek down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He did have a sniff of the inside there, didn't he, at last? Normally that door has been closed, but Alex Walker just teased him a little bit there, didn't he? Left it open enough. Romanek looked towards it, it disappeared, and he's tried to carry that speed down the hill back up towards Druids. And again, that just wasn't on for him, is it? What great defensive driving by Alex Walker.
There's some great combinations in life, and whether it be fish and chips or roast beef and Yorkshire puddings, but Formula Fords and Brands Hatch are absolutely a combination made in heaven, aren't they? I've never seen a bad Formula Ford race around this Indy circuit in particular. Slight mistake there from Alex Walker was there into the braking area for Clearways corner, but I think he gathered it up and it didn't really cost him a great deal of time in the end, but he still finds himself under this pressure from Lucas Romanek with 4.5 minutes to go and 18 laps about to be completed. Over the start-finish line now come. Lucas Romanek takes the wide line again going in towards Paddock Hill Bend. He'll try and cut back on the exit and try and get a better run coming off the corner, but Alex Walker is wise to that. There'll be more traffic just up the road that they'll need to deal with before too much longer, and the next traffic that they're going to meet is going to be the Van Diemen RF90, the number 24 car of John Barnes.
Yeah, which the good news is they're not closing in on that excessively quick, are they? What are we left at? Just under 4¼ minutes left to go in this fantastic fight. The good news is, Mark, we get another one later because we're certainly enjoying this. Adam Father's having a great fight across the line there. Sorry, I just saw out the back of my eyes that he's there with Toffs Hawkins across the line a bit further down the field. But our leaders are now going to come on to start-finish straight to complete their 19th lap. And they're still not quite going to get past the back marker, the 24 of Jonathan Barnes, by the time they get to the end of the straight. But the black car with the white flashes tells us that that's Lucas Romanek, 73, still sat there in second place, constantly showing his nose. Sometimes, Mark, I think that it's as much to see if he can force a mistake out of Alex Walker as it is to try and actually make a move.
The good thing is I like the way he's driving because he's trying different things all of the time. He's not trying the same move every single time, and that's important. Oh, all of a sudden, just loses the rear wheel, does Adam Fathers, heading in towards Clearways Corner. For no obvious reason, there was just a pop, and all of a sudden, off came the rear wheel. So, not sure whether there was any contact earlier on in the race, but certainly from what we were looking at there was no obvious sign as to why left rear wheel should part company with car. So yellow flags at that part of the circuit. Off and into the gravel has gone Adam Fathers. I think the car might have made contact with the barriers lightly as well at the front end, so front and rear damage to sort out on that for race 2 a little bit later on. But with less than 3 minutes to go, through Paddock Hill Bend for the 21st time goes Alex Walker, still continuing to lead the way, still under pressure from Lucas Romanek, who weaves around continually in his mirrors to try and put him off, and still with some more traffic to deal with. They'll be coming up to lap Simon Pruse's Reynard for the second time shortly.
They are, and I have to compliment the back markers have behaved so well today, keeping this fight going. It is very much a 3-car fight. They're about to get towards the yellow flag zone. The good news, Mark, is that it was, as you said, it's only a light touch of the barrier, but it stayed by the barrier, therefore, so it's far enough away that I can't see that we're going to need to interrupt this one. And they're just about to get past this black marker now. They're all trying to do it on the bend, so we've suddenly got Alex Walker is going to go around the outside of the back marker. Job done, but he's got Romanek right in his wheel tracks, and suddenly Quinn is getting involved. He's alongside Romanek. He turned from the aggressor to the defender then, and somehow they come out of that in the same order, Mark.
Yeah, still in the same order. Amazing stuff between them all. Quite how, I'm not entirely sure at this stage. So the trio work their way through Druids and head back downhill towards Graham Hill Bend. Still Alex Walker from Lucas Romanek and Morgan Quinn. And of course they're now heading down the Cooper Straight and into that localised yellow flag zone as a result of the off that Adam Fathers had when he had the left rear wheel part company with him a lap or so ago. So through that part of the circuit, and then they'll start to build the speeds again as they head over the start-finish line. Now they'll be heading on to their penultimate lap of the race this time through, so there's not much more opportunity for Lucas Romanek to try and take the opportunity to take the lead of the race. Now he's having another go this time as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend, but again it's that wide line on the way in to try and cut back on the exit of the corner, and Alex Walker, I think, is wise to that. He just makes sure that he gets a good run coming off the corner, and it makes it almost impossible for Lucas Romanek to squeeze his way through.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Tucker said on the chat for this video that he didn't think that that Romanek knew that there was a penalty for Alex Walker, and I have to say I agree, because he is fighting so hard that it's as though he has no idea that the car in front of him actually isn't in front of him after the penalty is going to be applied.
Yep, so they'll be heading on to their final lap of the race this time through. So Lucas Romanek is running out of time. He's running out of opportunities to try and steal the lead of the race away from Alex Walker, but he may be content to sit there because remember, Alex Walker has got a 10-second penalty to be applied post-race because he was out of position at the start. So over the start-finish line there we'll go. Lucas Romanek tries to sneak up the inside. The car gets unsettled by the bump at the exit of pit lane, and now that's left the door open for Morgan Quinn to try and sneak his way through. And Morgan Quinn is not quite going to make it as they head up towards Druid. So Lucas Romanek still hangs on to second place, which on corrected times would give him the win at this stage. So down towards Graham Hill Bend for the final time. Alex Walker's driven beautifully well. The only mistake he made was not quite lining up on the grid slots before the lights went out, but other than that he has driven faultlessly to apply the pressure, to pick up the lead, and then to hang on to the lead for a good period of time. So out of clearways for the final time. They will then start to work their way towards the checkered flag, which is being readied, and in this first of two races for the AMC Vehicle Solutions race, it is just going to be on the run to the line. Morgan Quinn Lucas Romanek that just misses out on the win on normal time, but on corrected times, of course, when you add that 10-second penalty to Alex Walker, Lucas Romanek will pick up the win. So number 73, Lucas Romanek, the winner. Second was Morgan Quinn, and third will be Alex Walker. So he dropped to third because he was more than 10 seconds ahead of the fourth place car in the end, which was going to be the car of Jordan Kelly that comes through to finish in fourth place. Neil Toffs was there in fifth. Then it's going to be the car of Nathan Down in sixth place. Seventh is going to be Bob Hawkins through to take the checkered flag. Jonathan Barnes wins his class in eighth position, so he'll pick up 5 points for the class win. And ahead of what will be in ninth place, the number 27 car of Sean Macklin. And also, we will see that there's another class win for Christopher Sharples at the wheel of the Palliser. So that keeps up his efforts to try and be crowned the Ormento Coaching Champion of Brands for 2022. So the cars make their way in towards the pit lane and should be able to confirm the results with you very shortly for the first of our 2 races for the United Formula Ford Championship, featuring the champion of brands. So then, just to confirm the results for you on corrected times, Lucas Romanek takes the win by 0.4 of a second from Morgan Quinn, with Alex Walker dropping to third despite winning on the road. Fourth place goes the way of Jordan Kelly. Fifth place was Neil Toffs, and in sixth place it was Bob Hawkins. Seventh place went the way of Nathan Down. In eighth place it was a class win in the heritage class for Jonathan Barnes, ahead of Sean Macklin, and completing the top 10, winning the historic class, was Christopher Sharples. Simon Pruce was there in seventh position as the last of the finishers. Adam Fathers off and into the gravel, I'm afraid. He was a retiree. And James Hadfield into the pit lane with problems. So that wraps things up for the first of our races. The cars and the drivers are making their way down in towards the pit lane, which is where Chris Dawes has now positioned himself. So we should very shortly be able to hear from some of the drivers down there in the pit lane. And of course, they will be counting up in their head and totting up the championship points as we head to what will be their final championship round, taking place a little bit later on today. So let's go down to the pit lane and Chris Dawes.
Yeah, welcome down to the pit lane, and hopefully Mr. Walker knows that the penalty was there, and we're just letting them congratulate each other. He's still at the front there, but we'll go first of all to the 73 car, Lucas Romanek, with that victory. Lucas, turn us around here. Congratulations, what a fantastic win. I know it was a penalty, the car in front of you, but what a race.
Yeah, it was a good race, to be fair. Alex got by through the last corner, but we knew we had the pace to sort of hold on to him, and when I saw the penalty come up, I just knew that there was no point massively fighting it. Obviously, yeah, his first time back for a long time, so it's good to race him again.
I'm interested that you say that you saw the penalty and you thought it wasn't worth massively fighting him, because we were saying, I don't think he's seen, because you were massively fighting. It was brilliant entertainment.
Yeah, you had to I had to try and go for the win on the track, but it is such a short track, and it's quite not easy to defend, but definitely can be in your favour if you're in front of the guy who's trying to attack.
And you really were trying a bit of everything. We were watching you trying different lines, showing your nose at different parts, sometimes just showing your nose to try and psych him out. I think all by the kitchen sink got thrown at him, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Especially into some of the harder corners to overtake. But yeah, he was just a bit too good on defending this time.
Well, you still got the win though, well done.
Thank you very much.
So that's Lucas with the win. Where we go, where's Morgan Quinn? Oh. No, sorry, where's he gone? We got Mr. Quinn. There he is. I mean, we were trying to work out there is that you were so tempted to get involved, but it felt like there was a championship on your mind.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I was holding station just to see if anything would happen, just to keep pace with them, see if there was a gap there. There was a little gap on the last lap going to Drews, but just not big enough. But no, just holding station most of it.
And the interesting one, holding station most of it, but the racer in you couldn't resist getting involved from time to time.
No, I had to give it a go. There's a gap there I had to go for.
Did you know that there was a penalty for Alex?
I gathered there was because I seen him jump the start, so I just said he's going to get a penalty of some sort. I'll just hold station to see what happens.
You just can't stop enjoying yourself though. Well done, a great performance. Based on that, where's Alex gone? Let me just jump through here. Alex, Yeah, don't worry, you're all right. Bittersweet there. I mean, what an incredible performance. I know that sadly you got the penalty. We'll come to that in a minute. But you still got massively involved in that and had a wonderful time.
Yeah, no, it was a really fun race, especially, obviously, my clutch went at the start. So it was, I was out of position, so it was a deserved penalty. But no, I'm happy to get it on the road. And I haven't raced in a few months, so it was really fun to get back into a proper scrap. And yeah, it was fun.
He threw everything at you and you threw everything back. I mean, it was wonderful to watch. Are you going to be able to get that sorted for race 2?
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully it's going to go back now, and I don't know what's wrong with it, but hopefully it gets sorted. I don't know where I'll start for race 2, if it's based off quali or this race, but wherever it is, I'm hoping to have a similar race and have some good fun again.
Well done, congratulations. So that's it from down here. Throwing back to Mark now, because the next race is ready to go. It's the MSVT Trackday Championship.
So yeah, already the cars are on the grid for the MSVT Trackday Championship. Their final championship round, with the championship mathematically still up for grabs as well. The man that leads the championship is going to start from the second row of the grid, the blue BMW with the Dayglow Tyler Motorsport livery down the side of it, which is John Line. He comes into this weekend 194 championship points, but you drop your worst round in this championship, so he will be dropping 26 points when he finished in third place at Donington Park in the previous round. So the net score would be 168 points for John Line, but that still gives him quite a handy 25-point margin over his nearest rivals being the number 53 Renault Clio of Kevin Sterling, who had a rather off qualifying and only qualified 11th quickest. Kevin, who's been in the top 6 in all bar one race so far this season. Kevin is on 161 points gross, but he'll drop 18 from his race at Anglesey, so he'd drop to 143 on a net scoring. And third in the championship, on gross scores at least, but moves up to second once you drop off the worst score, would be Jordan Honeybone at the wheel of number 44 Apple Car Centre Renault Clio. And the reason that he moves up to second when you take net scores into account is because the Honeybone pairing, Ray and Jordan, who've both driven the car throughout the course of this weekend, non-scored at Anglesey, so they drop a 0 in reality. So their car, which starts on the first, second, third, fourth row of the grid, will be one to watch out for as well. So the cars are going to be heading onto their formation lap very, very shortly. We have the grid. What we don't have is which driver is starting, unfortunately. We've not been notified as to whom the starting drivers are for this one. So they'll head off on their formation lap, and we'll quickly try and guide you through the grid, because there's a lot to get through this time through. So off they go on their final formation lap. The way that the grid lines up then for the final round of the 2022 MSVT Trackday Championship is that the Tony Gilliam and Alex Jones Volkswagen Golf sits on pole position with Adrian Pottinger alongside. Row 2 is Justin Roberts and Stefan March sharing the Honda Civic alongside the championship leader John Line. And row 3 is Freddie Hewitt, who lines up alongside the Ford Puma of Harry Hardy. On to row number 4 and the fourth row of the grid. Charlie Polk has got Jordan Honeybone for company, and it's Mark Russell that has got Jack Wheeler and Nick Watling's Ford Fiesta alongside. Kevin Sterling and Ronan Quinn sit there on row number 6. On to the 7th row of the grid, it's Chris Dumpster and Jack Kemp, followed by Will Arif, Darren Goes and Ollie Owen, and then it's Rob Burnham and Mick Presland. As we move on to row number 10, apologies for a few little errors in the graphics. Dean Kirby is there alongside the Barney Lower and Mike D'Arcy car. Then it's Rhys Warwick and George Jackson, Alistair Eastham and Darren Robinson. And then as we work our way down through the rest of the order, it's the Horny Golds, Rob and Ashley, Ian Bonser, Les Conway, James Owen, and then it's Mike Sullivan and Will Toger's car that sit there at the tail end of the field. So that's the order that they're in for this final race of the championship season. It's John Line's championship really to lose. The way the maths work is that it's 30 points if you win, 27 for second, 24 for third, 22, 20, 18, and so it diminishes. That's regardless of class. Extra point awarded for every competitor you beat in your class, up to a maximum of 5 points. There's an extra point for pole position in each class, and there's also an extra point for fastest lap as well. So there's lots of maths to try and work our way through, but it would need all of the stars to align really for John Line not to win this championship. We'll have to wait and see. So it's Volkswagen Golf, the Tony Gilliam and Alex Jones car that sits there on pole position. Adrian Pottinger sitting alongside. These two cars were separated by 9/10 of a second in terms of qualifying pace. So the last formation lap of the season has been done. They've built as much temperature as they can into their tyres, the Control Proxys tyres that all of these cars have to run in this championship. So it's Volkswagen and a Renault on row number 1, it's a Honda and a BMW on row number 2, and just to give you the kind of variety we get in the Trackday Championship, it's a Mini and a Ford Puma that sit there on row number 3. It's an all Renault row number 4, a Renault and a Ford on row number 5, a Renault and a Ford on row number 6, and all Renault number 7 and number 8, I think, as well. So it seems as though Clio is by far the most populous choice, but we've still got a brilliant selection of cars with the BMWs and Mazdas and MGs and even Ginettas down towards the tail end of what was a 30-car field in qualifying this morning. So the last row of the grid is just coming into position now. Green flag waves. This is a 45-minute race with a pit stop window slap bang in the middle where everybody has to come in and change drivers for a minimum of 2 minutes in the pits. Red lights come on, red lights start to go out now, and it is a slow getaway from Adrian Pottinger from the outside of the front row of the grid. The rear-wheel drive BMW, not unsurprisingly, has a brilliant start, but there's contact further back. Kevin Sterling gets turned around, I'm afraid, on the run up towards Paddock Hill Bend, and he's not the only one that's got involved as well, because Mark Russell is sideways in the circuit. Looks as though Ollie Owen has also got tangled up, but it was really Mark Russell that got tangled up and got pushed into the side of Kevin Sterling. Both of those cars are stricken, I'm afraid, in the middle of the track at this stage. The race is continuing, but I suspect we're going to have to go safety car almost immediately just to try and bring this race to a controlled status. Yes, we are. So safety car is already out. I think a few of the drivers may be a little bit later at reacting to the safety car boards than others, because largely they were unsighted, but it was a brilliant start from John Lyne. When the lights went out, you were always going to expect that rear-wheel drive BMW to get a brilliant start, and absolutely he did. Nailed the start and has leapt himself to the front of the queue at this stage. So we've got a little bit of clearing up to do on the start-finish line as a result of Mark Russell's car being sideways in the circuit and Kevin Sterling's car also having been clattered into as well. And it was all sort of, it wasn't a chain reaction, but it was some cars that got a better start than others, and as a result of that we ended up going 4 wide at some point. And when you get to 3 wide and a fourth car tries to join in, it's always going to be a little bit tight, and particularly as the barriers get closer to the circuit at the point of the impact. So drivers are conscious, they don't want to hit the barrier, you move a bit towards your left, and I think as they did that, that subsequently meant that more than one car was after the same piece of tarmac, and that was what caused the incident. So with the incident being where it is, sensible decision taken by the race officials so as to not to bring the cars around under safety car on the track. They are bringing them through the pit lane. So safety car bringing all of the competitors through the pit lane. The clearing up of the 2 stricken Renault Clios still continuing. Of course, while all of this goes on, the clock will still continue to count as well. So it gives me a bit more of a chance to tell you a little bit about the way the class structure works in the MSVT Trackday Championship and how the pit stops will work as well. So again, the class structure is based on power to weight ratio. So the most powerful cars are in Class B. We don't have a Class A nowadays. So Class B is anything that's between 151 and 175 brake horsepower per tonne. And all of this is checked by Total Track Limited, who run the Mini Championship and measure the power on their rolling road. It's measured at the hubs. It's not measured at the flywheel. It's measured at the hub. So that's Class B. Class C is for those with between 126 and 150 brake horsepower per tonne. Class D is up to 125 horsepower per tonne. And we do have some cars that run in Class G, which includes the pole-sitting Volkswagen Golf of Tony Gillam and Alex Jones, and also includes the Stefan March and Justin Roberts Honda Civic that's in Class G. Class G is the guest class in reality, and what that means is that that is permission given by the organisers to drop into Class G. Because they probably, more than anything, haven't put the car on the rolling road, so you don't know what the power figures are, and therefore you can't pop them in one of the classes. They have to go into Class G. So I'm afraid from being safety car, we've now gone to red flag, which is an enormous shame, but the officials clearly decided it's going to take just a while longer to clear up the incident than was expected. It's also an enormous shame, potentially Chris Dawes, who rejoins me in the commentary box, for John Lyne, because if we have a full restart, if we go back a lap,
oh yeah,
does John Lyne have to do it all again?
I hadn't, because obviously I've just come up and see that he was at the front, because qualifying didn't go to plan for him, did it? But the start of the race did, but it's no good.
Yeah.
I just happened to be down beneath our commentary box, which of course is certainly within earshot of that incident, and it was a sort of a crunch, and I have a feeling that basically the issue here is that they've realised they're not going to be able to just simply move that car out of the way. And it's in the firing line, so hence we had the cars even behind the safety car coming through the pit lane, and it's just unnecessary risks, I guess they've decided there, Mark, and brought it to a stop. We'll get a restart, presumably a complete restart, because we've done virtually none of that race. So they'll get them gridded up, and like you say, sadly, poor old Mr. Lyne's going to have to start back where he originally was, which well, actually, it's not as bad as it was. It was only on the second row, wasn't it?
It was only on the second row, yeah.
He must have come good late on in the qualifying.
He did. He came good later on in the qualifying session and popped the quick lap in, which hoisted him up through the order, because he'd been rather languishing further down through the order than we had expected. So yeah, that good lap. But then, as is always the case, rear-wheel drive car just got off the line well, read the lights well, and took his foot off the clutch at the right time and counteracted any wheel spin that he got. So that was what allowed him to pick up the lead of the race. So yeah, be interesting to see which order they grid them up in. I genuinely have no idea as to whether it will be original grid order or whether
they've already put 34 on pole now.
Have they? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So John Lyne, yeah, he's got it all to do again.
Well, he's also got to take the confidence that he was able to do it, and like you say, is that has the strengths there. Of course, lining up also on that front row is Adrian Pottinger, another one of the unique racing cars, and his teammate was one of the cars involved in that incident. You can see further along in front of him, here's the blue teammate of his, the unique racing car that is no longer going to be taking part. Mr. Russell, sadly, is out of this race, but he's just got to clear his mind, hasn't he, and just focus on his own race. Interestingly, of course, does he get excessively involved in too much of a battle with the 34 car of Gilliman Jones, because that is, as you were saying, is a guest class, the G class, which means it scores no points, and Pottinger just wants to keep the maximum points, even if he finishes second.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Drivers don't work like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's made the maths slightly easier as well because of poor old Kevin Sterling. He was second in the championship on gross score. He's dropped to third when you take his worst score of the season away, the dropped score that would be taken into consideration. So that's one of the championship protagonists that I'm afraid now is out. So it does make our mathematics slightly easier when it comes to trying to work out as to who's going to be the champion, subject to official confirmation at the end of this one, because we always have to caveat it anyway, because you might take the checkered flag first, it might look like you're the champion, but of course all of the cars have to go through post-race scrutineering and technical checks just to confirm that they do comply with the regulations. So you never know until the official results are issued about half an hour after the race.
So you talk about easier maths, and you were relying on me to keep the maths accurate for you as well.
Your job today is the only job I've given you today.
Yeah, because you know it's one I won't do well enough for you there. Yeah, it does make it a little bit easier, sadly. And of course it is, unlike, for example, the Turismo X, where we've got 2 races, and the Formula Fords, where it's 2 races. For the Trackday Championship, it is just this one race. A lot of them will actually have a second race, because they'll be out in the Trackday Trophy, with the nature of this weekend, with the EnduroKA taking place tomorrow, all day tomorrow, because obviously it's an 8 hours, 20-minute race, is that they've had to put both championship and trophy on the same day. So they're going to be busy, get this 45-minute race completed for them, and then what time are they due off? So the first race after lunch, actually, 20 to 2 in theory, the start time. They'll have another 45-minute, but trophies up for grab in each of the classes, rather than worrying too much about it being for championship points.
The other thing I was in the process of mentioning as well is how the pit stops work. So it is a 45-minute race, or is scheduled when the lights went out for the first time to be a 45-minute race, and the pit window opens between the 15th and the 30th minute of the race. So in other words, it's the middle 15 minutes that the pit window is open for, and during that 15 minutes every single car has to come into the pit lane. Now the pit stop is timed from when the car enters the pit lane to when it exits the pit lane. It's not how long it's stationary for, it's from the beam at pit in to when it breaks the beam at pit out. So the car has to be in that pit lane area for 2 minutes in that middle 15 minutes of the race. And now in the case of some of them, they just stay behind the wheel of the car, take a drink of water, they might get the tyre pressures adjusted by the team, and out they'll go. For others, of course, that 2 minutes has to include the driver change, so you can only undo your seatbelts once the car is stationary. The engine has to be turned off, I think the regulations state. Then the other driver gets in, seatbelts on, start the engine, and away you go. But you cannot be any quicker than 2 minutes from breaking the beam at pit lane entry to breaking it at pit lane exit. You can be slower, But if you're any quicker, you'll get a penalty.
And I'm trying to remember, is this one of the ones, because you and I cover a lot of championships and series and everything, as obviously, and there is a good chunk of them where we're getting always a raft of penalties where they're too short in the pit lane. They're really sort of trying to cut it so fine and they just do it too quick. Is this one, I'm trying to remember now whether a lot of them in this do it or whether they're a little bit more sensible, if you will, where they kind of go err on the side of caution.
Sensible and racing drivers in the same sentence, right? Okay, Dawes, right? I see.
Would that had inverted commas around it? Could you not tell?
They're not too bad in this one. No, if memory serves me correctly, they're largely well versed with it, so it doesn't end up becoming too much of an issue for them.
Well, because it's a big old penalty you normally get, isn't it? If you come out too soon, so to try and save yourself like 1 second could end up costing you an awful lot. Thanks to Jamie Peters-Ennis, he's just messaged me to let me know that the number 70 car that is starting in 3rd place on the 2nd row there, Stefan Marsh is starting that one. So that's one of the ones we do know. The Civic is being started by Stefan Marsh. Just see it there on the 2nd row, the black, red and white number 70 car. So we know for that one who is starting it. And they've got them all gridded up. And it is showing, the good news is, on the screen, it is now showing that we're going to get the full 45-minute complement of these for this race. And it does look like we've got the cars that were still on the circuit removed. We've still got 2 that they're getting rid of at the top of Paddock Hill Bend. But they're just sort of clearing the debris, and I think that was also an issue, Mark. There's an awful lot of bodywork debris across the circuit.
There was an awful lot of bodywork debris, yeah. So yeah, we now know Stefan Marsh is starting the car from 3rd on the grid. Do you want to know who starts in the pole-sitting car?
Please do.
Alex Jones, because I can see Tony Gillam, former British touring car racer, of course, is in the pit lane at the moment. So yeah, just I saw what I thought was Tony, and then yeah, with a quick peer through the binoculars, yeah, I can see Tony now. So he's down in the pit lane. So we know it's Alex Jones then that's starting that car. So that at least sorts us out. You know, we used to get the starting drivers, but I think, you know, it's as MSVT have become ever busier and have had to deal with ever more with less people. You know, it is a whole meeting is almost theirs, isn't it? Then yeah, we just haven't had them today, which is a shame, but we totally understand that they can't get them to us all of the time.
No, absolutely, and it's a lot of information that used to come on A3 paper, wasn't it? So they then started emailing it to us. We were like, well, we can't see it because we haven't got A3.
I can't print that at home. It's no good to me.
But no, I mean, they've got all of it thrown at them in the same day. The Trackday Championship, the Trackday Trophy, the Turismo X pair of races as well. So yeah, they're sort of a wee bit busy down there. Last couple of cars hopefully going to be cleared away from the what in effect is the escape road, but they haven't opened the barrier there to let them escape that way. So they've waited there for the recovery truck, and that flatbed was down in the lower paddock already because it had taken a couple of the Formula 4s down there, I think. So
who can we put a line through then? We can put a line through Kevin Sterling, can't we? We can put a line through Mark Russell. It looks as though Ollie Owen's car, which also got tangled up, is now going on the back of a flatbed recovery unit as well. And did I also see Reece Warwick's car as well, the Mazda MX-5? Where did that was there? Oh, that's being pushed by the marshals now at Paddock Hill Bend. So that's another one that we've lost. So we've lost the cars that started 9th, 11th, 16th and 22nd, I think, at this stage. And not unsurprisingly, because we've lost a chunk of time with this clearing up, the race is no longer going to be a 45-minute race, Chris. It's now going to be 40 minutes.
40, yeah. I mean, and hey, let's not complain too much about that. 5 minutes, I think that's a blessing that we haven't lost more than that. And well done to the teams for getting everything cleared up as quickly as they possibly could to leave us with as much time as possible. Interestingly, just looking up towards Druids, because one of the rescue vans or maintenance vans was stopped up there. I didn't notice anyone up there behind the trees, and it is moving away, so even any telltale signs are no longer there. And I can't see any signs of dressing the circuit, you know, as if somebody's been dumping fluids down anywhere, so we're okay for that one. So I think we're getting pretty close, just the one car left to be brought back on the flatbed, and then we'll be good to go. And presumably, Mark, I'd imagine they'll set them off on another green flag lap, won't
I
they?
would have thought so, yeah. Be another formation lap, and then another start under the lights with the gantry. Be interesting to see what the rear-wheel drive BMW does again this time through. Just to confirm as well, we know it's a 40-minute race now rather than being a 45-minute race, but they have also just confirmed to us as well that the pit window remains the same, which means that the regulations are written that the pit stop must take place between the 15th and the 30th minute of the race. So it's not in the middle of the race now, it's just slightly back-ended almost, isn't it? So
yeah, because there's less
time, less after the pit stop window, so still between the 15th and the 30th minute, but it does mean if you're the second driver and you get in, you're going to get minimum of 10 minutes, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's fine, and they've still got that window, although they still seem to sort of manage a lot of them coming in at the same time and making a very busy pit lane down there, don't they? And they might make some sort of last-minute decisions to go, no, that's too busy in there, let's hang fire. And they'll all have their own preferences, whether they want to get in and get it done as soon as possible, whether they want to leave it to the very last minute. And those with shared drives may well be looking to pretty much dissect it smack in the middle, which I guess, Mark, with it being a 40-minute race, suddenly becomes a bit easier to do.
Slightly easier to do, yeah, yeah, absolutely. So it makes it nice,
even for mathematicians like me.
Some of the struggles, but also if you put your, if you wanted to do it to put your slower driver in first, but pit as soon as possible, and that sort of undoes some of the strategy now, because it means that your quicker driver is going to get less time in the car because it's been shortened by 5 minutes.
Yep.
If you started with your quicker driver in the car, you're in the same position as you were. So yeah, countdown boards being shown now, so it won't be long before we get the green flag waved and they'll be off on another formation lap around the circuit again. So off they go, another formation lap taking place. So it is Alex Jones that is on pole position, Adrian Pottinger that sits alongside. So let's just, I think, probably rerun you back through the grid. So Alex Jones on pole, Adrian Pottinger sitting alongside, Stefan Marsh and John Lyne on row number 2, Freddie Hewitt and Harry Hardy on row number 3, Charlie Polk and Jordan Honeybone will sit there on row number 4. They'll be the ones to watch out for, Chris Dawes. It's going to be a busy first race. So there we go. As you say, Alex Jones, Adrian Pottinger, Stefan Marsh, John Lyne, Freddie Hewitt and Harry Hardy. That's the front 3 rows of the grid. Charlie Polk and Jordan Honeybone on row number 4. Mark Russell missing from row number 5. So on their own is the Jack Wheeler and Nick Watling car. Kevin Sterling missing from row number 6, so Ronan Quain is on his own on row number 6. Row number 7 is where we see the car of Chris Dumpster and Jack Kemp alongside Will Arith with Darren Goes, and then another absentee, Ollie Owen, from that 8th row of the grid. Row 9 is where we see Rob Burnham and Mick Presland, and then after that it's Gary Littlewood, Dean Kirby, the Barney Lower and Mike Darcy car. Rhys Warwick is missing from the 11th row of the grid. George Jackson and Answer Easton are there on row number 12, and row number 13 is Darren Robinson, followed by the Horny Golds, Ashley and Rob. Then it's Ian Bonser, Les Conway, James Owen, and at the tail end of the field is Mike Sullivan and Will Toga. So that gives you the revised grid, say the original grid order, but we've picked out those cars that are missing, and we'll see as to whether John Lyne can repeat the good start from the first attempt.
Yeah, he's going to want to, isn't he? And he's going to want to do it as soon as he possibly can, see if he can gap them, because, as you say, the rear-wheel drive advantage, it's not going to be existing for the whole race, and he's going to want to get past these cars. And that Team Hard Golf at the front just snatched it right at the end, didn't it? Brilliantly to bang it on pole position. So we have no idea quite how quickly that car could have got before the end of the session. But all the while throughout, Adrian Pottinger in that 89 Unique Racing Clio, he was just the class of the field for a very long time. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. Championships to consider, including, let's be honest, is that, say, for example, Jordan Honeybone, that car, the 44 car, is still trying to tie up second. They think they can get themselves up into second in the overall championship standings. So there are always a lot of drivers are going to be bearing the points in mind as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So they'll be wanting to push as hard as they possibly can. We've got the first 3/4 of the grid into position. The final 3 rows just coming to a halt now, including the BMW Compact at the back. When that comes to a halt, we should see the green flag waved by the marshal at the tail end of the field. And then we are good to go with, hopefully, this 40-minute race this time through. So red lights will come on the gantry. The revs are already beginning to rise. Red lights are on, and as the lights go out, watch out for the rear-wheel drive BMW. John Lyne absolutely nailed the start that time. The first start was good. That was absolutely textbook. Really slow away, though, is Alex Jones at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf and drops from what was pole position down into 4th and possibly 5th place as Jordan Honeybone tries to go around the outside of the Golf there in the Apple Car Centre Clio, but he's on the wrong line heading up towards Druids. But what a start from John Line, not only to take the lead, but to take the lead and build daylight.
It's exactly what I said I know he'd want to do, and he has that daylight between him and Pottinger is quite impressive there. Alex Jones has managed to hold on to 4th position now, is fighting with Jordan Honeybone, but the Team Hard Golf held on to it. I've got to say, the car just ahead of him, Stefan Marsh in that Honda number 70, did a fabulous elbows out job to get past, and the Golf just suddenly spins just as it turns right at the McLaren's right-hander. Back of the car turned even further right than it should have done. He's managed to hold that and just stayed sideways. So I say spin, it wasn't. My apologies. He got very sideways. A lot of cars passed him. It's going to be exciting to see him work back through, though.
Yeah, the problem is Surtees is a quick corner. You've only lent on that right rear tyre once coming out of Graham Hill Bend, and you lean on it a lot more through Surtees. Cold rear just snapping away there from Alex Jones, but thankfully gathering up the moment and not getting clobbered by anybody, so he will be able to continue. But of course he's got a chunk of work to do now to try and carve his way up through the order. He has fallen behind the Supertune Puma of Harry Hardy, which I saw a load of fuel coming out from the filler cap of that car as it went round through Druid, so that will be something that the officials might pick up on as well. So yeah, watch out for that Ford Puma. So for Alex Jones though, still trying to thread his way through the order, picking up places here and there. He's gained probably at least 3 or 4 places since it's been, I would say.
So much going on through this field, and we saw a few of them just getting a little bit out of shape there, Mark. It looks as though that section from Surtees round to Clearways is a little bit greasy on the dance floor again now, isn't it? You can see quite a few of them just flipping the rear end back and forth as they change that direction from the left to the right. We've also got the 22 car there of Darren Goes. We saw he's one that got out of shape. And there's still a little bit of smoke coming from the corner of that car, possibly from a bit of bodywork rub, I wonder.
Yeah, it looks like it's the front right that it was coming from as he came over the start-finish line. Definitely some tyre rub on that car. He's still doing battle, though, trying to squeeze his way up the inside of one of the Ford Fiestas that he is squabbling away with. That's the number 14 car of Jack Wheeler and Nick Watling that Darren Goes has managed to squeeze his way through a pass, and then he snatches a break in the Clio as he heads down in towards Graham Hill Bend that time through. John Line still leading the way from Adrian Pottinger. The lead advantage was less than a second as they came over the start-finish line last time through, and also Stefan March is not that far away, is he, in the 3rd place Honda Civic?
Which is what I think is actually good news for John Line, isn't it? Because it means that the 2nd place Pottinger is probably more aware of a car and filling up his mirrors than he is trying desperately to close in on that BMW at the front of the field. So it is enabling the blue BMW to still stretch his legs sufficiently at the front. Every now and again it looks like that margin's coming down slightly, but he then just manages to gap them a little bit further. Stefan Marsh in 3rd is under no pressure from behind because it's a wicked battle there for 4th place. Jordan Honeybone with another one of the unique racing cars, that being the which one is it that's there? That's Polk, isn't it? 98, Charlie Polk, all over the back of that Clio. So fights all the way through this field. And
we still see a little bit of fuel residual just falling out of the fuel filler cap of Harry Hardy's car. The leading 3 though just turning through Clearways. There goes Jordan Honeybone, still under pressure from Charlie Polk that sits behind him.
I see what you meant.
Fuel still coming out of the Puma. Now the officials will look at that. If they think it's overfill, they'll leave it a few laps. If it keeps doing it after a few laps when the fuel level should have dropped, it will be black and orange.
Interesting. I mean, it's certainly not slowing him down, is it? It's a bit wacky races to make sure no one can get onto the back of him as it stands at the moment. And he's all over the back of the Freddie Hewitt number 17, that Mini that was a late entry. That was a reserve for the trophy, I think, wasn't he? But he's in this championship one. And interestingly, that pair have closed in on the pair ahead of them. So we've suddenly got 4 cars in a row. 44 Jordan Honeybone, Polk in 98, 17 Hewitt, and the 191, that silver Puma of Hardy, all line astern, equidistant from each other, with Alex Jones trying to close in on the back of them in that Team Hard pole-sitting Golf as well. Which, let's not forget, that's going to have a driver change in the pit lane with a rather rapid Mr. Gilliam.
It will be Tony Gilliam that will jump on board that car. You can still see the fuel coming out of the left-hand fuel filler map of the Puma there as it came round through the Clark curve. That's Harry Hardy going well. To the top of the times in terms of fastest lap of the race has just gone Alex Jones, who I thought had gone off the boil a little bit at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf that had the spin. But all of a sudden he pops a quick lap in, 55.367 seconds for the Volkswagen, that is now closing in on Harry Hardy's Ford Puma. Yeah, that has not got any better at all. The fuel is just pouring out of the side of that Ford Puma. I think there's a decision to be made now. Driver might be blissfully unaware of it, but if he is, he ought to come in. And if he's not, then I think the officials very shortly will suggest that that's a good idea.
Until the out of fuel light comes on. That'll probably work. Because it just is throwing masses out, isn't it? Here we go. He's going to turn right, just bouncing around that corner, just pouring out there. Not causing him an issue on his rear wheel. And it looks like Alex Jones is now going to try and dive up the inside. Through goes the Team Hard Golf. He's reeled them in patiently. Now he's got that car into the sweet spot. He's absolutely flying, trying to cut through this gaggle of cars like a hot knife through butter. Won't be easy because these are very quick cars. Having a great fight. We're talking, what are they? They're fourth backwards, aren't they? Yeah, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth.
I think the officials are getting the news that it's dropping some fluid. So what they've got is...
because you grassed him up.
I know, yeah. It's because what you've got is a scrutineer on the start-finish line looking. But, of course, as the car comes down the straight, there's no obvious signs as anything. Alex Jones very, very decisively dives up the inside of Charlie Polk. Place gain. That's up to 5th position now for the Golf as it continues to make progress. The next target is going to be Jordan Honeybone at the wheel of the Apple Car Centre Renault Clio. Now, for Jordan, if the Golf goes through, it doesn't take any championship points away from him because that Volkswagen is non-championship scoring this weekend. It runs in the gas class, so Jordan Honeybone may well just opt to let it go through if he's aware it's in the gas class, of course.
We've got a black and orange flag now, and I'm pretty sure, I can't see the number, but we can have a fair assumption which one it's going to be, can't we? So that Puma's going to have to make its way in as Alex Jones tries to have a sneaky snifter round past Jordan Honeybone as they got to Paddock Hill Bend. Not done it there. Up past the back marker they go towards the Druids hairpin. Jordan's, although, as you say, it's not going to take points away from him, he's a bracer at heart, and he's not going to let this Team Hard Golf through particularly easy. He's going defensive down towards Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight. Is this the point that Golf's going to be able to blast down? He's looking towards the inside as we get towards Surtees, sign sealed, and it's delivered. Absolutely cracking job. It looked to me as though Alex Jones has clearly got the skill in this car, but just struggles when it's cold at the beginning of the race. Yeah,
maybe depending what they've done with the tyre pressures, they might opt to, if they're back out later on in the Trackday Trophy, they might opt to start that car with slightly higher tyre pressures. Brilliant fight going on behind Jordan Honeybone. Charlie Polk under pressure from Freddie Hewitt. The Mini pulls out from behind, draws himself alongside the Renault Clio, but he's not fully alongside by the time they get towards Paddock Hill Bend, so all he can hope for is to get a better exit coming off the corner and try and get the undercut on Charlie Polk. But Charlie Polk is wise to that at the Clio and therefore just moves across to the right-hand side of the circuit on the run up towards Druids. So again, Freddie Hewitt wide line into Druids. No, has little choice but to sit behind the Clio. So good fight going on now for 5th, 6th and 7th down towards Graham Hill Bend.
Yeah, and you notice the car that is no longer sat there with them fighting. Sadly, 191, the Super Tune Motorsport, Harry Hardy. That Puma has been brought into the pits and they're just having a conversation with him to make sure that they know what the issue is, see whether it's something they can resolve now and get him back out again. But you struggle to believe that's a quick fix, whatever that is. Across the line to complete the 9th lap is our race leader, and it is still John Light. But I tell you what's a bit of a struggle for him now is the fact that the second place car of Pottinger is no longer under pressure, so is able to start reeling him in, but in towards Paddock Hill Bend. I mean, this fight is alive, isn't it?
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Jordan Honeybone, Charlie Polk, Freddie Hewitt going at it tooth and nail. There is Harry Hardy's Ford Puma in the pit lane. You can see all of the attention to the left-hand side of the car because that's where the fuel filler flap is on the Ford Puma. They've got the filler flap open and are just having a look. It's not just a case of sticking some gaffer tape over it to plug the hole. The scrutineers will need to be satisfied that whatever was causing it to leak in the first place has been fully resolved. The one great thing about the Trackday Championship is no matter where you look, there's always some good battles going on as well, Chris. And one of those is the 3 Ford Fiestas and the Renault Clio just coming down in towards Graham Hill Bend now, being kept rather busy. Is Rob Burnham, I think, at the front of that little train of cars. Yes, the orange and the black one. Yeah, the orange 25 car, you're absolutely right, it is. And I've always said that this is one that gives me a stiff neck. Just quickly, the Jordan Honeybone's under pressure, and it looks like as they get towards Paddock Hill Bend, he's been passed. So the 4th place now goes the way, sorry, 5th place now goes the way of the 98 car of Polk. So he's been threatening that move for a while, hasn't he? But you notice he's going defensive all of a sudden, isn't he? Yeah, Jordan Honeybone weaving around as they head up towards Druids Corner. In that dichotomy, he wants to attack, having just lost the place, but he needs to defend because he's got Freddie Hewitt's car.
Sorry, Mark, we just had the Fiestas Cubed heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and the 25, the orange car of Rob Burnham, just got tapped wide as they tried to go round there. He's kept it on the tarmac. That was impressive, Mark. Normally, once they're tapped there, they disappear into the kitty litter, don't they? But he kept it on the tarmac, but he's now way back from that gaggle, which is a shame.
Yeah, so he might have a little bit of damage possibly as a result of the contact, but he's just heading down towards Graham Hill Bend now, and hopefully he will remain out there in the race. How much time did he lose? He probably lost, what, 4 places, didn't he? So we've got, 30 minutes of the race still remaining, so it's going to be another 5 minutes yet before the pit window opens in this one. We've also now got Alex Jones up a further place, so the Volkswagen Golf is now up into what will be 3rd position, because he's got himself ahead of Stefan March at the wheel of the Honda Civic this time through. So the next of the targets for the Volkswagen Golf of Alex Jones is going to be the number 89 Renault Clio in the hands of Adrian Pottinger. So the battles are beginning to form, and there is Adrian Pottinger just heading out of Clearways now. Look in his mirrors, what's behind him? Alex Jones and the Team Hard Golf.
Yeah, and you've got to say, look how close Pottinger is to our race leader John Lyne as well. That BMW's been slowly reeled in as well. Both of them are going to be under huge pressure from this Team Hard Golf that now it's into the sweet spot. He's flying and up towards Druids. Are we going to see a dive towards the inside? He's certainly motioning as though he's going to. He's not quite there, and it looked to me as though Pottinger knew that was coming, decided not to put up a fight for the reasons you said earlier, Mark. It's a guest class car, there's absolutely no need to do it, and through goes Alex Jones up into 2nd place.
Yeah, the difficulty for Adrian Pottinger is if he wants to lift the championship crown now, he needs to get himself ahead of John Lyne, and also keep his fingers crossed that John Lyne runs into trouble at some point, because at the moment John Lyne doing what he's doing and having the pace that he's doing is going to be more than enough for him to, subject to official confirmation at the end of this race, scoop up the MSVT Trackday Championship for 2022. Now he's coming under pressure for the lead though this time, because Alex Jones has already closed right onto the coattails of the BMW. Is John Lyne going to let him go up towards Paddock Hill Bend? The door is open. Alex Jones sets the fastest lap of the race, and through Paddock Hill Bend goes side by side with John Lyne. The Volkswagen is on the inside line now as they get past the back marker and should pick up the lead of the race. So yeah, fastest lap and now the lead of the race. John Lyne not making it easy, but as we say, he knows that he is the championship leader. He knows he is ahead of all of his championship rivals. He's just lost the overall lead though.
In reality, he was never going to want to make it too easy, not for trying to keep that Golf behind him, but more about if he deliberately backed off and sort of said, there you go, sir, he's leaving himself vulnerable to Pottinger behind. I thought Pottinger was going to sort of try and stay with Alex Jones as much as possible. He's let him through without it overly compromising himself, hasn't he? So John Lyne still holds on to 2nd on the road, but 1st of the point scorers.
Yep, so John Lyne still looking for championship glory.
Hewitt's just got past Jordan Honeybone as they came up towards Clearways. So the Apple Car Centre Clio just drops back a place, but he's already alongside him. Across the start-finish line is that we've got Freddie Hewitt trying desperately to hold him back there. Apologies, that was one that we were able to enjoy out of our window there. So that's that fight that we thought had settled down once, Mark, and it hasn't.
Yeah, it's just going up towards Druids now, isn't it? So with Charlie Polk, Freddie Hewitt in the Mini, followed by Jordan Honeybone. No let up in the pressure that Jordan Honeybone is applying. All of this is just allowing the number 98 car of Charlie Polk to pull away a bit from the Mini and the slightly newer shaped Renault Clio that sit behind. Both of them bounce over the curbs on the entry and the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Freddie Hewitt, if anything, though, was a little bit wide on exit there, so just needs to be careful that he stays within the confines of the circuit. Now, if I've got my maths right, we've also got less than 60 seconds to go now until the pit window opens. The race leader has just completed lap 15.
Seems you're relying on me for maths, so yes, you are. Just so you feel safe in the knowledge that you got it right there. But interesting to see that Pottinger. Oh, and we've got Alex Jones, who's just run very wide at Druids. He's kept it on the tarmac, but completely missed the apex. What's your phrase you used? Forgot to make friends with the apex.
Didn't make friends with the apex.
That's your phrase, isn't it? Yeah, and that was very much the case. No issue, but it shows it's still got to be paying massive attention as they go around this. Has the race lead, but behind him you can see in the background John Lyne is under growing pressure. This was what I was about to refer to. That blue BMW of John Lyne under massive pressure from the white Clio that's directly behind him of the 89 car of Pottinger. Not only is that for the first of the point scorers, they are both in Class B as well. So that is a very meaningful battle between those two, Mark.
Yeah, there's 38 points between them, I think, in terms of the championship scoring. So it would really need John Lyne to lose several places before Adrian Pottinger would mathematically stand any chance of overhauling that kind of deficit. So John Lyne's still in a good position, even if Adrian Pottinger goes through. Good fight further down through the order as well. The number 57 Ford Fiesta of Gary Littlewood, who's been a long-time competitor in MSVT Championships, fighting away with the blue Ford Fiesta ST of Jack Wheeler and Nick Watling, who share that car. They are fighting for what would be 5th and 6th in the class, for 11th and 12th overall as they turn their way round through Paddock Hill Bend. So the yellow one is Gary Littlewood, the blue one behind is, as we say, the other car. So that's a good one to watch out for. Pit window is now open as well, and we're now also starting to see some of the takers for that as well. So Ian Bonser comes in at the wheel of his Ginetta G40.
Across the line, meanwhile, goes our leader. Alex Jones is not coming in the pits yet to hand that over to Tony Gillam. So number 34 still circulating in the lead. That is now, 17 laps completed. And some of them may sort of choose, I don't really want to come in at the moment. We're having a cracking fight. I don't want to break it up, because pit stops can suddenly, bizarrely, even though they've all got the same, maximum time, it can split these fights up completely. Actually, one that I was referring to is that the Fiestas that we saw fighting earlier are splitting them, because through goes number 57 Littlewood, still circulating, but the 14 is into the pits, and that's going to be a driver change between Wheeler and Watling. And we don't know what the dynamic is there, do we? Whether that's going to see it go even quicker, or it's done its quickest so far.
So John Lyne still under this pressure from Adrian Pottinger for what is 2nd and 3rd position overall. Alex Jones just edging away all of the time, having taken up the lead of the race. He has now built almost a 3.5 second advantage between himself and this little squabble that's going on. John Lyne, remember, is the championship leader at this stage, so he would pick up the points for the win, which would be 30 points for a win, plus a point for every person in his class he beats, up to a maximum of 5. Well, that is 1, 2, 3 other points he would pick up, because there are 3 other runners in Class B. Into the pit lane has come one of the Ford Fiestas that was involved in that good little battle. That's the Jack Wheeler and Nick Watling car that was involved in that fantastic little squabble with Gary Littlewood. So for the moment, that fight has just had the pause button pressed.
Yeah, that was the one where I said that the yellow one kept going. I wondered whether he was going to come in at the same time, but it's decided to go. Are we going to get the undercut from that 14? I don't know. It probably doesn't apply so much here, but hey, it's good fun to consider it. Through comes our race leaders, and the Golf is already making its way back down the hill at Paddock Hill Bend, and Pottinger is still there with Lyne, but that BMW's not even given a nibble, is it? You can't say that white Clio is even posturing to make a challenge at the moment. He showed his nose in a slightly different line there, but not close enough to make a move. So you've got to say at the moment, John Lyne is just calmly going about his business, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He's had a brilliant season, John Lyne. You look at what he's done so far this year, John Lyne, and he has had 3 overall race wins. He finished 3rd at Snetterton, but was 1st in his class on that occasion, because I think, again, guest cars were involved in it. He was 3rd overall at Anglesey, and last time out, even at Donington Park, he was 3rd. So he has had a mega season where he's finished on the overall podium in every single race, and has had brilliant consistency as well. And he's showing that again here, as over the start-finish line he'll go, still with Adrian Pottinger not that far behind him. That's the season that John Lyne has had this year, in stark contrast to last year, where I think he only finished on the overall podium once last year, John Lyne. Yeah, different season.
Yeah, certainly, a lot of them will have the busy winter to get things sorted. Incidentally, by the way, Hardy's Puma is now going down through the tunnel to the lower paddock, so that car is now out. It went back out onto the circuit, didn't it? But they clearly weren't happy. Into the pits has come the number 70 car, so that Honda is going to be a change of driver. So we know that it was Stefan Marsh that started that one. Justin Roberts will be taking over that Team KAR Honda Civic Type R. Also in is the number 17 Freddie Hewitt Mini. That car, of course, was up there having a fabulous 3-car fight with Polk and Honeybone, the 98 and 44 cars, but they're going to be changing drivers as well. And this is where we almost have to have a patience, don't we, Mark, where they come in and we need to then wait for them all to come back again and see what fights resume or what new ones are taking shape.
Absolutely, yeah. It's that period where we're in a bit of flux in the race and you don't know what part 2 is going to look like. We also saw there in the pit lane the BMW of Barney Lower and Mike Darcy as well, so that is also in the process of conducting its pit stop. So we've got 20 minutes left in this race. There is a 5-second penalty for car number 7 for exceeding the track limits. Well, that's a man who probably has more experience than anybody in the field. Will Arif at the wheel of the number 7 Ford Fiesta getting a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Will has been around a while, it's fair to say.
Yes, and it goes to show that it doesn't matter. Still pushing it incredibly hard and just pushing it that little bit too far. As is quite common here at Brands Hatch, there's a few hot spots, in particular down at Graham Hill Bend, where they push it a bit hard. And into the pits comes that third place car, Pottinger. So John Line gets to just have a bit of a breather in that BMW in second place, because the white Unique Racing Clio, number 89, comes into the pits to make his mandatory stop. Obviously, pit speed limit that feels so slow, doesn't it? Even just stood down there as they come in, it feels so slow compared to the racing speed. But down he comes to serve those 2 minutes. He just pulls in front of Freddie Hewitt in the number 17 car as that one was about to go. But thankfully, the team obviously warned Freddie Hewitt, don't go yet. But there he goes, out onto the circuit. 2 minutes will just feel like an eternity, won't it?
It does. It feels like forever when you're in the pit lane. So for Freddie Hewitt, that was 2 minutes and 7 seconds from pit in to pit out. So he lost 7 seconds there somewhere that he could have otherwise have gained on track. So, and that's the difference. That's why some of those battles that you're talking about just don't reappear for part 2, because some cars get it bang on 2 minutes from pit in to pit out. Can't be any shorter. Others, looking through some of them, 2 minutes 34 when we saw the Horny Golds come in at the wheel of their MGZR. Alex Jones, the pit race leader, is into the pit lane this time through. Now they are positioned right the way at pit lane exit, so this is where Adrian Pottinger is, and you should see the Volkswagen Golf probably park up behind it, I would have thought, because, yeah, there you go, bang on. There is the Golf. Out jumps Alex Jones, and in is about to jump Tony Gillam.
Yeah, and of course they've been quite closed up on behind there as well. Is the yellow and blue Clio that was involved in that great 4-car battle, 3 of which were Fiestas, isn't it? And pretty close up behind them, the number 76 car, which of course is another Team Hard Racing, George Jackson in the Clio. Tony Gillam is going to go really rapid in that car. In fairness, it was already in the lead. Alex Jones, once he got everything up to temperature, was flying. Still circulated, not pitting, is our race leader, which is now the 71 BMW of John Line. Remember, he got that incredible start, that blue BMW, kept that lead for a long time until the Team Hard Golf took it. That one, as we see, is still in the pits. Tony Gillam getting strapped in there, ready to be launched. But there's the BMW that's going to want to do as much as possible to make sure that he's not leaving himself vulnerable to Pottinger when that 89 white Clio comes back out again.
Yeah, did you spot who was doing the straps up on Tony Gillam's?
I did.
It's Darrell Wilson, TCR UK racer.
Really?
Yeah, it's Darrell. Yeah, so that's who's doing. Make sure the seatbelts are tight, Tony Gillam, and then that car will head back out in the hands of Team Patron to see what it might be able to do to reassert itself in the lead of the race. We need to get through all of the pit stops first, and John Line needs to be heading into the pit lane in the next 6 3/4 minutes, just under, because the pit window will close when there are 10 minutes to go. So we can keep pressing on at the moment. He's got a 19.2 second lead over Jordan Honeybone.
I predict he's going to come in this lap. Just saw him come down and start finish straight, just flashed his lights to his crew on the pit wall. I think that he's just acknowledged that he's coming in this, unless he's got some kind of code that he's flashed a certain number of times that tells them how long he's going to be. But I just reckon he's likely to come in this time. He's caught up in a slightly slower car there, but he's passed him before he gets down to Graham Hill Bend. So 25 laps completed for John Line. Is this going to be the one where he brings it in? And that's where we're going to be glued to that pit exit. How is he going to do? Now, Pottinger, what did he do? His pit stop, 2:02.406. That's a lot closer to the maximum, isn't it?
Yep. So yeah, or minimum. Yeah. So
sorry, minimum.
You will see what he might be able to do. So John Line is indeed coming into the pit lane, as correctly predicted by Chris Dawes. And as he flicks his way through the little chicane, pit lane entry, gets the car slowed down to the regulatory speed limit, and then almost trickles his way all the way down pit lane to where his team are based. And of course, from entering the pit lane to exiting it cannot be any less than 120 seconds. But if you can get as close to that as possible, you start to pick up a bit of time in your pit stop, which is so much easier to pick up in the pit stop than it ever is on track.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw further down, just see the bottom left of your screen there is Jordan Honeybone, number 44. Remember, that car still trying to see if they could sneak that second place in the championship standings, but John Line there, you see 71, the incredibly rapid start in BMW, and was doing such a good job holding on the overall race lead. Still, it was of course the race lead as far as points were concerned, and he wants to make sure he gets out there ahead of Pottinger's white Renault Clio. As we say, Pottinger did, what did I say, 2:02.406, so just under 2.5 seconds longer than the minimum they have to be there. Are they going to get it right?
And also, the other thing we need to consider is Alex Jones giving way to Tony Gillan. What was their pit stop time? Well, their pit stop time was 2 minutes and 10 seconds, so they were even slower. So John Line, if he can get this absolutely right, you never know. Whilst he's in the pit lane, out on circuit though, new fastest lap, Tony Gillan, 54.190 for Tony Gillan. That is, at the moment, the best part of 2 seconds quicker than that very same car went in qualifying.
Which I think he only managed to get one flying lap in before the red flags came out. He just nailed it right at the end there, didn't it? Just suddenly leapt out of nowhere. Jordan Honeybone's rejoined the circuit, and it's just as intriguing keeping an eye on the pit stop times as much as anything else to make sure that everything is okay in terms of those times. You think about it, 2 seconds over the minimum, that's 1, 2, that's it, that's all you've done. You've cut that really fine, and John Line is now making his way out of the pits. As I look down below our commentary box, I should see that blue BMW appear. There he goes, and he's now out of that pit lane. Now, what did he do? 2:04 mark. He's done a 2:04.
He has, but as he's rejoined behind the Volkswagen Golfer Tony Gillan, so that would have given him the lead had he have come out ahead of that car.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was only going to be a matter of time. The Golf had got the lead overall before the pits, hadn't it? And was going to get even quicker. Importantly, coming out of Druids, directly behind that BMW is Pottinger. So he's managed to keep himself ahead of a point-scoring car there. Those two pick up their battle again. And in fact, looking in towards Graham Hill Bend, is that we're not far away from the number 70 Robertson Marsh car is still there. You just see in the background the red, white and black lights ablaze coming towards us right now. That is the car that sits there in 4th place now. So they're not that much split apart, are they?
No, so that's Justin Roberts. Everybody has now completed at least one pit stop, so I think we are done and dusted for all of the pit stops taking place. There is one car still in the pit lane, I can see though, over my left shoulder, so that could potentially be a retiree that is not going to play any further part in the race. We've got 12.5 minutes of the race still to go. We've got the battles back on again, so Jordan Honeybone together with the car of Charlie Polk and Freddie Hewitt are all together again as they come over the start-finish line, but it's Jordan Honeybone that is now at the front of that little trio of cars as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. So they have resumed their battle, albeit not quite in the same order. And then also resuming battle is the car in the hands of Rob Burnham, his Ford Fiesta, but he's now squabbling with a different car. He's got the number 7 car behind, so that'll be Will Arif, who has, of course, got that 5-second penalty hanging over him for track limits earlier on in the race.
Yeah, and I was just checking as well that it's showing that the 141 Fiesta of Wheeler and Watling, that was the blue one that was involved in the fights earlier, was it not? Although I had that down as 14, so I'm not sure why that's showing as still in the pits 141. But there is no 14 running anymore, so it looks like that car's hit an issue despite being involved in a great tussle in the early stages. Yeah,
still showing he's in the pits. I think he might have retired to the outer paddock potentially as Will Arif tries to draw himself alongside Rob Burnham, decides better of it as they head up towards Paddock Hill Bend. So the hugely experienced Will Arif, who's been racing for the best part of, I would say, probably 40, 50 years, but is still as quick as ever, trying to do battle with Rob Burnham, and that at the moment is going to be for 2nd and 3rd in Class D. It's going to be for 14th and 15th places overall.
I have to tell you, a cracking battle I just watched along the start-finish straight coming down towards Graham Hill Bend. Jordan Honeybone, 44, at the head of this 3-car train that we've just seen them not leaving each other alone. About to come into our eyesight now, the white Renault Clio of Jordan Honeybone. Behind him is Polk in the red, another one of the unique racing Renaults. And then directly behind them, of course, is the Freddie Hewitt, number 17, the grey Mini. The three of them still glued together. And what we had a second ago is as they made their way towards Paddock Hill Bend as Jordan went round the outside of a back marker. All of a sudden, Polk dived towards the inside, and I was a bit worried that Jordan wouldn't know that Polk had made that dive up, and thankfully they both got through and survived it. Came out squeaky clean and still fighting. And that's just, they just won't leave each other alone, will they?
That's good value, isn't it? All the way through the order. Just ahead of them is that great battle I was talking about between the two Ford Fiesta STs. The orange one of Rob Burnham fighting away with Will Arif. And I'm afraid retirement for Chris Dumpster and Jack Kemp's Renault Clio as well. That has retired at the end of the Cooper Straight, heading up towards Surtees Corner. So there'll be localised yellow flags, as you can see at the end of the Cooper Straight there, being waved as the marshals head in that general direction to try and get that stricken Clio out of the way with less than 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, hopefully the fact that it's gone up that escape lane will have it just as localised, and if it's still freewheeling, the wonderful orange arm will be able to get that pushed out of the way, which will be a relief to keep this race going. And Tony Gillam still stretching his legs at the overall front of the field. He's now nearly 7.5 seconds clear of John Lyne. But most importantly, from the points perspective, is that John Lyne still keeping Pottinger behind him, the 71 BMW holding on to second. But this fight we're looking at here is the one you draw attention to. That's absolutely brilliant. Burnham still keeping that orange Fiesta ahead of Will Arif. And yeah, as you say, he's got a 5-second penalty, but it's not going to stop you getting involved in a race, is it?
Will won't worry about that. He'll just roll his sleeves up and crack on still, and he's pushing hard. But Rob Burnham is more than up to the task at the moment of making sure he hangs on to the position. What they do need to do, though, is watch their mirrors, because whilst they're busy squabbling, we've got Jordan Honeybone edging up on them, and Jordan Honeybone, of course, can't afford to be compromised here. He's running in 5th place. He's got Charlie Polk right behind him, and then Freddie Hewitt has just dropped away a shade more in 7th place at the moment. So here are the two Ford Fiestas over the start finish line any second now, pretty much side by side again on the road towards Paddock Hill Bend. But they do need to keep an eye on the quicker cars coming through. I think Will Arif has finally got the job done, has he? Rob Burnham breaks as late as he dare and tries to keep hang on to the position, and they still remain in the same order as they come out to Paddock Hill Bend, but now they've got the traffic trying to wiggle their way through.
Yeah, I've always said that there's one thing worse than back markers, and that's battling back markers, and that's what you've got here is Jordan Honeybone desperately trying to pick his way through. Of course, the back markers want to keep their own fight going, but they don't want to pick up a penalty for ignoring the blue flags. And thankfully, they're just in it. Will Arif, fair shout. You could even see him through the window there that he was looking to the left to let these the faster cars through. Is he going to know that Freddie Hewitt is part of this as well? Now the problem is the back markers are lapping back markers as well, and somehow we're just about getting away with this, aren't we?
That was Les Conway's BMW 3 Series that they met just in the wrong place there, but Les saw them coming, stayed out of the way. Sensible driving from everybody with 7.5 minutes to go. Over the start-finish line they will all go. If anybody has lost time through this traffic, it's Freddie Hewitt at the wheel of the grey Mini, who has just lost a little bit of time. In fact, he's only now just got past Will Arif, and he's still got to deal with the orange Ford Fiesta of Rob Burnham. So Freddie and his hopes of getting inside the top 6 are slightly being dashed at the moment, because, say, he's still working his way through the traffic. 7 minutes to go. Race leader has now completed 32 laps. Make that 33 as Tony Gillam goes over the start-finish line. John Lyne in 2nd place, though, still under enormous pressure from Adrian Pottinger.
Yeah, the problem you've got is these Fiestas are incredibly quick in a straight line, aren't they? So it's not easy for these quicker cars to get past them, and there was no blue flags being shown for Freddie Hewitt that I saw there, but he's managed to make his way through now, and the problem for him is he's got a reel in these pair ahead. However, it's not out of the question, because I thought that Jordan Honeybone had escaped from the chasing pole, the 98 car, the red and black unique racing Renault Clio, but suddenly that gap between those two has come down again. So you don't need to lose sleep if it's disappeared. And these Fiestas have picked up their fight again. Will Arif had somehow got past the orange Burnham 25 car. Burnham's taking it back again. It's do-si-do your partners.
Brilliant stuff. Will Arif flashing his lights, trying to do anything, but they are fighting for position. So why should Rob Burnham give the place up?
Try to confuse him.
Fighting over 12th and 13th position. It's been good value, has this little squabble as well. It's still good value for 2nd and 3rd overall in the race as well, because John Lyne has still got Adrian Pottinger within half a second of him. You might just see them go through the background of the shot. Yeah, down through Paddock Hill Bend, you could just see those two go. So there's still nothing to choose between them. So
the key thing, Mark, this is 2nd and 3rd in class, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
That we're watching now. So it's no wonder they're going at it hammer and nails. because there is silverware available for them.
Yeah, Ronan Quinn is the man who leads the class. His is the white car with the blue bonnet, but he's about 5 or 6 seconds up the road from this little pair as well. So over the start finish time, come Will Arif is going to have another little nibble, is he? He's not quite as alongside as he was on the previous lap, so a nice wide line in, try and cut back on the exit, get a bit more momentum coming out of the corner. Is that going to be the ticket? No, it's not, because Rob Burnham will just see that coming and defend again.
Across the line has gone our race leader still, Tony Gillam, the 34 car, stretching his legs comfortably at the front, but about to come towards the line now is the point scoring lead battle. John Line, 71, still leading the way, under constant pressure from Pottinger, the 89 car, but never close enough that he's having to take defensive lines or even worry that the lunge is going to be launched by Pottinger. You see Pottinger, the white clear, just in the background there. He's never dropping him completely, is he? But he's just keeping it a big enough gap.
Yeah, two very different cars, aren't they? Renault Clio, nice car through the corners. The BMW, a bit more pointy and squirty, so a bit quicker in a straight line. But overall, it's a heavier car, so it might have a bit more power. But power to weight means that both of them end up in the same class in reality. John Line doing a really good job again of hanging on to a potential podium spot. It would be second overall, of course, in the race, but he would be the first championship registered car home, because it's a guest class car that continues to lead in the hands of Tony Gillam, having taken over from Alex Jones during the pit window. So 4 minutes to go, lead gap slightly growing. There's more traffic up the road just to deal with, so the E36 BMW will try and get past the E30 of Les Conway. But that is going to happen, one would imagine, on the exit of Druids and on the run down in towards Graham Hill.
Yeah, I was just looking behind us. It's like you say, is that everywhere there's fights going on. We're looking here at this lead battle. John Line trying to hold that on. Across the line goes Jordan Honeybone, trying to keep Polk behind him. We've still got these two Fiestas going at it for second and third in Class D. Across the line they come, and it is Burnham, number 25, still just about holding Will Arif, the blue number 7, behind him. But they get side by side, don't they? So that's what we're not seeing between these pair at the moment. John Line still, that BMW, able to keep that Clio just enough at bay, and he's got less than 3.5 more minutes to be able to keep that as the way he wants it to finish.
Yep, so pressure will still be on all of the time to try and make sure that he remains where he wants to be. John Line on course potentially to stitch up the championship, and will want to make sure that he just keeps pressing on. It would need an absolute disaster for John Line to not be the champion, but he's got to keep going. He's got to see the checkered flag. Even if he were to lose 2 or 3 places in his class, would still not worry him at this stage. But what he couldn't afford to do is non-finish in these final 3 minutes. That would be an absolute disaster. There's Charlie Polk over the start-finish line. He just dives up the inside of the Class D leading Ford Fiesta of Ronan Quinn. Ronan circulating in 11th position. Charlie Polk in 6th place, so that puts a lap on the Class D leader. Charlie Polk has really sort of settled down into that 6th position now, because he's managed to remove all of the pressure that was placed upon him. He's fallen away from Jordan Honeybone, but he's also got daylight between himself and Freddie Hewitt. And what of the 2 Ford Fiestas fighting over 2nd and 3rd in Class D, I hear you ask? Well, out of Druids they will come. Race leader bearing down on them, but Rob Burnham and Will Arif still haven't sorted out who wants to finish 2nd in the class and who wants to finish 3rd yet.
Yeah, and long may that continue. I'm sort of almost ready to look at the trophy to see if they're going to be against each other in the Trackday Trophy as well, because I'm absolutely loving this. They've just been passed by Tony Gillam, and it's slightly spread them apart, but you almost get the impression they'd wait for each other, wouldn't they?
Yes, you would. Yeah. They're having so much fun.
Yeah.
They don't want, either of them don't want to lose out. Freddie Hewitt also with a bit of work to do. He's now got Ronan Quinn's car ahead of him. Freddie Hewitt just outside of the top 6 in 7th position. We're fast approaching the final 90 seconds of this race as well. But for John Line, all he needs to do is just hang on to where he is, keep Adrian Pottinger behind, and even if Adrian got through, it would still be sufficient for him to lift the championship crown.
Yeah, already Tony Gillam onto his penultimate tour of this circuit, just coming out of Druids as the key battle for points. John Line comes through. 2 more tours of this Kent Indy circuit for him to go, keeping Pottinger behind him. That rapid start wasn't just a flash in the pan, is it? He's done brilliantly to maintain that position all the way through to this stage. 4th place, number 70, the Class C leading car of Robertson Marsh. They've done a great job. Remember, at times they were sort of nibbling away at the cars just ahead of them, the Line and Pottinger cars. They've settled back into sort of fairly lonely 4th on the road, but with this Class C victory looking good and potentially at least one hand on at the moment, it's not surprising they don't want to get stuck in too much. Fifth is the 44 car of Honeybone. Just ahead of Polk is the runner-up in Class C as it stands at the moment. And yeah, we've got some more penalties coming up, by the way. 57 picks up a 5-second penalty, and 7, Will Arif, picks up 10-second penalty now. What a shame for those track limits.
So yeah, a real shame for Will Arif. Didn't heed the warning, but it's still, I've no doubt Will have a big old smile on his face. He'll have enjoyed that little race that he's been having with Rob Burnham. So we'll have to wait and see as to exactly where on corrected times that will put him. So 10 seconds to go. Clock is almost there. This is going to be the final lap. Tony Gilliam isn't going to quite get towards the start-finish line before the clock ticks to 0. So out of the final corner, and to receive the checkered flag, it is going to be Tony Gilliam and Alex Jones that claim the win in the final race of the season for the MSVT Trackday Championship. We'll have to wait and see who finishes in second place. John Lyne was coming under pressure from Adrian Pottinger, but Adrian Pottinger, I think, has picked up a time penalty somewhere, so ultimately it won't happen. So up towards the checkered flag they will come, and John Lyne's BMW, subject to official confirmation as he goes through now and over the start-finish line, that will be sufficient for him to be crowned the champion for this year. So number 71, John Lyne, second home, and third home, Adrian Pottinger, who did pick up a 5-second penalty in the closing stages of that one. So we've got the car of Justin Roberts and Stefan March finishing in 4th position. Jordan Honeybone should come through and finish in 5th place, and then Charlie Polk chases him over the line to finish in 6th position. So that is it for the MSVT Trackday Championship for this year. A few more cars still to take the checkered flag, but as ever, brilliant battling all the way throughout. And for John Lyne, having previously been a runner-up in this championship a couple of years ago, for the first time, he'll be lifting the championship crown. So we should now be able to confirm the results with you for our final race of the season for the MSVT Trackday Championship for 2022. And they look as follows. It was a win for Tony Gilliam and Alex Jones, with John Lyne in 2nd place, but subject to official confirmation. That's enough for him to be the champion for this year. Adrian Pottinger was there in 3rd position, and it was Justin Roberts and Stefan Marsh that finished in 4th place. Jordan Honeybone was 5th, ahead of Charlie Polk and Freddie Hewitt. They had a brilliant battle all the way through, and a rather quiet race for Darren Goes, who finished in 8th position. Gary Littlewood was there in 9th place, and George Jackson from 23rd on the grid finished in 10th place. Ronan Quinn won Class D as he finished in 11th, ahead of Rob Burnham and Will Arif, with Ashley and Rob Hornigold in their MGZR finishing in 14th position. In 15th place it was Darren Robinson. 16th place goes the way of Bonser, and then as you can see it was Owen from the lower end DRC car. Les Conway finished in 19th position, completing the top 20 was car number 177, which was Mick Presland. Now, the rest of the cars there were all our retirees that we had throughout the course of the race. We know of the retirement of the Dumpster and Kemp Clio. We saw the Ford Puma of Harry Hardy having its issues, but Alistair Eason was the one who retired very, very early on in his Mazda at the wheel of that car. So the rest of the cars are all making their way back round in towards the pit lane area. Once more, Chris Dawes has made his way down in towards the pits, where we're hoping we're going to be able to pick up with some of our drivers in the final Trackday Championship race of the season. Of course, we've got 4 drivers in those top 3 positions to try and chat to, so it'd be good to chat to our race winners. It'd be really good to chat to John Lyne, our champion, as well, and maybe pick up the thoughts from Adrian Pottinger, who had a busy old race. I don't think there was any point in that race that Adrian Pottinger at the wheel of his Clio was not either attacking or defending. So it's always the case in Trackday Trophy or Trackday Championship. There's always somebody to squabble with, and that was a great way for them to finish their 2022 championship season. More racing to come up from the Trackday Trophy later on over the course of the day. Of course, we've got Turismo X that we've got to look forward to as well, and that will be coming up shortly, because after we've got the Turismo X race out of the way, we'll then be heading towards our lunch break, albeit a rather brief one here at Brands Hatch, and the final day of racing in the 2022 championship season. So all of the cars then have trundled their way down the pit lane. The circuit is reasonably clear. I don't think there's many cars to be cleared up by our marshals, so I think everybody is out of harm's way, and I'm hoping Chris Dawes might be able to pick up with a driver or two down there in the pit lane. So I think what's happened is probably the cars have ended up getting shuffled into Parc Fermé and that's why we'll not be able to hear from Chris, so they'll have to go through a range of technical checks. As I mentioned earlier on, you know, we say John Lyne is the champion, but we always say it's subject to official confirmation, because those technical checks have to take place to make sure that the cars are compliant with the regulations in every way, that they do match the power to weight ratios that have been registered in the championship. And once all of that technical aspect is done, only then will the official results be issued, and once all the checks and balances have been done, then that's when you can officially then crown the champion. So I think what's happened is, yeah, they've all been shuffled into Parc Fermé, which might just take a while for them to head towards Chris Dawes. So I think after a slight delay, we should now be able to hand you downstairs to Chris Dawes, who's managed to catch up with somebody down there.
So we're down here in the pits. Unfortunately, I've not been able to get as many of the drivers as I was hoping to be able to get. They've kind of disappeared, but I have been able to get hold of the start driver in the race-winning car. It might have been a guest class, but it was great to see the Team Hard Golf out there. So we've managed to get Alex. Congratulations on a great overall race win. You had to work hard to get yourself back in the lead there.
I did, but I absolutely enjoyed every minute of it. I done it on purpose, to be honest. I wanted a bit of a challenge. So no, it was a good race. I really enjoyed it, but yeah, I did have to work quite hard.
It looked like it was quite a handful when it was cold.
Yeah, definitely. Coming out going out on the first lap, tyres were a bit cold, struggling for grip, but obviously as second, third built up, so yeah, I was happy in the end.
Yeah, as soon as you tamed that bucking Bronco, you were able to then just pick your way through. I mean, impressive, but you still had to be patient because they didn't need to jump out of your way, did they?
No, not really. Obviously, there was quite a few in front of me and stuff, and I just wanted to take my time. Obviously, I had 20 minutes, so yeah, I just, like I said, didn't do anything stupid and just concentrated on the race.
And then you handed over to Tony, who brought it home. He got the glory bit, didn't he?
Did indeed. He always does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The boss is able to do that, isn't he? But listen, well done. Great victory.
Thank you. Cheers.
So that is who we've got there. And the others, I was hoping we'd catch John Lyne, but I'm going to have to hand back now because the next race is underway. It's the Turismo X. So back to Mark Werrell.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Yeah, so already Turismo X are on their formation lap, so it's probably a good idea then to guide you through the grid and the way that they will line up for this, their first of two races that will be taking place here today. And again, the championship is still up for grabs. So the qualifying took place earlier on, and it was Darren Goes in Super Pole that managed to grab a pole position. Dylan Brichter lines up alongside. Row 2 of the grid is the Honda of Richard Clark and the BMW of Gary Hufford. And row 3, it's the Jamie Hayes and Alex Rees shared car alongside the Volkswagen Golf of George Wright. On to row 4 of the grid, it's the Lotus of Al Bull. For company, he's got 144, which is Lewis Gatt. Adam Blair did not do a lap in the Super Pole session, so he is going to start rather further down than one would have expected on the 5th row of the grid. And alongside him is Sean Andrews and Clive Golf for Volkswagen Golf. And James Owen had problems in qualifying. Let's hope the Audi is fixed. Indeed, I can see it is there. It will join at the tail end of the field, having had issues in the qualifying session. So this is the first of 2 races in the Turismo X. Again, it will be a sprint race, as has been the format all season. So rather than have longer pit stop races, it's 2 20-minute sprint races that we will see, and the championship is still wide open. Adam Blair leads the championship on 295 points coming into this one. Darren Goes, who starts from pole position, is second in the championship on 262, and Dylan Brichter, who lines up on the outside of the front row of the grid, is just a further 9 points adrift on 253 championship points. 30 points for a win, 27 for second, 24 for third, and so on. It diminishes from there. 3 points for pole position go the way of Darren Goes. There'll be 2 points going the way of Dylan Brichter because he was second, and 1 single point will go the way of Richard Clark, who qualified third. You also get points for cars you beat in your class, points also for the fastest lap as well. So there's plenty of championship points still to tot up over the course of this race and the race that we'll see later on over the course of the day. So the grid is fully formed. For the penultimate time this season, we're about to get Turismo X underway with the TCR Audi of Darren Goes on the front row of the grid. Watch out for the rear-wheel drive BMW of Gary Hufford, who doesn't get a great start, to be honest, but then through the second phase starts to get going. But Dylan Brichter has had the best start of all. He's going to lead the charge up towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time, with Darren Goes in second place. And now, by the look of things, Gary Hufford trying round the outside of the Honda of Richard Clark and making it stick. So Gary Hufford up into third position, and I think Richard Clark might drop even further down through the order because he's been given a thing or two to think about by George Wright and Adam Blair, who was already at the wheel of the number 1 car. The championship leader carved his way through the order. Remember, he did not set a lap in Superpole. A little nudge of the Seat onto the coattails of Gary Hufford there just unstabilises the BMW, and that allows not just Adam Blair to go through, but George Wright at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf sneaks his way through as well. However, we have also now had a brief spin, I think, and that brief spin has gone the way of Dylan Brichter, and off also is going George Wright, who nearly deposits the Volkswagen Golf into the gravel trap there. Lots of arm twirling, eventually getting it back under his spell. So again, cold tyres just affecting the cars as over the start-finish line goes Richard Clark, who is indecently quick in a straight line at the wheel of the Honda Civic, carves his way past Gary Hufford rather effortlessly in that respect, so picking up the place there. So Richard Clark now up into third position. So Darren Goes leads the way. Adam Blair, who started 9th, up to second by the end of the first lap of the race in the hands of the championship leader. Again, you can just see tyres not fully up to temperature there. Adam Blair just taking a couple of little nibbles to try and get the car turned in appropriately in towards Graham Hill Bend. Dylan Brichter also looking to try and make progress after his spin at this part of the circuit on the lap prior, so he now gets himself through and ahead of Gary Hufford. So that's up into fourth position for the recovering number 2 car that lies third in the championship standings, remember. So 2 laps completed. Darren Goes leading the way as they head through Paddock Hill Bend. Further down through the order, squabbles still occurring as the Jamie Hayes and Alex Reed shared Seat Leon Super Copa works its way past the Renault Clio. And then you've also got Al Bull's Lotus in the mix as well. And Lewis Gatt doing a good job at the wheel of that little Renault Clio, actually. So that's the squabble towards the tail end of the field. For Darren Goes, though, at the sharp end, 17.5 minutes remaining. He leads the way, and the lead advantage has now been shrunk because now up into second place comes the charging Richard Clark, and there's problems, and the problems are for the championship leader Adam Blair, all of a sudden slowing out on circuit as he comes down towards Surtees and McLaren. You can see yellow flags being waved there because he's pulled the car off the circuit, or has he? He's only just pulled it off the circuit. It's on the very edge of the circuit. Whatever's happened, Adam Blair was hoping, I'm sure, to limp that car back to the pit lane, but it's stopped, and it has stopped, I would say, in a very dangerous place. Surtees is a quick corner, quick left-hander. If you run wide at the exit, you are on that curb where Adam Blair has parked that car. So I think I know what the outcome of this one is going to be, and I think it's going to mean that we're not going to be green flag racing for too much longer, Chris.
No, and I mean, I just walked up the stairs to the commentary box again as I saw him lose the back end of that, basically where he stopped now, and the car was looking very loose, and we never found out what the issue was in qualifying, did we?
It wasn't him that lost it, Dylan Brichter that spun.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was Dylan Brichter that spun.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. So, but yeah, whether that is a reoccurrence of whatever happened in qualifying, simply don't know. But that car is, it's not in a safe place, that's for sure.
It's, yeah, right on the apex there of a very fast part of the circuit. Safety car boards are out now, so safety car is out as you anticipated. They just need to be able to move that. And I agree with you, because he's gone past the escape road, hasn't he, to get into the rear of the paddock. So he was obviously hoping he could get in, or possibly even reset it. What was it we said about the Seats? They're wonderful cars, but they're very highly strung.
Yes, absolutely. And this now rather blows the championship wide open, doesn't it? Because you don't count any drop scores. There are no dropped rounds in Turismo X. Every single round counts. So all of a sudden, that has blown things wide open for the second race later on today, because Adam Blair is not going to be scooping up any points in this one, and the likes of Darren Goes at the moment is in the strongest position, isn't he, because he managed to qualify on pole position, so he picked up the 3 points for that. He has so far in this race set the fastest lap of the race, so he'll be picking up the extra point for that, and he is also potentially on course for a win if he stays where he is, so that would really, really shuffle the championship order. And for Adam Blair, that's going to be a tough old pill to swallow at the beginning of the day, with another race still to come up later on.
Yeah, of course, it wouldn't have been him that was having that moment, because Adam Blair started on the penultimate row, didn't he, with whatever the issue was in qualifying. That's reared its ugly head yet again, sadly. I did notice that another one that had an issue was circulating, the Audi TT, but that seems to have disappeared now as well. Can't see it in the train there. It's just circulating at the back now. That's okay, so it's yet to catch up. But that stopped very early, didn't it, in qualifying? So it was good to see it back out again. That
stopped very early in qualifying. No, you're absolutely right. The other car that I think maybe had an issue at the start of the race, but couldn't quite see it, was the number 14 car of Jamie Hayes, because that seemed to sort of drop down through the order from where it started. It started 5th. It's running 7th at the moment. So that is a car that, yeah, perhaps has had a problem. It's showing as Hayes is the surname, so I'm guessing Alex Reid will do race number 2, and it's Jamie Hayes in for this one. Whereas the other two-driver car that we've got, Sean Andrews and Clive Goldthorpe, there's no indication on our screens as to which one of the two it is in this race, so we'll stick with both of the names. So the pack is fully formed. The trackside recovery team are just in the process of, I think, having a chat to understand what the issue is with the car, and they've sent the 4x4, which suggests that they are fairly confident that just a straight tow to get the car out of harm's way. But what they do need to do is just make sure that all of the pack of cars are past that point before they start to connect it up and drag it out of the way, which they're in the process of doing now. So unfortunately the safety car is just about to complete another lap, so it's going to be another lap after this one before we can go green. So let's just run down through the order with you. Under safety car, Darren Goes leads the way. Second is Richard Clark. Third is Dylan Brichter. Fourth is Gary Hufford. Fifth place is George Wright. Sixth place is going to be Jamie Hayes. Seventh place is Al Bull. Eighth place is going to be the Lewis Gatt Renault Clio. Ninth place is Sean Andrews, is now being confirmed as the driver of that car. Just spotted it. So Sean Andrews is driving the Volkswagen Golf. 10th place is going to be James Owen, and that will be the last of our runners now.
This is not the way that Adam Blair would have wanted to go for. He's changed it from number 11 to number 1, and that seems to have made the difference for him, sadly. When the number 1 fell off of his car, he's had a torrid time. It looked fine in qualifying, the first qualifying session though, didn't it?
It was absolutely fine, yeah. In the main qualifying session it was great, and then from Superpole onwards it's sort of gone wrong for him, hasn't it, in reality? So yeah, a big old shame for him.
Now, safety car lights are out at this stage, so we're going to get this race back underway. Darren Goes, the number 22 car, that Audi RS3 TCR, that wonderful black and metallic green, and he's decided to go already. Has he got the timing right on this? He's just applied the brakes as he goes through the tighter parts of this. He's going to get this absolutely right. He's gone earlier than I've seen for a long time, Mark, and he's got the timing absolutely right.
Brilliant restart, wasn't it, from Darren Goes? Look at the advantage he's already built up between himself and the rather lethargic restart by comparison of Richard Clark, who at the wheel of the Honda is heading round through Paddock Hill Bend. Now Dylan Brichter is there in 3rd place. We've got Gary Hufford, Jack Wright, and then the next of the cars is going to be Jamie Hayes. So I think, yeah, the Wrights have now confirmed. It was down as being just George driving, but now it's showing as being Jack Wright that's driving the car. Is that right? George was the only one entered on the entry sheet that I got.
Well, the fact they've deliberately put a J.
They put a J there now.
Yeah,
we'll stick with it. Stick with what it says. Yeah.
He was obviously just suddenly available at the 11th hour. He couldn't say no. So yeah. Oh, and going straight on there is the grey and yellow 46 car of Jack Wright. Across the grass there. It's not looking comfortable, that car, is it? It's as if it's got a puncture or something.
It has been a troubled car all season, that car. It's one that they got at the beginning of the year, and it's been, yeah, difficult. It's been like a petulant teenager, as that car. And
he's not gone into the pits, interestingly. So he feels that he can shake it off. clear its throat and get going again. He's just weaving it down the straight just to sort of see how it feels. So it's clearly not a puncture, but something looked very unsettled on it, didn't it?
It did, yeah. It didn't look great through there on the first lap, and I put that down to cold tyres. But that looked very similar in that the car just didn't want to do what the driver wanted it to do. So, yeah, very unusual indeed. So, a bit of a weave from side to side down the start-finish line just to try and understand what the car's doing, and is it going to spit you off, or was it just something that it might have run over on the track that caused the difficulty? We'll have to wait and see. Back to the fight for second and third, though. Richard Clark, with his slightly slower restart, means that he's into the clutches of Dylan Brichter to a degree. So over the start-finish line now come. But the one good thing for that Honda, crumbs, it's quick in a straight line.
Crumbs, isn't it just? But Brichter, of course, having started on the front row with that moment, that hairy moment on the opening lap. Look at this, we're suddenly going 3 wide, onto the start-finish straight, which was the one that held their breath there. I think that was the says 27 on it. It's 127 on the screen, but Andrews at the wheel of that one basically just held his breath as he was filling in a rather tight sandwich through Clark Curve then.
Yeah, he got Lewis Gatt to driver's right, he'd got Jack Wright to driver's to the opposite side. So yeah, good stuff between that one. Now Sean Andrews brakes very, very late indeed, sneaks up the inside of Lewis Gatt. So place gain there for the car of Sean Andrews. I notice it does say 27 and 127 on the side. It says both. It actually does say both. Yeah.
That means he's covered his bets then, because it does appear in other races later, doesn't it, with the different numbers. That obviously got a bit too tight through Clark Curve, judging by the smoke coming off of the back of that car. That does look more like bodywork, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks like tyre rub, doesn't it, on that front corner. Let's just have a quick look. No obvious signs of anything, but there's definitely smoke, wasn't there, billowing from the front left-hand side of that Renault Clio as it went down the Cooper Straight. But by the time it goes down the Brabham Straight, it seems to have cleared itself.
Well, fingers crossed. You hope that it's the bodywork that burns away rather than the rubber that it's touching, and it seems to be the former that at the moment he's getting away with, so carries on through. Already Darren Goes making his way on to complete yet another lap. This will be 11 in the book, with still just over 8.5 minutes left to go in this first of 2 Turismo X races. But the real fight still looks like could be taking shape between second and third. Across the line they go. It's the 66 Honda Civic of Richard Clark holding on to second, but Brichter, the number 2 car, front row starting, towed his wild ride on the opening lap, coming back through this field, and he's just patiently bringing him back in. Sadly, the 144 car has decided enough's enough, it doesn't feel right, and he's exiting through the rear entrance to the pit lane there.
Yeah, shame that for Lewis Gatt. So that's another one that we have lost. We've got some backmarker lappery now going on as James Owens' Audi TT is passed by the race leader, then by Richard Clark, followed by Dylan Brichter, so he'll be staying neatly and tidily out of harm's way. But for Darren Goes, this is all going beautifully well as far as he is concerned for the championship, because whilst he would never wish any bad luck on Adam Blair, you'll take it when it happens, won't you?
Of course, because you know, what goes around comes around invariably, and you've got to take the good luck when it comes your way. Doesn't mean you gloat about it, but of course he's just going to be, you know, getting a good haul of points coming through this one. I was just trying to grab to see what difference it actually makes, literally. I know you're relying on me to do the maths.
There was 33 points between them at the beginning of this race, all rounds count. At the moment, Darren Goes is on for 30 points for the race win, plus the 3 points for pole position, plus the extra point for fastest lap, plus a point for every person he beats in Class S, which will be 1, 2, 3, and will be 4 cars, because Blair did take the race start.
Yep.
So an extra 4 points there. So he's going to be in the lead of the championship.
Wow, so he's going to go with one last run later today for the whole of the 2022 season. He's going to have got himself into the lead, but not by an awful lot.
Only by about 3 or 4 points, yeah,
wow.
Something like that. Not a lot in it. No, not a lot in it. So we'll have to wait and see. And
you
of course,
couldn't script that, could you? Let's
no,
be honest.
no, and there are less points on offer for race 2, you could argue, because you don't get the extra points for pole position that you'd get for race 1.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think that's the way it works, because you get the points for fastest lap, so you can't have them twice.
And I'm not surprised by this, because I said to you when we got to even qualifying, the main qualifying session, is that he came out quite far down in the queue out of the pit lane, but he then was like making really dam buster moves to get himself up to the front of the field in that qualifying, it made no difference. There was no points up for grab, but he wanted a clear track. He got it, and he's just been on a mission ever since we first saw him on track this morning.
On a mission at the moment is Dylan Brichter as well in second place, because he's catching up with the Honda of Richard Clark. But as I said earlier on, that Honda is just so quick in a straight line at the Seat, which isn't an underpowered car, just runs out of puff. They are all in the same class as well, so it's Class S cars first, second and third at the moment. The first of the non-Class S cars is Gary Hufford, who runs in Class X, the most powerful class. He's in fourth position, the way things currently are. Your other class leaders are leading Class G is Al Bull at the wheel of the Lotus. He's in the guest class, and leading Class B is Sean Andrews at the wheel of his Volkswagen Golf.
So they're still working, by the way. On
and Class A, Jack Wright, of course. Forgot that one.
Of course, yeah. And yes, the Team Hard crew is still working on Blair's car down there. Of course, they want to try and get that sorted for race number 2, which doesn't mean, don't rule out, he might suddenly sneak out for a lap or so at the end of this just to make sure it's okay. Darren goes through and completes 15 laps, but this race for second place between Clark and Brichter, 66 and 2. Is absolutely alive. The temperature will be firmly in these powerful cars now, and the tyres, the brakes, everything's going to be okay despite the cold temperatures we've got there, ambient and track-wise. But now, Dylan Brichter, he's got the confidence in that car again. He's reeled in patiently onto the back of that Civic and the 66 car of Clark. I wouldn't say he's going defensive yet though, Mark, is he?
No, not as yet, because I don't think Dylan Brichter is quite close enough. And for Richard Clark, all he needs to do is just make sure, particularly this part of the circuit that they're coming to now, which is round through Clearways Corner, he's just cleanly off that, because his car has the straight line speed advantage. So look at how close that gap is at the start of the straight compared to how big it is at the end of the straight. Now you can just see he starts to edge away, doesn't he? And then by the time he gets towards Paddock Hill Bend again, he breaks that little bit earlier because he's carrying more speed. Maybe isn't quite as confident on the brakes, and Dylan Brichter starts to close back up again through the twiddly bits.
Still wonderful just watching on the stream there, watching the way these cars handle around these corners. They just look just wonderful pieces of kit, don't they, as they go round this undulating Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. And Brichter closes right onto the back of Clark as they come down the hill, throw the anchors out the back for the left-hander of Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight. They've got back markers they're going to be encountering fairly soon. Thankfully, they are split apart. The bad news is it's Laprie of Laprie ahead of them, and Darren Goes has already got through with 3 minutes 20 left to go on the clock. Darren goes through, and that's 17 laps completed. And are we going to see Clark manage to get past the 127 car of Andrews? Yes. Brichter doesn't manage to do it just yet. That's split them apart a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to have to wait till he'll get past Sean Andrews on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. So manages to do so. There's then further traffic just up the road, which is James Owen's Audi to deal with, and they both get past that on the run up towards Druids. So the gap that had opened up very briefly through the traffic is now back down to exactly what it was again through there. So nose to tail, they will head round through Graham Hill Bend. Darren Goes is on lap number 18 the way things currently stand. There are 2 3/4 minutes to go. The best of the battles is still for second and for third position, with Richard Clark, who lies 6th in the championship standings coming into this one, managing to fight off Dylan Brichter, who is of course third in the championship standings.
As I predicted, the number 1 car of Adam Blair has gone back out onto the circuit, so circulating in last place about 12-13 laps down, but just trying to make sure that car is okay for race number 2, because that is what his championship will hinge on. He's going to have lost the lead by our maths. I say your maths. I took credit quickly then, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah, so he's just going to make sure that he can at least give it his all, even if it's going to be a challenge from further down this grid. But we're now down to less than 2 minutes remaining in this race. Darren Goes over 6 1/4 seconds clear of the rest of the field, and that rest of the field is headed by these two that are involved in their own fight. That means it's not likely to be closed in on, to be fair. They're so focused on their own fight, understandably, and Clark is still holding on to it. Brichter still there. Every tiny little mistake that we get from Clark, and it's not even fair to call him a mistake, it's nothing significant, but all of a sudden you see Brichter's Seat just closing right onto the back of that Civic.
I think there'll be 5 points between them, so I think Darren Goes will take over the championship lead by 5 championship points, if I've got the maths just very quickly scribbling down then. Right, I think I've added them all in. Yeah, I think so. We're there or thereabouts. Oh no, there's another thing that I need to try and factor in as well. So yes, we'll have to wait and see. It might be 6 points between them, because the regulations also give you an extra point for each competitor beaten in a higher class, up to a maximum of 5. And of course, Darren Goes is beating Gary Hufford, who's in a higher class, so we pick up an extra point for that as well. So yeah, there'll be 6 points between them.
Goodness me. Right. Okay.
So it's 30 plus 3 plus 1 plus 4 plus 1. There you go.
Darren Goes is clearly backed off now, because that margin is coming down visibly as well as on the clock. But they go on to their final tour, and Darren Goes is down to 3.5 seconds. I am assuming that he's choosing to take this easy rather than being a problem. But it also looks like third place Brichter has just dropped away from the 66 Civic of Clark.
Yeah, so Darren Goes. Let's hope there's no cause for concern whatsoever. We're into the final few seconds of this race. So Darren Goes is on to his last lap of the race, turns his way through Graham Hill Bend, accelerates his way down the straight, and that car is struggling now, I think, Darren Goes.
Really?
All of a sudden, has he realised that Richard Clark is closing a little bit quicker than maybe he thought? So I think, yeah, first part of the lap was being taken easy by Darren Goes. Second part of the lap, yeah, all of a sudden he's realised he needs to get the hurry up here, so he's just about got enough in hand. So Darren Goes comes out to the final corner. The checkered flag is being readied. It's going to be a win in the penultimate round of Turismo X 2022 for Darren Goes, who picks up the championship lead in the process. Richard Clark comes through to finish in second place, with Dylan Brichter in third place. That won't do his championship hopes any harm. Either. We'll wait for the fourth place car to come through, which is going to be the winner of Class X, which is Gary Hufford in the BMW, so he takes the checkered flag now, and then it will be Jamie Hayes who should be next through after the lapped car of what is Sean Andrews goes through, so that will be the car in Class B that takes the checkered flag. There is now over the start finish line the fifth place car of Jamie Hayes. Sixth place should be Jack Wright, I should say, Jack Wright, who took over that car. We were expecting it just to be George, but Jack is showing us the name for this one. Good to see that Adam Blair did get to the checkered flag, albeit, yeah, was something like 12 laps adrift in the end at the wheel of his Seat Leon. So I think that's pretty much everybody to take the checkered flag now, albeit has James Owen come through yet at the wheel of the Audi? Yes, he has. So we've got everybody through. So Darren Goes, you see, is flashing his lights and waving to the marshals and the crowd as he works his way around on the slowing down lap. He'll be as pleased as punch with that one, not just because of the race win, because of what it will do for his championship tally, and he could be the champion by the end of the day. We'll have to wait and see. So let's just confirm the results for you. The win goes the way of Darren Goes from Richard Clark and Dylan Brichter. Gary Hufford won his class, Class X, and was there in fourth place overall, with Jamie Hayes completing the top 5 and Jack Wright winning Class A in 6th position. Al Bull was there in 7th place with the car of Sean Andrews in 8th place. James Owen was the last of the finishers in 9th place, because unfortunately we lost very early on into the race Lewis Gatt at the wheel of his Renault Clio, and Adam Blair may not be classified as a finisher. We'll have to wait and see when the official results were issued, but he was back out circulating at the end of the race, but of course he lost 12 laps whilst they were repairing his car. So Chris Dawes has again made it downstairs to try and chat to some of our drivers from Turismo X in what is the last race prior to our lunch break here at Brands Hatch, but it will be a very short lunch break. If you are tuning in on the stream, don't go too far. If you're here at the circuit, very quickly head to the Kentagon and grab yourself some food or refreshments, or get in the warmth for a period of time, because time check now, it is 1:20. We are bang on timetable, and we are due to go racing again at 1:50, so it's only a 20-minute lunch break that is being scheduled. So not much respite for competitors, for officials, or for marshals on this final weekend of racing here at Brands Hatch in 2022. Looking forward already to the start of the 2023 championship season. So Chris Dawes is hopefully going to try and grab a word certainly with Darren Goes. It'd be really good to hear from Darren Goes, because if I've got the maths right, I think he's taken over the championship lead by what will be 6 championship points. I will recheck the maths over the course of the lunch break, because it's important that we know that when we head into what will be the final race of the championship season later on this afternoon. And of course for Darren Goes, it doesn't just stop here with this race and then one race later on. He's also been out in Trackday Trophy, Trackday Championship, so he's a busy man over the course of this final weekend of racing. So I think again the drivers have been brought in towards Parc Fermé, which does mean that, again, we'll have a slight delay. I can see that, is that Darren Goz's car now is trundling its way down the pit lane. So yeah, they've been brought into Parc Fermé for some technical checks. And whilst our cameraman and Chris Dawes are waiting down at the opposite end of the pit lane, Darren Goes is now trundling the Audi TCR car down the pit lane. And hopefully we'll be able to hear from our race winner very, very shortly. Because as I say, not only is he the race winner, he is now also the leader of the championship heading into the very last race of the season. And they are scheduled to be back out on circuit, Turismo X, at around about 3:15 this afternoon, there or thereabouts. So Darren Goes pulls up right the way down at the bottom of pit lane, at pit lane exit end, which hopefully now means that we'll be able to grab a quick word with him. Once he's out of the car, he'll have had no doubt his crash helmet and hands device and everything else taken off already. And then once he just hops out of the car and make sure that it doesn't trickle down the pit lane whilst he's out there chatting, we can chat to our driver, who is going to be down there with Chris Dawes for a very quick conversation. So just awaiting final confirmation that we're ready to hand downstairs for our interview, and then we can hopefully send you downstairs to Chris Dawes, who is there with Darren Goes.
Welcome back down here to the pit lane, where the drivers have, they weren't supposed to be stopped, but they were stopped at the far end. But we've managed to get, certainly the top two are down here with me. Darren Goes is out of the car, but he's still got his helmet on. Come on, Darren, come and have a word, mate. You take it, you leaving that on?
I'll leave it on.
Leave it on for now. I mean, Darren, you come into this final weekend with the championship there for you to be able to retake the lead. We believe you've now taken the lead in that. Going into one more race, I mean, you're doing everything you need to do.
Yeah, it's always the way. I mean, Brands Hatch always throws out nice surprises. Fortunately, it's very dry today, which is nice. And the car does perform well in the dry. This morning it was quite greasy. And I only just got Super Pole, so let's hope it stays out for this evening. I think it's going to be quite dark this evening.
Well, yeah, quite. I mean, it's getting darker now, and there might be a few of your competitors doing rain dances right now. But, I mean, you could tell from the get-go this morning, you meant business. You were a bit further down the queue to get out, but you wrestled your way to the front of the pack to get your laps in. You got the thing done as quick as possible in Super Pole. You made sure, I mean, that restart was brilliant. I've never seen anyone go quite so early. It's just, you're on a mission.
Yeah, like I say, we've got everything to play for. We're even fighting for second. So I know Adam finished towards the back, but coming into this round, there was only 3 points between us and second as well. Yeah. So it's all to play for.
Well, we can't wait. It really builds up for that final race, doesn't it?
Brilliant. Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to it.
So are we. Good luck. Well done. Congratulations. Right, well, let's jump back here to the 66 car. Richard Clark, the Honda Civic. Richard, you look like you're taking a breather there. I mean, I'm not surprised. The fight, the defence you had to put on was just incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was good. I had the better of him on the straight, but he sort of was getting me on the corners. So, but yeah, I spent most of the time not looking at Darren. I was just looking behind. So yeah, no, it was a good race, exciting.
It really was. I mean, we spotted though. You quite got into a stage where you had to go defensive, did you?
No. I knew I had just enough. I was just trying to not make mistakes, which when you think about it, that's when you make mistakes.
Yeah,
exactly. So all good, yeah. Thanks.
Well done. Great second place.
Thank you.
Cracking job there. Dylan Brichter, the number 2 car, he's just checking bits and pieces. They don't like taking their helmets off, these guys, do they? They prefer to leave them on. Dylan, congratulations on the third place. I mean, pick it up first of all. That Toadie's Wild Ride on lap 1.
Oh, such a good start. I had such a good start. And I thought, all right, maybe I can hold on to this and just defend from here on in. And then, yeah, just dropped it with cold tires into 30s and clearaways. So to actually come away a close third's not too bad, I guess, by the end of it. So it could have been a lot worse. It certainly felt a lot worse when I was going around. So, but yeah, that's so frustrating. But yeah, I had decent pace after that. So, but just not enough on the straights to get past the Civic. So,
what does that then give you in your head for race number 2?
Well, I think the leader in the championship failed to score any points just now. So that closes Darren up, it closes myself up. So it makes race 2 more important for us all. But if I can do that start again, we're going to be okay, I think. But I just need to to get those tyres in the window first before starting to push.
Which doesn't look easy.
No, yeah, always doing a race in November, it's going to be difficult to get the temperature up. So you can't treat it like, you know, in the summer, but yeah, I'll certainly have that in mind going into the next race.
Good luck and well done.
Thank you.
So there we go. Oh, let's. We've got a few others to grab here. We've got the 127/27. Sean? Yes. Sean Andrews, you started in that one. At some stages, that was a rather busy race. I mean, we watched the 3 wide coming through Clark Curve and we all held our breath.
Yes, me too. Yes. Did you shut your eyes like I did as well? Yeah, that was very wise.
It's okay for us to, not you, though.
Oh, I didn't read that bit in the driver's briefing. So it was exciting. It was a great race. I really enjoyed it. I had no expectations at all. We had a big accident. The whole side of the car was stoved in yesterday and the front written off. Oh, wow. And the guys worked so hard to rebuild it. We just got out at the end of the last session yesterday afternoon and the car felt great. It's straight at least. And I didn't really expect anything today. So I was just enjoying myself, and I think there must have been people drop out. I didn't pass too many people. So, but it was great fun. I really enjoyed it.
So did we. So well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So that was the 127, the Class B winning car. Let's have a look. Who else have we got here? The Class X winning car. Got a lot of noise in the background of the garages there. Got Gary Hufford. Where's Gary? Ah, there he is. Gary. Great class win there, and congratulations. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. There's only one person in this class.
Hey, don't worry about that. You had to finish, mate. And in fairness, at one point, I mean, I think it was with Dylan Brichter when he was fighting his way back through. You two, proper elbows out.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we had a bit of a tussle. The rest of the race was a bit boring, really. I was just going around on my own, but yeah, it was all right. It was quite good.
Well done. Great job to see. Congratulations. Oh, there we go. Oh, I tell you what, I do want to grab a quick word. Is our championship leader. I want to be able to find out what on earth has happened with our championship leader. I'm going to see if I can. No, I'm going to boof it. Sorry. Adam, while you're still see if you can multitask now. Can you focus as you're steering? What happened?
So the car just completely cut out. It changed down gear by itself. So I was trying to reset the gearbox, and then the engine completely died. Couldn't get back to the pits. And I just said to the boys, I need to finish this race. I just need to finish it for the championship, and they got it going. I'm so impressed with
that. The same problem from Superpole as well?
I don't know. I doubt it. I think it's different, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, let's hope you have a lucky lunch break then.
I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
See you later. Well done. So there you go. That was our championship leader. I shut the door off. Wasn't born in a barn. Find out what's happened. So they're not sure by the looks of that, and we'll have to wait and see how that one's going to turn out for the race a little bit later. But that's it from down here. That takes us into our lunch break now, and I'm not sure whether I'm throwing up to Mark that's going to take us into the lunch, or whether we're just going to fade out now and going to grab some lunch now, ready to start the afternoon's action. But for me down here in the pit lane, we'll see you later.
Thanks, Chris. Yep, so that is it for the moment. So if you're here at the circuit, go and grab some refreshments at the Kentigan and wrap up warm, ready for this afternoon's racing. If you've joined us on the live stream, stick the kettle on and be back with us very shortly. So from Chris Dawes, myself, and everybody from Alpha Live, thanks for joining us for this morning's activities from Brands Hatch. We'll be back with you very shortly. Goodbye. Well, welcome back everybody to Brands Hatch for what was a very brief respite from the racing, to say the least. So as soon as you've started to unpack your sandwiches, we're back racing this afternoon. So apologies, it was a very quick turnaround for everybody to make sure that we're ready to go for this afternoon's racing, particularly this time of year, of course, because we do lose the light that much earlier, and already we know that come the EnduroKA qualifying later on, that's going to start in daylight and it will be dark by the time we've got that qualifying done. But we've still got, even before we get to that point, we've still got 3 further races to come this afternoon, the first of which is for the MSVR Trackday Trophy, which is just on the grid now. Chris Dawes joining me in the commentary box, myself, Mark Werrell, to guide you through all of the action over the course of this afternoon. So Trackday Trophy is beginning to form up on the grid, albeit we've got the first 4 rows out and then everybody sort of stopped and nobody else has appeared subsequently. One thing I do notice though is that the car that's scheduled to start on the outside of the front row of the grid is not there at the moment, which is Adrian Pottinger. So we'll have to wait and see as to whether he appears or not. Now, his car did run in the MSVR Trackday Championship earlier on today. It finished 3rd on the road and didn't have any obvious signs of any damage or mechanical woes or gremlins, so I'm somewhat surprised that the car isn't there. But as we say, it's been such a quick turnaround from last race before lunch to this first race after lunch, just a 20-minute lunch break for all of our marshals and officials, and they're straight back on it again immediately. So maybe that is why Unique Racing haven't quite been able to turn the car around in time, albeit, you know, other cars that are prepared by Unique Racing are there on the grid. I can see Charlie Polk's car is there on the 4th row of the grid, the red and black Renault Clio on row number 4, so that's there. Quite why the sister car to it, I don't know. So they're still filing out, the grid is still being formed up. This is just purely a series of races. There are no championship points to have to worry about for this one, so this is just a one-off race. Winner takes the spoils in reality, and the Trackday Trophy is a very affordable way of going racing. No motor racing is cheap, but you look at the variety and the costs of some of the cars on the grid, then certainly, you know, if you pick up a used car for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 grand, and then share the costs of running that with 2 people, because it's a 45-minute race and therefore 2 drivers can race in it, then it is a fairly affordable way of going racing. And it is a very friendly series as well. It's a 45-minute race. There is a pit window that opens between the 15th and the 30th minute of the race, and during that middle 15 minutes of the race, all of the cars from when they come into the pit lane to leave the pit lane have to be in the pit lane area conducting their pit stop for 2 minutes. So you break the beam on the way in, you break the beam on the way out. That cannot be any shorter than 120 seconds. If it is, you pick up a penalty. If it is longer than 120 seconds, you're fine, off you go. And during that period of time, if it's a solo driver, they can remain behind the wheel of the car, they can grab a quick drink, talk to the engineers who'll be adjusting your tyre pressures. But of course, if you are a 2-driver team, that is the period of time where not only have you got all that to do, you've got to try and swap your drivers over as well. Adrian Pottinger is there. He was almost the last to appear on the grid, so he's trundling his way down the grass at the moment, trying to pick up into his respective position. So here he comes along the grass with one of our marshals sprinting almost to try and guide him through and weave him round through the traffic. So he weaves through and is now able to take up his position on the outside of the front row of the grid. And I think they're all there. Is one gap further back where, alongside Rob Burnham by the look of things, where Oliver Owen should have been, but we know that Ollie Owen was tangled up in an incident earlier on today, so I'm not surprised that his Renault Clio is not out. So yeah, there you can see the orange Ford Fiesta, and there's a gap on the grid, isn't there, alongside him. And there's another gap further back as well, which is where we should have had, I think, Kevin Bottomley maybe. There's certainly a couple of gaps on the grid. We'll have to try and work that one out.
Number 8, Mark Russell's missing as well.
Where should he be? Oh yes, well he will be missing, yes, because of course he was also tangled up in that incident earlier on, wasn't he? So yes, that's another one. Thank you, Chris, for that. So red lights are on. There's no green flag left for these one. We're off and straight away. And by the look of things, it's not a bad start from Stuart Donovan from pole position. Adrian Pottinger slightly slower away. He now needs to try and close the door if he can on the Alex and Dan Reed Volkswagen Golf to prevent that from sneaking up the inside as they go round through Paddock Hill Bend, but no, he can't do that, so the Golf goes through into 2nd place, and Adrian Pottinger might lose 3rd as well, as it was a good start from the Jeremy Evans and Phil Hunt Honda Civic Type R that is looking to try and take up 3rd place, and indeed has done as they head round through Druids for the first time. So really, really good start from Stuart Donovan, the Toyota Celica, that qualified on pole position just 33 thousandths of a second quicker than anybody, but is now under huge, huge pressure from the Reed's Volkswagen Golf that picks up the lead of the race. So Alex and Dan Reed sharing the Volkswagen Golf. They go through to lead the way, and now by the look of things, the pole sitter might even be down into third place as the Semprini Racing Jeremy Hunt car goes through off at the end and into the barriers at the end of the Cooper Straight. I'm afraid that we've lost one of the Mazda MX-5s, and that looks like it was the Coombs, the Andy and Jay Coombs car that's off into the barriers and has got front left suspension damage.
Oof, and he's not happy, is he? Wow, I mean, it was certainly looking very fraught out there, wasn't it? They were trying to go 3 or 4 wide at multiple locations, and I was sort of holding my breath as they were coming down. The car that must have been involved, 114, is just there crabbing down the start-finish straight. And well, certainly at that stage it was as they came past us, but the leaders are already not really caring. They're heading down towards Graham Hill Bend already, about to get to that yellow flag zone, and it means that the Reed's Golf 148 still comfortably sat in the lead, and then it's the 37 and 112 cars, the Evans and Hart and the Donovan Celica, that are sort of fallen away already from the Golf, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we're still just covering that incident with localised yellows at the moment. So the Reed's Volkswagen Golf leading the way at this stage. The Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart Honda Civic. Big sideways moment for a Honda Civic there that was just heading round through shot and was able to gather it all up. I think that was the Jamian Shrupchalski's car that almost had a moment there, but yeah, gathered it up with a bit of arm twirling. So it's all looking fine again as it heads over the start-finish line and is circulating in 9th position.
The scary thing is he nearly went into the side of that TT that was on the outside. It wasn't outside of him as he drifted away from the inside of the circuit with that squirrely moment. But thankfully they got away with that, didn't they? Did notice that the stricken car was waving fists. It looked like it was to the 25, the bright orange Fiesta of Burnham, and I wonder whether Burnham maybe missed a gear, because when he finished the race earlier, the Trackday Championship, he was saying downstairs that he was having a problem with one of the gears. It just wasn't going into properly. So I wonder whether maybe that happened and it just caused a bit of a concertina effect.
Yeah, it's maybe a damaged synchro mesh or something on it. So yeah, it's just affecting that one. Yeah, still gesticulation going on. So still somewhat aggrieved is the Andy and Jay Coombs Mazda MX-5 safety car coming out. Not unsurprising because of the position that car is in. You know, we can't have marshals going out there to try and push that out of harm's way whilst cars are still racing. So the BMW safety car is out there and it will pick up the pack for this one. Let's just have a quick look again at the incident. So look towards the Mazda MX-5. Oh, that looked like it was the Renault Clio that had the little bit of contact with that maybe just tagged him in the rear and pushed him into the barriers. So not quite sure whether that was... Yeah, I think it was the number 43 Renault Clio, which was the Hurrells, Joe and Trevor Hurrell. Now, that's what it looked like on that replay, and they were directly behind them on the grid.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
And as the contact was made, it unsettled the Mazda and pitched him across the nose of Rob Burnham's car.
Right.
So I think that was what you saw.
Yeah.
So that was well done to our camera team for picking up that one. It just looked like there was a little bit of contact that caused it.
Which makes me wonder whether it's a mistaken identity as well then, because Coombs was waving his fist and it certainly looked like it was aimed towards the orange Fiesta. So I think he now wrongly thinks that it was Burnham that caused that.
But unless you're down there, you know, that's only me trying to roughly, very quickly see what was going on. All of these cars tend to have onboard cameras, and therefore the officials get the opportunity to review the footage, as do the drivers as well. But the one good thing is, and it's always a good thing, is that the driver's out, he's absolutely fine, and the car will be moved out of harm's way and we'll get racing back underway very, very shortly indeed. So the clock is still continuing to tick whilst all of this is going on. We've now got 40 minutes of the race remaining. Remember, that pit window doesn't open now until we are 15 minutes into the race.
Yeah, so we've got a full, 10 minutes left before we get anywhere near that pit window opening, and then of course it's their call as to when they decide the right time to do it. Flatbed has arrived to pick up the stricken Mercedes, so they've obviously decided it can't be towed. I think there was one of the corners was at a jaunty angle, so they're going to have to get it up onto the flatbed, move it out of the way. The problem with that, Mark, is that absolutely it had to be safety car. That's right at the end of the Cooper Straight when they're absolutely flying in a straight line. If they got it wrong down there, they'd just be aiming straight at it, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's it. And the marshals can't push it out of the way because it's got that broken suspension. We've got a bit of debris on the track as well that we just need to try and see whether we can sort out as well. That looks like a lens or a light fitting that has come adrift from somebody. So one of our marshals in a gap in the traffic, I'm sure, will dash out and quickly pick that up and get it out of harm's way whilst the recovery is going on. Yeah, there's still gesticulation going on, and you're right, that was towards Rob Burnham. So
yeah, mistaken identity by the looks.
I think it is, yeah.
Purely because, as you say, it sounded like somebody else tapped his corner that put him across side the front of the Fiesta. He's then seen that Fiesta that he's along the nose of, and assumed that it was him that did the whole thing.
Yeah. So
the good news is they'll be able to watch the replay back themselves.
We'll be able to have a conversation about it. I think there's no doubt that a conversation is going to go on. I think that's a given, isn't it, at this stage?
Yes.
But
I'm sure it wouldn't have been an enjoyable moment because it would have been quick.
But hopefully adrenaline will have just sort of come down a little bit from there. So let's just hope so. Let's just hope so. So yeah, let's just guide you through the order then at this stage. You can see on the left of your screens, if you're watching the stream, it's the Reeds and their Volkswagen Golf that leads the way, which is Alex and Dan Reed. Second is the Semprini Racing Honda Civic that Jeremy Evans shares with Phil Hart. And third at this stage is going to be Stuart Donovan, the pole sitter, who is third at the wheel of number 112. Fourth is 89, which is Adrian Pottinger. Fifth is the Peugeot 205 GTI of Alex Di Donato, and completing the top sixth at the moment is another Toyota. It's Wayne Cockrell that completes the top six the way things stand at this stage. In seventh place, it's number 41, which is Michael Rawlings. Eighth position is number 23, which is going to be Tim Evans and Andrew Schofield with their Audi TT. Ninth position is number 88, which is Damian Shrupchalski. And then completing the top 10 at this stage is car number 127, your mate Sean Andrews, who you spoke to after Turismo X, who's partnered up with Clive Goldthorpe in the Golf again.
Yeah, and it was amazing to hear the story that yesterday the whole side of that car was stoked in, yet you'd have no idea looking at it there was anything that happened to it.
Yeah, team did a really good job. Yeah, I'm pleased he mentioned that, because I was the same as you. I was gobsmacked when he said it. There's no way of telling.
You'd kind of almost assume it'd be a bit Trigger's broom. Yeah, we wrote a car off yesterday. This is a different one. That I would understand, but it's like, no, they repaired it. Incredible job, and clearly performing well. But you could almost sense that they went into it with a degree of unknown how it was going to perform for them. But it's going great, and they're getting plenty of bang for their buck out of that car now as well, aren't they?
They do, yeah. I mean, you think they can run that car in the Trackday Championship, in the Trackday Trophy, and Turismo X because of the spec it's in.
Yeah. Fair shout. Which in normal weekends would be a little bit more palatable, wouldn't it?
Because you'd spread it over 2 days. All three on one day. Yeah, gluttons for punishment. Yes. Absolutely.
And he still looked like a spring chicken when I interviewed him as well.
So lights are still on a safety car, which suggests that we're going to get at least one further lap, and that's not surprising because the breakdown truck is still at the side of the circuit trying to scoop up errant things. What have you just spotted?
The driver's just not letting it go. He's just abusing Burnham every time he goes past. He's, with all the hand gesticulations, whichever of the Coombs it is that's down there, he is gesticulating still every single time he goes past. So still frustrated, understandably.
Yes, I think maybe a coffee to calm the nerves might be the order of the day. So the trackside recovery unit is just about to, I think, leave the grass now. The mechanic just making sure that the Mazda MX-5 is appropriately strapped down on the flatbed and is going to dive into the cab. The safety car is just coming down through Graham Hill Bend and onto the Cooper Straight. So if we can get the recovery truck out of harm's way, and if it's on the move, this potentially could be the last lap behind the safety car. Yeah, recovery truck is on its way, so I think lights might go out. It might be a late call, but they might go out on the safety car this time round, which would be good if they do. So are we going to have one further lap, or is it going to be a late call? Recovery truck is not fully out of harm's way as yet. They need to radio race control to say that they're clear, and I don't quite think they're going to do it in time. No, so we're going to have one more lap, I'm afraid, behind the safety car. We were nearly there, Chris, weren't we? It was nip and tuck, but no, didn't quite get it cleared in time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the odd late one, but that would have been incredibly late,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? I mean, it was possible because, of course, it's not a championship, and they might give it a little bit more leeway, because let's not lose sight of the fact the drivers don't want to be sat there on the safety car. They want to get going, especially those with a pair of drivers where they're going to be handing this over to their co-driver. They don't want to sit there and go, yeah, most of my stint was just pootling around behind the safety car. They want to get going as quickly as they can. There's a number of cars there that I would say are sort of fairly out of position for where they would want and expect to be, so they want to get the race conditions back underway so they can start working their way back through again. One of those is the Pottinger. It's sat there in 4th place. The 89 car started on the front row, has been looking good all day, and is just going to want to try and get that back again, which makes you wonder whether the Reeds in the lead there are frustrated by this safety car.
You'd have thought so, because they certainly had the pace when the lights went out. We're on it straight away. And if that's their quicker driver that they've put in of the two,
of course, yeah,
then again, that's where you want to try and gain advantage when you've got your quicker driver in, and you just can't do that if you're under safety car. So lights are off on the safety car. The BMW safety car is going to accelerate its way into the pit lane, and already we've got the race back underway, because Alex and Dan Reed's Volkswagen Golf has already got the foot down and is getting things underway. Remember, there's no overtaking until they reach the start-finish line on this one. You can be alongside, you can't have your nose ahead. You've got to wait until you go past the control line where the green flag is. So over the start-finish line goes our race leader. It's the Reeds in their Volkswagen Golf that leads the way. It's the Semprini Racing Honda Civic of Evans and Hart that's there in 2nd place, and it is going to be Stuart Donovan, I very nearly said Jason, Stuart Donovan that's there in 3rd.
How old are you?
No.
Right, so down they come, down towards Graham Hill Bend, and already it does look like the Reeds have managed to make another mini breakaway in that Golf. The 148 car scampering away, and the good news for him, in the mirror, he's going to see the fact that the 37 car, the Evans and Hart number 37, started 4th place, that Honda Civic Type R, might be sat there in 2nd, but is under so much pressure from the 112 car, or the pole sitter Stuart Donovan, that's Salika, that it's enabling that Golf to just keep eking away at this stage, and he needs to take advantage of this as quick as possible.
I've been busy giggling away at Alex Di Donato, who has tried to get things underway straight away at the wheel of the Peugeot 205 GTI, but my goodness me, was he wringing the neck of that thing as he came out of Graham Hill Bend that time through. He slewed from being sideways on one side of the circuit to being almost sideways on the opposite side of it, but still managed to gather it up and didn't lose a great deal of time in the process either. We're 3 wide coming over the start-finish line, very busy heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend as things currently stand, with, by the look of things, Sarah Hobson at the wheel of her Toyota trying to unlock the door and squeeze her way through and past the number 43 Renault Clio, which I think she's just about done on the run up towards the braking area for Druids. Does she finally do it? Yes, she does. So Sarah Hobson just goes through and manages to take the place, and the Renault Clio that sits behind her loses out on that occasion, which is going to be the number 43 car of the Hurrells, Trevor and Joe.
It's another one, as we saw with the championship earlier, the trophy race again. We get a stiff neck from watching this, because you're suddenly being dragged from one angle to another, because there's fights going on absolutely everywhere, such as the entertainment factor. And we've got at the moment is the number 47 car, which I've got a vague recollection. Was it Kevin Bottomley, that Ginetta G40, maybe one of the other cars, that in qualifying seemed to have a few issues? Well, it's looking good at the minute, but it's fighting really, really hard to keep Hobson, the 144 Salika, behind him at the moment. But so far, so good. But they're almost, you kind of look behind them, and they're a cork in a bottle.
Kevin Bottomley, Monoposto racer in the past.
Does ring a bell.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think where it came from, and all of a sudden it made me think, Monoposto racing. So, wouldn't really associate him with saloon car racing. Sarah Hobson, by the look of things, still having a great little battle at the wheel of the Toyota Celica as she heads downhill in towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. So Kevin Bottomley is just ahead. Then
Not
you've got
anymore.
oh no, has he made a mistake? He has
like missed a gear possibly.
Right, so the Hazes go through at the wheel of their Seat Leon. Yeah, Sarah Hobson goes through, and 2 places lost there for Kevin Bottomley.
Yeah, I think the car that just passed them, I think, is recovering to some extent, because it's going incredibly rapidly through that gaggle there. But it did look as though Bottomley just missed a gear coming out of Graham Hill Bend. But the 114 car, the Hayes, that's just suddenly made up 2 places on that last lap. So I think they're working their way back through again now.
Yeah, so wherever you look, there are good little fights going on. Place gain there for the Steve Begbie and Oliver Warner Ford Fiesta as it also dives up the inside of the Hurrell's Renault Clio. So Ford Fiesta now goes ahead of the red Renault Clio, but with the yellow wheels. There's another red Renault Clio that sits directly behind it, but that is a car that's got totally different coloured wheels. Look at the squabbles. No matter where you look, there are fights going on. So we've got Fords fighting with Renaults and Mazda MX-5s ganging up on them at the same time.
Yeah, and that was looking up the inside, nearly a little tap on the corner there, but did a great job just to avoid it. That was the one that my eyes had been drawn to behind our commentary box for real then as well, and so the cameras just at the right time flipped to that as this was getting Larry. Side by side they go, and it's the 25, the orange Fiesta of Burnham, that has now been passed. I was going to say had the inside line, but through goes the, what was the Clio? It's the 14, so actually...
14, it's the Steve Begbie, Oliver Warner car, yeah.
Yeah, was it ahead, wasn't it? And we're going to see it change again now.
Well, that's for the lead of Class D as well. That's why that's important. So that is for the lead of Class D at this stage. So Rob Burnham goes back to the lead of Class D for the moment. But look behind him, the number 87 Mazda is there. What class is Drew Fletcher in? Class D. So this is 4 cars all fighting away, first, second, third and fourth in Class D.
Fantastic, and this is what it should be like, isn't it? The two MX-5s absolutely glued together at the back of that quartet of cars. Only one of them will get a piece of silverware as it stands at the moment, but frankly all 4 of them are glued together.
Yeah, and they've got the race leader bearing down on them as well before too much longer. So here comes Rob Burnham back over the start-finish line, still with the Steve Begbie, Oliver Warner car trying to draw itself alongside, so we don't know which...
The race leader. That's
is it not?
The recovering
the recovering Seat, right, okay.
Yep,
it is, yeah, absolutely, no, well spotted. So yeah, so it's the Renault that goes back into the lead now of Class D. So good run down the straight, and all of a sudden Class D shuffles again.
Missed as well on that last lap. Di Donato in the number 30, that jet black Peugeot 205 GTI, the 1.9 mental version of that Peugeot 205 GTI, managed to jump up ahead of Pottinger. So Pottinger isn't feeling quite as at home this time round, is it? But still going. Remember, it was very late getting to the grid. We wondered whether there was potentially an issue. Has dropped back behind the 205. But then again, Di Donato had an issue in qualifying, didn't it? Disappeared into the pits for a good while with the driver sort of out of the car and into the bonnet. But side by side, and then Pottinger's got past him again. So a great fight between these two. That is 4th and 5th in Class B and on the road.
Yep, so brilliant little squabble between the two of them. Albeit the Peugeot is giving a few years away, isn't it, to the far younger Renault Clio of Adrian Pottinger that lies ahead. Our race leader is carving his way through traffic. We've also got the Samprini Racing Honda trying to work its way through traffic, and the man who qualified on pole position, Stuart Donovan, also trying to work his way through traffic at the moment. So they're all having to deal with slower cars and thread their way through. This is also what Adrian Pottinger and Di Donato are going to have to do before too much longer. Now the pit window has opened already. The first of those is in, and it is Ian Bonser that comes in at the wheel of his Ginetta G40 is the first of those to come into the pits.
Yeah, and actually it was Bonser that had the issue in qualifying, wasn't it? Not the one that I was talking about. I think we just had a shuffle of positions that just went past us there. Now where would that have been? It just, you blink and you miss so much going on.
I think Alex Di Donato's had a problem because he was very slow coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. We briefly caught him on one of the camera shots there, but I think he's lost places there. Now whether he had a palm spin or whether he's got a problem, mechanical issue.
Yeah, he's just crawling down towards Graham Hill Bend at the moment and diving to the grass to get out of the way. So what a shame. I was sort of drooling over that classic car, weren't we? And as you say, the 1.9 variant, it is most definitely a classic car, that one, and it's tucked behind the barriers safely, so it's not going to cause an issue to the race. But it's a shame to see that one out when it was really starting to come good, wasn't it?
Was, yeah, qualified 5th quickest. Di Donato was running in 5th place before the thing packed up on him, unfortunately. So racing still continues, 26 minutes of the race still to go. Not many takers for the pit stops yet. I think Ian Bonser is the only one of those that is still running that has come into the pits as part of a mandatory pit stop. There's still good fights going out on circuit as well though. So Sarah Hobson at the wheel of the largely white and yellow Toyota is under pressure from Rob Burnham. Rob Burnham has got Drew Fletcher's Mazda MX-5 right behind him. Then it's Alistair Easom that's just behind that as well. And Alistair Easom has another car right on his coattails as well, which I think is the 141 car that is going through. And that is going to be, I say the 141 car, the 144 car and the 114 car all together as well. So yeah, great little fight that it is still.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the 41 car, the BMW of Rawlings, was involved in that. I wonder whether there's a little mistake earlier, but has managed to pull away again. The TT now has done a great job. That's the number 23 car of Evans and Schofield, up into 6th place, 5th in class, but it's just taken a while to get up to that place, and was involved in a bit of rough and tumble in the early stages. Got that sorted, got himself comfortable, and is now starting to pick his way through this field. The next target will be that Rawlings BMW that is leading Class C, and may choose not to need to get involved, because actually the car behind Evans and Schofield, the 88 car, is the nearest Class C challenger. That's the Honda Civic of Trpczewski, sorry, that is going to want to keep that one behind it. The one that looks in the same colour as the livery as our race leader almost, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it looks very, very similar, doesn't it, the livery of the two of them. So more cars diving for the pit lane. Rob Burnham in the orange Fiesta, still trying to hang on to what will be second place in, the lead of Class D, I should say, at this stage. He's still got the car of Drew Fletcher right behind him. So first, second, third, fourth in Class D, all pretty much together as they head down the Cooper Straight, and this time Drew Fletcher gets a better run in the Mazda. Rob Burnham is going to lose the lead of Class D and actually loses second place in Class D as well, as the number 14 car squeezes its way through as well. So a couple of places lost there, unfortunately, for Rob Burnham. And that was somewhat frustrating really there, because he seemed to be doing everything beautifully well for the lead of Class D, but now it's the Mazda coming over the start-finish line. Drew Fletcher that leads the way in Class D.
Well, there's so much fight in that battle, isn't it? That it's not surprising to see. Yeah, the 14 it shows on that car. Actually, that car's just got into the lead. Oh, sorry, ahead of Fletcher, but that's a Class C car, isn't it? So they've let that one clear off. Fletcher, number 87, now leading the way in the MX-5. Burnham's still there, isn't he? So only one of the places he lost is of any great consequence to him. So he just needs to remember that. And look, he's right there. He's like the fill-in with the bread being Mazda MX-5s.
More drivers heading for the pit lane. This time into the pit lane comes the Barney Lower and Michael D'Arcy BMW. The buzzer goes off at the end of the pit lane, which suggests that somebody else is coming in. That's Ben Cater and Malcolm Scott, the two ex-Monoposto racers as well, at the wheel of their Toyota MR2 that come in. But our race leaders, which are the Reeds and their Volkswagen Golf, still staying out there for the moment and pressing on with what is now a almost 4-second lead between themselves and the new second place car, which is Stuart Donovan, who's moved ahead of the Honda Civic on that lap. So position lost for Semprini Racing. The number 37 car of Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart dropped down to third.
And a long way back in third for Evans and Hart. So that must have been a mistake on the last lap or two. Although saying that, another lap that's a bit slower there.
Yeah, 2 laps on the trot have been about a second and a half slower.
And it's not looking quick heading up towards Druids at the moment, so I reckon that now third place car is nursing a bit of an issue. We're getting clear to close to their pit stop presumably as well, so be able to bring that 37 car in. It's going to be a driver change as long as that car is healthy enough to keep going, but the lights ablaze there that you can see is the now second place Toyota Celica of Donovan. Where is the third place? There's another one that's just exiting at the end of the straight, by the way. I think it was one of the Fiestas is out of the race.
It's number 14 car that was running right at the sharp end of Class D.
Well, 141 it's down as, isn't it? Wheeler, what then?
Yeah, it is, yeah. So into the pit lane, 127 is in, which is Sean Andrews and Clive Goldthorpe. Buzzer goes off. Into the pit lane comes Semprini Racing, not surprised because that Honda was losing time. So the Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart Honda Civic that was running in second and dropped to third also now dives for the pit lane as well. And it also looks as though Rob Burnham, who'd been doing good jobs at the wheel of that orange Ford Fiesta for the lead of Class D, has lost a few more places as well now. So things are not quite going to plan for him, but things are very much going to plan for our race leader and for the Toyota that's there in second place, still in the hands of Stuart Donovan, who's now working his way through traffic on the Cooper Straight.
Yeah, well, Polstead has been very patient there, hasn't it, to be honest with you as well, just making sure that was always putting pressure on the 37 car and has picked up those pieces.
Yeah, the lead gap has really shrunk. It was 2.3 seconds. It's now down to very little at all as they come over the start-finish line. This is now going to be 23 laps completed, and what was a 2.3 second advantage from Volkswagen back to Toyota is now down to just 0.4 of a second, and that's not to do with traffic. That's just all of a sudden the Toyota has come alive and the Golf has lost a little little bit of pace. Now they've got traffic up the road to deal with. That traffic up the road was 3 wide briefly on the way up towards Druid, so this could delay our race-leading Volkswagen of Alex and Dan Reed, who work their way through the traffic. Stuart Donovan tries to squeeze his way through as well. Now the Golf breaks as late as he can, tries to get a back marker between himself and the Toyota, but then runs a little bit wide as a result of braking a bit too late going in towards Graham Hill Bend. And Stuart Donovan at the wheel of his Toyota then down the straight effortlessly eases his way past the traffic. So the lead pair are together again as they come through and are about to start lap number 25 this time through.
Yeah, of course, that's the Class D lead battle that they're in the middle of there at the moment as well, isn't it? They're just about to lap the car that's second in Class D as it stands at the moment. Esam in the number 1 car. Through they go, job done. The silver and purple MX-5 passed. The next MX-5 they're going to encounter, though, is the car that's leading Class D, number 87 Fletcher. Blue and black car is going to see them in a mirror, but so close between the leaders. And what have we got? They were kind of almost the same lap times last time round, but you wonder whether there's a slight issue with that Golf at this stage.
It just really has just dropped off, hasn't it? Its lap times have dropped off a couple of seconds. No more, I suppose, than the Toyota is doing at the moment, but I think, yeah, if the Toyota could get through.
57 last time,
yeah,
which is a long way off.
Back in the 56s now, but yeah, I think the Toyota is quicker. It just can't get through and past the Golf at this stage. Back markers could be the catalyst for a bit of change, though, as they come up towards the car that is leading Class D, which is Drew Fletcher. He moves neatly out of the way and allows the leading pair to squeeze their way through, but into the pit lane comes the race leader. So Alex and Dan Reed's Volkswagen Golf into the pit lane, which means the black and the light green Toyota in the hands of Stuart Donovan now picks up the lead of the race.
Yes, the lights are blazing, not just to sort of let the slower cars know a faster one's coming. It's actually needed now, Mark, isn't it? It's gone proper gloomy out there. Sorry, I went Bristolian on you there, didn't I? But it's incredibly gloomy, and you can actually see the headlights glaring off the back of the car in front of them, such as the drop in the light. But there's our race, what was our race leader, the 148 Golf. Driver change going on. Don't look. He's just going to help his co-driver get in. So they don't appear to be worrying about anything, do they?
No. We just got mechanic just adjusting. Well, I'm going to say adjusting tyre pressure, but more than anything, just checking that the wheel nuts are torqued appropriately. So we have race leader come in last time. Stuart Donovan took up the lead. He comes in this time through. So one race leader in one lap. Someone else takes over the lead. They come in the following lap. So Stuart Donovan is in, and also the leader of Class D is in as well, which is Drew Fletcher. Now, back to the point we were talking about earlier on in the Trackday Championship. Those two cars for first and second were so close to each other on the circuit. If one can pit as close to 2 minutes as possible, and the other one is 2 minutes and 5 seconds, all of a sudden the whole race dynamic changes.
Yeah, it's just a huge risk to take. If you undercut it by a fraction, then the book's thrown at you pretty much. The penalty just eliminates anything being achievable thereafter. So it's when you consider we saw things like 2 minutes 2 compared to 2 minutes 4. Well, 1, 2. There you go. That's the difference that you're getting. It's not a big gap, so it's a tricky one. Hence, we're seeing a lot of them is around the 2.4s and higher. They're just keeping them as safe as possible.
Ben Cater and Malcolm Scott left loads of contingency in. Theirs was a 2-minute 22 from them, so they were 22 minutes over the minimum period that they could have been. But most people, yeah, around sort of 2 minutes 3, 2 minutes 4, 2 minutes 6, 2 minutes 7 is about right. But yeah, get it as close as you can. We're about to find out how good the pit stop has been for the erstwhile race-leading Volkswagen Golf, because in the hands of the Reeds, it's about to get to pit lane exit. 2 minutes and 4.8 seconds, so about 5 seconds more than they needed.
Yeah, and I think that tends to be the safe sweet spot for a lot of these, isn't it, around that 2:04 mark, which is why it was quite impressive seeing someone banging a 2:02, because they're really taking a risk. 2:03, who just put in a 2:03? It's moving so quick, I can't keep up. That's
Shrupchalski.
Yeah, okay, so that one was pretty close. Oh, we had a 2:01. Who's just put in a 2:01? Polk, 98 Polk put in a 2:01. I think that was a little while ago, actually, but a really impressive pit stop window for them, and that could be interesting because that car was involved with several other cars.
Yeah, the one we now need to keep an eye on is what Stuart Donovan is doing, because his car is still stationary in the pit lane at the moment. The black and the light green Toyota is about to see the clock ticking away, which means that they are comfortable that they can release that car back out onto the circuit. And as he rejoins the circuit, it was 2 minutes and 3 seconds, so almost 2 seconds quicker than the Golf, which means that the Toyota picks up the lead of the race by the fact it was about 2 seconds shorter in the pit stop.
Fantastic. So the pole sitter retakes that lead, but has had to work mighty hard for that. And I guess you've always got to remind yourself, just keep yourself in the hunt. Let's see what happens in that pit stop, and then we know what we've got to do for the second half of the race.
Yeah, that looks like Sarah Hobson who's in. Yep, so it's the white and the yellow Toyota is also in. She was running inside the top 10 in the early stages of the race and had moved up into second position as others around her had pitted. So we've got first, second and third in the race all in the pit lane at the moment, and I think those are the final 3 cars that need to pit now. So once we've cleared the pit lane of these 3 cars, we will be good to go for the rest of the race with, by the look of things, our new race leader coming over the start finish line this time through. Should go to the top of the times. Yep, so through goes Stuart Donovan. The number 112 Toyota leads the way. Second is the 148 Volkswagen Golf. Who's going to be third? We'll have to wait and see, because it might affect some of those cars that are coming out of pit lane.
Well, I was just suddenly looking, about to come across the line now, is the top 3 in Class C are absolutely glued together, and they have now split themselves slightly, because the 37 car of Evans and Hart, we've had a change of driver, of course, in that 37 car, but just been passed by 41 Rawlings now as well. That didn't look healthy before it went into the pits, and it's not looking like it's getting back up to speed now, but that is the top 3 in Class C that are having a cracking fight. And in fact, I think the lead of Class C, has that just changed, or is that a different BMW? There's 2 BMWs that look virtually identical there that I can't tell, but it looks like the 88 car was already in the lead, so that's Trachalski that is leading Class C at the moment, but they're all in a line.
Yeah, so there is a number 88 Honda Civic just bouncing its way through the curbs, through Surtees and McLaren up towards Clearways. It gets very, very, very side. He's going to have a spin from the lead of Class C right across the nose of a couple of his competitors onto the grass on the infield. Lights up the tyres again to retake to the circuit, puts a load of grass and a load of leaves at pit lane entry, but just as you were saying it, Trachalski has the problem, spins the lead of Class C away, and that is going to drop him down through the order. He was in 4th position. As he retakes to the circuit, comes over the start-finish line, he's down to 9th and 4th in class.
Yeah, that's the key one, isn't it? 4th in class when he was leading the way in Class C. I'm worried about talking about any other class leaders now. I feel I might curse them or something.
You've been doing a good job of that so far today. Lead advantage is growing at this stage. It's up to 5 seconds now between Stuart Donovan and the Dan and Alex Reed Volkswagen Golf, so it's going the right way as far as the race leader is concerned. Adrian Pottinger at the wheel of the number 89 Renault Clio is in 3rd position at the moment, but he is involved in trying to work his way past those Class D cars at the moment. So he's about to deal with Drew Fletcher's Mazda. He's then about to deal with Rob Burnham's orange Ford Fiesta, and gets past all of them on the run in towards the braking area for Paddock Hill Bend. So the 3rd place car now having dealt with the traffic. 4th at the moment is number 41 Michael Rawlings at the wheel of his BMW, but he is under pressure from Charlie Polk, as you suggested, and the number 23 car that sits directly behind that, which is Tim Evans and Andrew Schofield with their Audi TT. Yeah. They were one of the last to pit, weren't they?
Yeah, and the BMW they just got past there is ironic. It's the 36 car that's down in 17th. Makian Massey has been a driver change, and the second driver is obviously quicker, is a lap behind all of this lot, but he's lapping around the same time with them, so it's been mixing them up. The 41 BMW that's already managed to scamper through, Polk's got to try and reel him back in again now, and it's just it just kind of messed them up a little bit there, which was interesting to see. I was just picking, I was trying to remember, I was noticing something else there, but I've forgotten what it was. That it's the nature of the beast, isn't it? Once they've had their pit stops, that's what it was. It was coming across the line now, was this Class D battle that I see that the 25 orange Fiesta of Burnham, that we see there just applying the brakes as he comes towards Paddock Hill Bend, and we've got a change for 2nd place behind him, the 2 Mazda MX-5s. What I was about to say is that he's got ahead of both those MX-5s again now, and he's going to be loving the view in his mirror that they're having their own fight.
Yep, so that change has now occurred. So Alistair Eastham has lost out to Drew Fletcher, so the blue and gunmetal grey and black Mazda goes through and ahead and up to 2nd in Class D. Class D still being headed by Rob Burnham at this stage.
It changed twice then.
Oh, right, changed
the
back.
line. Yeah, 87 had that second, and he lost it, and then he got it back again, heading up towards Druids. That's how good that fight is. It's brilliant.
Well, I mean, these are some of the cars that potentially we might see in the new Miata Cup next year, because we do have a lot of MX-5s in the Trackday Trophy and Trackday Championship, and several of the teams have already expressed an interest in moving over to the Miata Cup for next year with their Mark 3s and their Mark 1s, so that could be a hugely competitive championship. And here we go for the lead of Class D. Rob Burnham trying to squeeze Drew Fletcher towards the pit wall, and Drew Fletcher almost sort of looking over at Rob Burnham thinking, right, don't squeeze me anymore, there's not a lot of room here now. But fair play to both of them. They pushed each other as hard as they could, but we've had the lead change in Class D.
And we could, well, is that going to be a lead in the Class C? Not quite. Yes, it is, the Class C lead. Oh, and he's gone off into the gravel. In fact, is that both of them? The BMW is off as well, so that's the lead pair in Class C, is it? That was talking about, yeah.
It was, yeah. Charlie Polk coming together with the BMW, and I'm afraid they are both off. BMW is into the gravel trap that little bit further round, the number 41 car of Michael Rawlings. And yeah, he's stranded in the gravel trap. The engine is running, but the wheels are spinning and it's going nowhere. And Charlie Polk is off with damage as well. So that sorted that one out. And now Rob Burnham not only has lost the lead of Class D, he's going to lose second place in Class D because Alistair Eastham goes through. Oh, and there's a bit of contact between the pair of them as they squeeze each other towards the pit wall, whilst the Audi TT of Tim Evans and Andrew Schofield was trying to lap them as well. So that all got slightly marginal.
It's not actually lap them, that's to get past them, albeit a different class. So that TT's recovering a little bit now, isn't it? That's just really gets confusing with this one as well, isn't it? Yeah, the 23 car. I'll say that actually, it's all just suddenly changed around. My apologies.
It was to lap them.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, so they had 32 laps completed, whereas the Class D cars have got 31. Let's have another quick look at this replay. You can see Charlie Polk has already got two wheels on the grass, and rather inadvertently piled into the side of Michael Rawlings there, who was very much the innocent bystander. But for Charlie Polk, yeah, he just sort of...
So it wasn't a lunge for the move. He got on the grass, didn't he, on the inside?
Yeah. And rather, Michael Rawlings was very much, the innocent bystander there, and that, I'm afraid, those two cars stricken where they are is going to bring out the safety car once more with 9 minutes to go. This is going to bunch them all up again. And you know that race lead advantage that had been building between Stuart Donovan and the Reeds, it was up to 7.4 seconds. It's not going to count for a great deal, is it? Now we go safety car once more.
It really isn't. I mean, with that amount of time, 8 minutes 50 left to go, is that how quickly they're going to be able to get these two. I think they can probably get it back underway again, but what we're going to look at a 1 or 2 laps shootout at the end or something.
Let's just have a quick look. So depends on where the safety car is, how many back marker cars are between our race leader and second place. I think there's only going to be potentially 1 or 2. Let's just have a quick look. Here is Stuart Donovan. He's just getting... Yeah, so Stuart Donovan, then 1, 2, 3 back markers, and then the second place car. So for Stuart Donovan, that's not too bad, because of course, come the restart of the race, he can accelerate straight away. Whereas for the Reeds in their Volkswagen Golf, they can't overtake any of those back markers. They've got to wait until the start-finish line. So if I was Stuart Donovan at the restart, I would go mega early. Mega early.
Yeah, I mean, that said, it depends. Are Red Bull on the phone to the officials to change the way that we do the restarts?
Probably won't talk to them, would they?
Good point. So it's such a shame. Looking at that, the 98 car of Polk there, that's really munched the front of that car, isn't it? And that's been flying today, hasn't it? It really has. And as you say, so unfortunate. He just went on the grass. You can see the tyre marks where it's rejoined the tarmac there in the background. And it just spat it. And then, unfortunately for him, is that BMW that he was trying to get himself into a position to make a challenge. I could see it coming. That's what I was building up towards. And they disappeared behind some of our furniture up here in the commentary box and the trees out on the circuit. And then suddenly didn't reappear where they were supposed to reappear at the other side. It was building up to be quite an exciting race for those guys at that point. But it's all over, that Class C lead. So that means that Cockrell, number 21, is now leading Class C. Yeah, which is another Toyota, isn't it, if memory serves me correctly, Wayne Cockrell. So, yeah, leading Class B is the overall race leader, 112, which is going to be Stuart Donovan. Leading Class C is car number 21, which is Wayne Cockrell with his Toyota Celica. And leading Class D at this stage is the Mazda MX-5, number 87, in the hands of Drew Fletcher. So those are your class leaders at this stage. We'll also scoop up the leader of Class G because it's the guests class, and that's the Ginetta G40, number 47, in the hands of Kevin Bottingley. So those are your class leaders
at this stage, with 6.5 minutes just under of the race to go. We are at the moment extracting Michael Rawlings' BMW E36 M3 out of the gravel trap where it came to rest up there at Druids. As for Charlie Polk's car, well, that is still sort of backwards in the gravel trap up against the barriers, so I think there'll be damage to the back of that car as well as the damage to the front where he struck the BMW as he came back off the grass. So if we're going to get both of those cars out of the way, it really is a moot point as to how much racing we'll get. I think for Michael Rawlings, because the engine was still running and he was trying to get the car out of the gravel, they might drag him to the edge and then release him so he can go off on his merry way by himself, potentially, provided there's no damage to the car.
Yeah, we can't really tell until he probably can't either until he gets out there and makes sure that everything on the four corners are pointing in the direction that he expects it to be. But they've got it out to the tarmac. Ooh. Carried on going a bit further than the officials were expecting now, I think, didn't they? That the marshals are able to unhook him, just have a word and go, you able to get going on your own steam yet? Was the thumbs up there. So as soon as he's unhooked, they can give him the thumbs up to pull away. The snatch vehicle gets itself back into its position, and thankfully, yeah, that's, as you said, that's one less that they've got to worry about recovering. And it doesn't look like they're going over to Polk's car to move it, does it?
And if the conversation was to just take it slowly on the way back to the pits, that was very quickly forgotten about, because Michael Rawlings, you could hear the engine roar as he was pulling away from the point at which he'd come to
That'll be
rest.
why, because the safety car was just coming.
Was it? All right,
yeah.
okay, so he needed to crack on with it. Right, there we go. So, and now what they're doing, Charlie Polk's car, they're now going to try and attach as well. So we've got less than 5 minutes of this race remaining. Charlie Polk's car that's gone backwards into the barriers, likely into the barriers, but most of the damage is towards the front of the car. That's going to take at least another couple of minutes to get out of harm's way. I think you're right, Chris. I think we might get one, maybe at best 2 more racing laps out of this, but it's going to be nip and tuck as to whether we get any.
Yeah, because we don't know how easy it's going to be for them to drag that car out of the way. They'll try and get it behind the fence. And the good news for him there is that's rector-cell barriers there that he's sort of just nudged. So that part wouldn't have done damage, but it does look like making contact with, I'd assume the BMW has caused most of that
damage to the front. Yeah. The rector-cell barriers really just give you a pleasant hug almost. There, not that I've crashed into them, but they do seem to absorb the energy amazingly well.
As I've said, we're not allowed to talk what they're made of, but we hear rumours that it's the lint from a mouse's handkerchief, the cream from a bourbon biscuit, and the hair from a unicorn's tail.
Is it?
But
wow.
We're not allowed to talk about that. That poor Luke that sat next to us going, what?
I'm the same, Luke. I'm shaking my head. I'm not shaking my head. They're now trying to assess the best way to try and scoop up Charlie Polk's car. So the JCB telehandler that was at the rear of it is now going to attack the front of it in the nicest possible way. And I think what they're going to do is put the strops onto it to try and elevate it slightly, or are they just going to drag it out? We'll wait and see. But whilst they're doing that, we're now down to 3 minutes of this race remaining. So I think we're going to end up under the safety car. I just can't see. And in fact, now that they've done it, out come the red lights. So we are going to finish this race under red flags, I'm afraid. So just going to take too long to scoop up the rest of the cars, and we are going to count back a lap, but it won't affect the results because, of course, even if you go back a lap, that lap would have been behind safety cars, so the results were set as soon as the safety car came out. So Stuart Donovan is going to be the winner of the final MSVT Trackday Trophy race of the season, and it just goes to show how important it was for him to get as close as he could to that 2-minute pit stop, because it was really in the pit stop that, because he stopped for a shorter period of time than the rest, the minimum was 2 minutes, he was about 2 minutes 3. The car that was leading before the pit stop stopped for about 2 minutes 5. That was just enough for him to overcome that deficit with his slightly quicker pit stop, take the lead of the race, and ultimately go on to win it. So all of the cars heading over the start-finish line now. We will confirm the results with you as soon as we possibly can, but I think the right decision made ultimately that we weren't going to get any more racing in. We weren't going to get the car cleared out of the gravel trap in time for Charlie Polk. You can see only now as it's on the very edge of the gravel. And in fact, by the look of it, yeah, no damage to the tail end of the car. There's nothing that's obvious. I thought it would be a light touch into the rector cell, and indeed it was. Most of that damage is at the front, on the front left-hand corner, of course. That was the corner that struck the BMW and put them both ultimately into the gravel trap and out of the race, I'm afraid to say. So all of the cars will continue around the circuit. They will peel their way in towards the pit lane, and hopefully not this time get held up in the Parc Fermé process at the top of the pit lane. Hopefully they'll be all released down towards the bottom of the pit lane. Let's just have a quick look. No, they're getting waved in. You can see there is Stuart Donovan already getting waved in towards the Parc Fermé area by the MSVT officials, who will usually automatically pick out the top 3 in the race, and then randomly they might scoop up a few more. So it will be a while before we get Chris Dawes able to chat to our top 3 drivers. Albeit I noticed one of them, Adrian Pottinger, has already been waved through, so he is not being ushered in towards the Parc Fermé area. But hopefully we should be able to confirm some results with you very quickly, just in a short while. So let's have a quick look at what the results look like for the final race of the year for the MSVT Trackday Trophy. It was a win for Stuart Donovan, with the Reeds, that being Dan and Alex, in 2nd place, and Adrian Pottinger in 3rd place. Jeremy Evans and Phil Hart finished in 4th position, with Wayne Cockrell in 5th place picking up the class win. 6th place went the way of Damien Shrupchalski, with 7th place going the way of the Samprini Racing Honda Civic. In 8th place, it was the number 114 car of the Hayes, that being Luke and Jamie, with Sarah Hobson finishing in 9th place, and the number 127 Volkswagen Golf for Sean Andrews and Clive Goldthorpe completing the top 10. Drew Fletcher claimed the win in Class D at the wheel of his Mazda in what was a very hard-fought battle between himself and Alistair Eason, with Rob Burnham and the Begbie and Warner car sitting there in 14th place. The BMW of McKee and Massey was there in 15th place. Kevin Bottomley was the leading guest car home as he finished in 17th place. Then it was the Hurrells in their Renault Clio, followed by Moss, Bowen and Murfitts Ford Fiesta that completed the top 20. Outside of the top 20, there were plenty more cars, including, of course, those cars that had issues. We know of the retirement of the Peugeot of Alex Di Donato, and, of course, the rather unfortunate incident that befell the Coombs in their Mazda at the very start of the race. So that was it for the final race of the season for the MSVT Trackday Trophy. They'll be back with a full calendar in 2023. Looking forward to seeing a chunk more of them over the course of next year as well. So Chris Dawes is going to scoop up the drivers as and when they are released from the Parc Fermé area. We still have more racing to come up here as well at Brands Hatch, with a further race for the United Formula Ford featuring the champion of Brands coming up very shortly, and then we will have our final race of the day, which will be the final race of the season for Turismo X. But even after that, we are also live on the stream for the qualifying for the EnduroKA ahead of tomorrow's 500-minute race here at Brands Hatch for the Mark 1 Ford KAs, the IndyCar 500 as it is billed, which does have a cracking entry list. Former winners from last year, GM Performance are back. Gary Mitchell and Ian Mitchell. Former winner Nick Tandy, and of course Le Mans winner, Porsche driver, racing back for Porsche in IMSA this year, is also back out on that entry list as well for the EnduroKAs, which will be qualifying from the last bits of daylight through into darkness, and that is going to be around about 10 to 4 until 10 to 5, their 1 hour qualifying session. But as we say, still 2 more races to come before that. But before that, we'll hand you back downstairs to Chris Dawes, who's managed to catch up with a driver or two.
Back down in the pit lane we are. We're going to grab a word with as many as we can. Our race winner's only just making his way down now. We did have, I'm going to quickly grab a word with a class winner, because he's going to have to take his helmet off yet, is Stuart Donovan. But I'm going to grab the 87 car, Drew Fletcher. Drew, come here. Got to grab a word with you, because honestly, that class battle was incredible in the MX-5. I mean, there was like 3 or 4 of you at times having an absolute ding-dong.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. That's what it's all about, having a right old battle. So yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
I mean, it suddenly looked at the end as though you found a boost button, because you were able to get past them easier than you were earlier. But I bet you were relieved to just clear off after that point.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, just listening to my mentor and just sending it when he said I should send it and get away. Yeah,
I bet you were gutted when you saw a safety car though.
To parts, yeah, but then when I saw the clock time ticking down, I thought, yeah, okay, we'll do it. Just get the elbows out and try and keep the position.
You've done enough. Well done. Cracking class win. Well done. Let's take a wander over here. We've got our outright race winner, the 112, Stuart Donovan. Stuart, wow, I mean, congratulations on that. I mean, the Golf in the early stages seemed to just be able to scamper off, and you just patiently eked back into it. Cracking job in the pit stops, and then from there, just stretch your legs.
Yeah, I've got to hand it to Reed. He's been on it from the start all season. He jumps me pretty much, a very familiar story. This has been my entire season, chasing him. Yeah, the Celica works best in clean air, so as soon as I could get that, I was able to put in some lap times and then a good pit stop. Shame to finish under the Reds, but one of those things. Great season.
Oh, absolutely brilliant job, well done.
Just thank you to my sponsors, Quaif, AP Estates, Seven Motorsports, Real Neon and Vixio Payments Compliance.
You've done that before, haven't you?
Thank you very much.
Well done, cracking job, fantastic. Let's have a chat to the Reeds. Guys, who started?
Me.
That was a cracking start, and you managed to pull away as well.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Stuart always gives plenty of racing room, so you know you can trust to go side by side. So yeah, really enjoyed this year racing with him. It's been great.
Did we suspect that there was a slight issue towards the end of your stint before you came into the pits? It just seemed to suddenly lose 2 to 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah, actually, I tried to go down the inside of a back marker and he didn't see me coming. I had a bit of a grassy moment trying to avoid him, and then Stuart closed the gap. So not really, back marker's fault, just one of those things. I was trying to get through quickly and he didn't see me, so it's just one of them.
That's okay. We were worried it was a mechanical.
Okay.
So you took over the car, and you didn't have once he got the clear air, it was too difficult to reel him in.
Yeah, just too fast today. So it was just about keeping some consistency after that. Alex on the pit wall was saying how far P3 was behind me, so I knew I didn't have to do everything every lap and risk a mistake. Bottom result, I wanted a restart off the safety car to get a little bit of a fight, even if it was to defend. But yeah, that's our day today, and P2 is what it is.
Which is still a pretty good finish, let's be honest.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well done, guys. Absolutely wonderful entertainment. Let's have a look. Who else have we got? We've got the 89 car here that actually finished 3rd overall, Adrian Pottinger. Adrian.
Hello.
Congratulations, great 3rd position. Looks a bit out of sorts at the start.
I had to drive across the grass, so with wet tyres, no warm-up lap.
Yes.
So unfortunately, I had wheel spin for the first 3 gears.
Was there an issue to make you late out onto the grid?
I was in the other race.
I thought it was that, yeah. I forgot that, so you were wet from that, you had to get it dried, and then it was just be patient. And
they made me drive over the grass, yeah. So.
Which is tricky, isn't it? It's a tricky one, but well done, a great first.
No worries, yeah, thank you very much.
Congratulations. Let's see, can we quickly grab, they're starting to go out onto the grid, so we maybe need to knock it on the head, in which case I'm going to have to hand it back to you. We managed to get the top 3, we got one of the class winners, but Mark, back to you for the Formula Fords.
Thanks, Chris. Yep, so we have already on the track for the final race for them this season, the competitors for the AMC Vehicle Solutions United Formula Ford Championship in association with LMC Technologies, and combined with them is the Aumento Coaching Champion of Brands competitors. If I've got the maths right, for the United Formula Ford Championship, Morgan Quinn is on 30 points coming into this race, and Lucas Romanek, who won the race earlier on, is now on 25 championship points. So it's Morgan Quinn's to lose, you could argue, because there's 5 for a win, an extra 2 for the overall win, and then it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 in each one of the classes, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. For the Aumento Coaching Champion of Brands, again, if I've got the maths right, Chris Sharple starts on 25 points, Simon Pruce is on 17, and John Barnes is on 15. But as they head off on the formation lap, should be able to guide you through the grid and the way that they line up, which is based on the results of the race that we had earlier on today. So onto pole position. It's going to be the winner from race 1 earlier on today. It's Lucas Romanek that starts from pole, and alongside is Morgan Quinn. Row 2 of the grid is Alex Walker and Jordan Kelly, and it's Neil Toft that has Bob Hawkins for company on row number 3. On to row number 4, that's where we see Nathan Down and the Van Diemen RF90 of Jonathan Barnes. It's the Swift of Sean Macklin alongside Christopher Sharples, and then onto the next row of the grid it's Simon Pruce, and then we're into the retirees from earlier on. Adam Fathers, who had a left wheel come off his car, hopefully he's back, and also at the tail end of the field was our other retiree from earlier, which was James Hadfield. So that's the way that they line up for this final single-seater race of the season at Brands Hatch. And remember, we've got not just the United Formula Ford champion to crown, we've also got our champion of brands to crown coming up in this race very shortly. Lucas Romanek, Morgan Quinn and Alex Walker were all so evenly matched in the race earlier on today. Alex Walker won on the road, remember, but was given a penalty for being out of position at the start, so he'll be hugely conscious this time that he parks within his grid slot. And last time, of course, he did that, but the car had a clutch issue, and that's why it rolled forward forward of the grid slot, and ultimately that was what put him out of position at the start. So he'll be hoping for better fortunes in this one. Could he win it on the road and keep the victory this time? I'll have to wait and see over the course of the 20 minutes that's coming up. So the final little bit of tyre warming just being done as they then position themselves on the grid, and Lucas Romanek is the black car with the white flashes that sits there on pole position. It's the car that is blue with the little white and red stripe down the side of it, Morgan Quinn alongside. It's the all-black car of Alex Walker on row number 2, and alongside him is the blue car but with the thicker white stripe down the side of it in the hands of Jordan Kelly. Neil Tofts is red on row number 4, and it's another red car. The Ray of Bob Hawkins lines up alongside him. So green flag is waved at the tail end of the field. We're about to get our final race of the season underway for United Formula Ford and the Champion of Brands. Red lights come on, red lights go off, which they do now, and it's a good reaction from Lucas Romanek, who is going to lead the way. Alex Walker comes over to try and squeeze Jordan Kelly because Alex Walker had a poor start from what was 3rd position. He's already dropped down into 4th place, so it's Lucas Romanek that leads the way. It is Morgan Quinn in 2nd place. Jordan Kelly was in 3rd, but already Alex Walker is making up for that poor start and sneaks up the inside of him as they head up towards Druids for the first time. There's lock brakes further back down through the order, but thankfully everybody is safely through Druids as they plunge downhill and in towards Graham Hill Bend for the first time.
Yeah, and you can see that it's so tight further back. James Hadfield, the orange 129, is trying to work his way through a bit further back. You can see in the background there. But again, it's the front 4 that have made a bit of a breakaway already, haven't they? And in fact, you've got to say, Lucas Romanek has got some incredible daylight between himself and the 2nd place car as it stands. Morgan Quinn is going to look to eat back into that soon. And I think we saw daylight in the early stages in the first race. In Formula Ford races, they don't tend to last long, though, do they?
No, not at all. No, look at this squabble that's going on here as Sean Macklin is looking to try and squeeze up the inside of Christopher Sharples. Christopher Sharples looking to try and attack and defend at the same time. We've also got James Hadfield trying to carve his way through the order after his retirement in race number 1. And he weaves one way, weaves the other, and is looking to try and put Sean Macklin under pressure. Further back through the order, also very late on the brakes, was Bob Hawkins as he snuck up the inside of Christopher Sharples at the wheel of the Palliser. So everywhere you look, there are fights going on, including at the sharp end of the order as well, with the first few cars, Lucas Romanek, Morgan Quinn and Alex Walker, all so evenly matched in race number 1. In race number 2, Lucas Romanek seems to be out of the box a little bit quicker here, doesn't he? And he seems to have broken the toe on those behind.
Yeah, I think after it being so tight in that first race, he's wanted to break the toe, break the spirit as quickly as he possibly can. Sean Macklin's about to be challenged by James Hadfield across the line there. Incidentally, thank you to Gary Hill. He says that Adam Fathers isn't out in this race because, do you remember, he had that off at Clearways. Suspected hub failure. You said that suddenly the wheel just went bop. Yeah, hub failure causing the wheel to come off his car, and they haven't been able to sort it out for this 2nd race, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's an enormous shame for Adam Fathers. So that means that we're down to just 12 cars in this particular race. The one to watch out for at the moment is James Hadfield, who at the wheel of the orange Van Diemen RF03 is carving his way through the order. Remember, he was a non-finisher in the race earlier on, and on the basis of the grid is formed by the finishing order of race 1. He had to start at the back and has worked his way beautifully well through the order now. Should be inside the top 6, I would have thought. As over the start-finish line, we see the fight for 2nd and 3rd place. Ronan Quinn looking to try and see if he can reassert himself back into 2nd place, because on that lap he's lost it. Alex Walker is through into 2nd.
Yeah, incredible. I don't think that's over just yet. And yeah, you were talking about James Hadfield fighting his way through. That car just looks a lot happier, doesn't it? And he looks at one with it again. It just wasn't right in qualifying or the race. And whatever they've now tweaked on that, the feedback he's been able to give for that to get it into the sweet spot, it appears to be working. And he's absolutely flying. Got himself up there into fresh air. The next target is the 5th place, the red number 17 car of Toft. So it's going well.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him and see how much progress he makes. Also keeping an eye on what's going on for the battle for 2nd and 3rd place. Can Morgan Quinn close back up onto the coattails of Alex Walker? Is Alex Walker then going to try and charge and bring the gap down to the race leader, Lucas Romanek? Over the start-finish line now go. Alex Walker sets the fastest lap of the race. That answers the question. 50.916 of a second. It's only a few hundredths of a second quicker than Lucas Romanek, but the gap's going the right way at this stage. Number 73, race 1 winner Lucas Romanek leads the way still as they head on to lap number 5.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's still early stages, but there is surprising sized gaps between all four of them at the moment, isn't it? You wonder whether it's just lulling us into a false sense of security. I mean, Alex Walker, I saw him as he came out of Graham Hill Bend there onto the Cooper Straight, still very animatedly looking into his wing mirrors, just making sure he knows where Morgan Quinn is. The 88 car there, is he still within striking distance? The answer that he'll have found when he looked into his mirrors is not right now, but it goes to show he knows that that gap can disappear if he doesn't pay attention to it.
Yeah, Alex Walker, interesting to hear him chat to you earlier on, as again he sets another new fastest lap of the race, a 50.748 second lap, which is 0.2 of a second quicker than the race leader. Interesting to him to say earlier on, yeah, he'd been out of a car for a couple of months. Well, yeah, it's good to see him back in a single-seater, because of course Alex Walker was the man that was at the sharp end of the GB4 Championship at the beginning of the season.
Ah, yes, of course he was, yeah. I remember that now, because I remember at Snetterton when he no longer was, and I've been looking forward to seeing him. So it's good to see him back in a car, and it shows form is temporary, class is permanent.
Now he's a very quick driver, is Alex Walker, and is again showing that by the fact that on this lap I think he has closed the gap down even further, so it's down to just less than 1.5 seconds at the beginning of the lap. This time as they flash their way over the start-finish line, the gap from Lucas Romanek, the number 73 car that leads, back to Alex Walker is a second, because again, 3 laps on the trot. Alex Walker, new fastest lap of the race, 50.635. That's half a second quicker than the race leader. If he's half a second quicker this lap, he'll then be in the tow.
I thought you were going to say in the DRS zone.
DRS and Formula 4s, no, never to be said in the same sentence.
Absolutely, but yeah, he's got to be taking it down to sub 1 second this time round as they go down the Cooper Straight, left-hander at Surtees, and certainly it's not enough to put the EBGBs off Romanek. I haven't used that phrase since I was a youngster, but it kind of describes it. Romanek just looks calm and collected, doesn't he? He's doing as much as he needs to. He got that clear air there in the early stage. He's got 14 minutes left. And Alex Walker is closing in that 41 car, the pair of black cars at the fight end. It's another new fastest lap of the race, but he only took a 10th out of the leader Romanek this time. He is less than a second, but not as much taken out this time as it was the last tour.
Yeah, we had a slight off at Paddock Hill Bend for Nathan Down at the wheel of the Getton McGuile on the previous lap. He manages to get the car out of the gravel trap and will continue on his merry way after that brief moment. Lucas Romanek turns his way for the 8th time out of Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight, with Alex Walker looming ever larger in his mirrors at this stage. He is now, I think, within the distance that he's going to pick up a slight advantage from the hole in the air that our race leader Lucas Romanek is making. The one thing that Alex Walker needs to try and do is make sure he stays within the confines of the circuit. He did that beautifully in the race earlier on. Can't afford to run wide, can you? You can push, but once you start running wide, then you're in danger, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. And not only that we also know we're going to get warnings as well.
5th lap on the trot, he set the fastest lap. This time it's a 50.439 second lap from Alex Walker, so the gap first to second now comes down to 0.6 of a second between the pair of them. Morgan Quinn is now nearly 2.5 seconds down the road in 3rd place, and he in turn is now getting caught by the charging Jordan Kelly, so Morgan Quinn could lose out soon.
Yeah, it's suddenly become a bit Noah's Ark, hasn't it? 2 by 2 as Quinn is definitely into the clutches of Kelly. I love what Walker's doing, is that he's almost, it reminds me of Sergei Bubka, the pole vaulter, always just taking a little bit out of the record, a little bit each time, almost as if someone's told him for every fastest lap he gets, he'll get a cash prize.
I mean, I've seen your physique. I never had you down as a pole vaulter in the past, but there we go.
Hey, I've got the physique of a racing snake, mate.
Over the start-finish line goes Lucas Romanek, still continuing to lead the way. Lead advantage came out. It is exactly 3/4 of a second that time as they came over the start-finish line. So Lucas Romanek responding to the fact that Alex Walker was getting closer to him. But I think Lucas made probably a bit of a hash almost there of Druids. There was lots of tyre squeal, and all of a sudden it looked as though Alex Walker has brought that lead advantage down again to a degree. Great fight still going on for 3rd and 4th as well. Morgan Quinn having to work overtime to try and keep the blue car with the white stripe down the side, which is going to be Jordan Kelly at bay.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking and wondering whether the temperature's changed a little bit out there again, because it just seems to have changed somewhat for our race leader Lucas Romanek, is that doesn't really have a full answer for the chase in Alex Walker. I mean, he has a little bit, he did a personal best last time round, but equally Morgan Quinn being chased by the 99 car of Kelly, is that both of them just seem to have dropped back ever so slightly, although that time round it was status quo between the top two. Romanek and Walker both doing 50.7s. But look at this fight for third position. Morgan Quinn under huge pressure.
Remember, it's 5 points for a class win. It's an extra 2 for the overall win. Well, at the moment, 5 points for the class win and the 2 for the overall win, going the way of Lucas Romanek. That would put him on 32 championship points at the end of this race. Morgan Quinn sits there in third. That would give him 3 points. That would put him on 33 at the end of this. So there's a point between them. Morgan Quinn cannot afford to lose the place to Jordan Kelly.
So at the moment, he's still got it by 1 point.
By 1 point.
Wow, and you know, maybe that's the pressure, but he's just sort of eased it off a little bit too much, and he's found himself in a vulnerable position there with the 99 car of Kelly, the pair of blue cars that are sat there, that second pair. That is where the championship really hinges right now.
The only one thing is, if he does lose a place, they'd be drawn on points, and then it'd have to go to count back at who'd had most wins, and that's where I'll be reliant on James Beckett to tell me that, because all he gets the points, not the position finishes.
And I don't know whether this makes a difference for the champion of brands, because Chris Sharple's got his hand in the air in the historic, beautiful, what was it, the Palliser. And he's just cruising back to the pit lane. I don't know. I think he's probably done enough to have secured that, or is he likely to be vulnerable in the champion of brands?
Simon Proust, depending on where he finishes, could do it, but Simon Proust is running in third position in the class, so I think that is probably going to be sufficient, depending on where John Barnes is doing. John Barnes is second in the heritage class, so I think he's all right.
Okay, well, and that was, sorry, I got thrown then by the fact that the 2 blue cars in the lead were lapping a blue car, and I thought we had a change then for it, but it isn't. Listen to the screeching of tyres from those Formula 4 cars as they push it in. My wife got to drive a Formula 4 car yesterday round Castle Coombe, and she absolutely adored it.
They're rather snug, aren't they, Formula 4?
Just a smidge. We had someone on the day yesterday, the racing school at Coombe, that was 6'7", tried to get into the Formula 4, and they went, I'm afraid not.
Yeah, it always amazed me how someone like Justin Wilson was able to carve a single-seater career, because he was such a tall guy, the late, great Justin Wilson. So this fight's still going on for third and fourth position. Morgan Quinn still pushing as hard as he dare. He's still got absolutely in his mirrors Jordan Kelly, who's not going away. So the pair of 2 blue cars, the 2 blue cars head over the start-finish line. Lucas Romanek still also leading the race overall. The lead advantage there seems to have settled, doesn't it, now, between Lucas Romanek in the lead and Alex Walker. It's been around 3/4 of a second for the last few laps.
Yeah, and I noticed that the third place Morgan Quinn, the 88 car, the first of the 2 blue cars battling it out there, just put in a new personal best. So that challenge and the lure of the championship just eking a little bit more out of him. The problem is that 50.732 compared to a 50.778 of the chasing 99 car of Jordan Kelly. So still under huge pressure, but it's certainly trying to bring some personal best lap times out of him, isn't it?
It is, yeah, so pushing hard. I'm assuming Jordan Kelly is registered for the championship. If he's not, then it becomes a bit of a moot point as to whether he gets past or not. But for the purposes of excitement and trying to work out the maths, we'll assume that the number 99 car is eligible for championship points. We've got just under 8 minutes of this race to go. 14 laps have been completed. Lucas Romanek has led everyone so far, despite the fact that Alex Walker has been looming reasonably large in his mirrors for the last half dozen laps or so. The lead advantage did come down last time through. It came down by 1/10 of a second, so it's now down to 0.6 of a second. So maybe Alex Walker has had a breather for a few laps and is now in full attack mode again.
Talking of attack mode, look at this, heading down the Cooper Straight, third and fourth, absolutely glued together. I thought we were going to see a challenge by Jordan Kelly. The 99 car with the blue car with a white stripe front to back there was certainly lining up, looking as if he felt that it was possibly on for him there, but just couldn't quite find the opportunity. So sits there still in fourth place. Morgan Quinn, number 88, still there in third. The diminutive Morgan just trying desperately to hold on to that third position. Round he goes down the hill before rising back up again to the Druids hairpin. The pair of leaders are already exiting the hairpin, and they've got a battling pair of back markers just ahead of them.
Yeah, John Barnes, isn't it, the wheel of the Van Diemen RF90 that sits ahead the white car, and he is busy squabbling away. John Barnes sees them coming. Lucas Romanek seizes the opportunity to try and squeeze his way through. Unfortunately, however, Alex Walker also follows him through as well, so the lead pair are now absolutely together, and there's still another back marker that they need to deal with, which is Sean Macklin, who doesn't want to get involved in any of that. He just stays out of harm's way, so race leaders are now together. This is the best opportunity for Alex Walker. He's worked tirelessly hard to catch the race leader. He's been about 6-7 tenths of a second behind him for lap after lap after lap, and now the back markers have allowed him to be less than 2 tenths behind him. He'll be fully picking up the toe on this lap.
Yeah, and if you think that he was able to lap a little bit quicker in the early stages, now he's got the toe. Is he going to go towards the outside of the hairpin? Not quite. So Druids, they both go line astern round that. Down, plunging back down towards Graham Hill Bend. He's trying to actually take the pace through Graham Hill Bend onto the Cooper Straight rather than looking up the inside there, and he's done that. He wasn't compromised on the apex, so he could carry all that speed through the corner, up in towards Surtees, McLaren's, and in towards Clearways they go. Behind them, incidentally, the 3rd and 4th place battle are now trying to get past those back markers, and at the moment it is staying in the same order for 3rd and 4th as well. I say that because we saw it squeeze up for the front pair, didn't we? But at the moment it seems to have worked out safely for the 3rd and 4th pair.
Yep, so up towards Paddock Hill Bends. This is now 17 laps completed. Pressure building for Lucas Romanek, who has now got just 2 tenths of a second between himself and Alex Walker. So that is roughly a Formula Ford length when they get towards the apexes of the corner. There's still more traffic up the road as well that they'll have to deal with before too much longer, and that is going to be, I think, Bob Hawkins at the wheel of his Ray GR08 is the next of those. Is it that they're going to put a lap on?
96.
No, it's 96. No, it is, you're right. Yeah, so it's Nathan Down is the next of those that they're going to want to try and work their way through and past, and time is still plenty for Alex Walker to see if he can unlock the door to the lead of the race. They'll have the lap that they are just finishing and probably a further 5 laps thereafter before we see the checkered flag.
3rd and 4th place, that actually split those two up as they came through the back markers. Jordan Kelly, 99, just got compromised. It looked like a very good job by Morgan Quinn to make sure there was a back marker between the pair of them. That pair of back markers have suddenly picked up their fight again, as just noticed, in towards Paddock Hill Bend. But the leaders make it round Druid, still the same. The white flashes tell us that it's Lucas Romanek that still just about has the lead in the 73 car. But Alex Walker there chomping at the bit, trying to find a way. As they got passed down, it just brought them together again for a moment. But they're through, and they've got some daylight before they get involved with any other lap traffic for probably a good couple of laps, I would suggest. So it now just comes down to the pair of them with their gloves off.
Formula Ford has been providing brilliant racing for over half a century now, and it still is just a joy, isn't it, watching Formula Ford racing. Over the start-finish line now go, still together. Lucas Romanek still cannot get rid of Alex Walker despite his best efforts. He's just not going away, is he? And as they head this time for the 20th time up towards Druids, Alex Walker weaves one way, weaves the other. Lucas Romanek just concentrates on the road ahead. He's not going to get drawn into looking in his mirrors, but that's what Alex Walker wants him to do. Any sort of mistake, and Alex Walker is poised and is ready to pounce out of Graham Hill Bend along the Cooper Straight. They're on lap number 20. The lead advantage is, well, next to nothing.
It really is incredible, isn't it? I mean, like you say, it's always entertaining racing with Formula Fords. I really wish they would lower the age that you can start racing in this, because a lot of youngsters have already leapt onto other things, and to get this mechanical grip lesson in Formula Fords is priceless instead of jumping straight into wings and slicks. It is always incredible racing to work out how to control a car that's on the edge of out of control, to quote a film. And you know, these drivers, really, it's like a ballet half the time. The way they just have them under their spell is just fantastic. Defensive line there from Romanek. He can feel the pressure on his throat, can't he?
He can. Almost the nose cone of Alex Walker is onto the gearbox of Lucas Romanek as they went round through Druids that time. Both of them using as much tarmac as they dare, really, running the car right the way out towards the very edge of the red and white curb, but no further than that. They're on lap number 21 at the moment. Together, round through Surtees, up towards McLaren. Is the door open for Alex Walker to try and squeeze his way through? He was almost trying to prise it open, but Lucas Romanek just got the car positioned where he needed to, so that Alex Walker was not able to get through. So over the start-finish line, 2 minutes remaining. The lap they've started, 2 more thereafter.
Wowzers. Oh, and Alex Walker is diving up towards the inside. Oh, thinks better of it. He certainly took a sneaky snifter as he got towards Paddock Hill Bend, but just had to drop out and tuck himself behind Lucas Romanek. And I have to say, Mark, it looked like Lucas knew that as well, didn't he? Because he didn't really change his line. He took the wide line to carry the speed through and plunging back down the hill again. And he just needs to keep his cool, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, absolutely. There's traffic to deal with again, though, which is going to be Simon Pruce's Reynard that they'll need to squeeze their way through and past. They did that. even before they got towards Graham Hill Bend, so the lead battle is on again once more. They're about to start their penultimate lap of the race this time through, and it could well be some more traffic as well that they need to deal with, and this time it will be the ray of Bob Hawkins that they could meet potentially before they see the checkered flag. So through goes Bob over the start-finish line. Here comes Lucas Romanek, followed by Alex Walker, who through over the course of that lap has just fallen away to the tune of about 0.3 of a second, but visually you can see the gap has opened up quite a lot.
Yeah, interesting, and I think that really came from attempting to have a little look as they got towards Paddock Hill Bend, and it just compromised. Plus there was a back marker as they came out of Druids last time, and down towards Graham Hill Bend they go, and they're going to have quite a rapid back marker to encounter. Bob Hawkins, number 91, the dragster racer that is... are they going to even encounter him? I think they are on this last lap, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they are. Yeah, they're going to catch him on the last lap of the race. So out of Clearways and on towards Clark Curve, onto the Brabham Straight for the penultimate time. The checkered flag will greet them next time through. So onto the last lap of the race they'll go. Bob Hawkins still to deal with at some point. Neither Lucas Romanek or Alex Walker can afford to be compromised through the traffic. Where they're going to meet Bob should be on the run up towards Druids, and hopefully you'll see them coming and stay out of the way. Lucas Romanek, is he going to get past before Druids? Yes, he does. Bob Hawkins stays out of the way, so Alex Walker squeezes his way through as well. And as they come down in towards Graham Hill Bend for the final time, they are still together, Chris.
They are, absolutely, and still in third position is the 88 Morgan Quinn that we believe by the mass is going to be just about holding on to the championship lead that he had as he arrived at this circuit. But the lead two are already making their way towards Clearways for the final time.
Yep, so as long as Lucas Romanek claims the 5 points for the win, plus the extra 2 points for the overall win, so 5 points for a class win, extra 2 points for the overall win, that's 7 points added to his tally. That makes him 32 points in total for the season. Alex Walker finishing in second place, but finishing in third, I think, will make it 33 points in total for the season for Morgan Quinn, who by 1 point will be the AMC Solutions United Formula Ford champion for this year in association with LMC Technologies, if I've got the maths right. And I also think the champion of brands for this year, despite his retirements, should be Chris Sharple still, who at the wheel of his historic class I think had done enough, albeit John Barnes did have a good run in the closing stages and picked up the win in the Heritage class, but that would only put him 5 points adrift still now, so I think that's right. Yeah, so I think we've got Morgan Quinn as the United Formula Ford champion. James Beckett will know downstairs for sure, he's bound to be around somewhere, and I think we've got Chris Sharples as the champion of brands for this year, so I think that's the way it will work out. So well done to Lucas Romanek. I pinned my flag to the mast with Lucas Romanek at the beginning of the day and thought he'd have a good weekend, and he has, because not only did he win the final 2 champion of brands races in 2021, he's also won the final 2 here in 2022. Let's confirm the results with you as the cars make their way in towards the pit lane area. Lucas Romanek does the double here at Brands Hatch and wins, with Alex Walker finishing in second position, and Morgan Quinn third is sufficient, I think, to claim the championship by a single point. Jordan Kelly was there in fourth place ahead of Neil Tofts in fifth place, and sixth off the back of the grid was James Hadfield. Bob Hawkins was there in seventh place with Nathan Down in eighth place, and in ninth place it was Jonathan Barnes that claimed the Heritage class, with Sean Macklin completing the top 10 at the wheel of his Swift. Just outside of the top 10 was Simon Pruce, who finished in 11th place. And unfortunately, we lost the only car in the historic class, Chris Sharples, with problems early on in the race. But I think he still has done sufficient to be crowned the champion of brands for 2022. So the cars making their way down towards the bottom of the pit lane. None of them this time being brought in towards Parc Fermé, which means hopefully it's going to be a much quicker process to chat to our drivers and, of course, see if we can catch up with the champions as well, because hopefully James Beckett Motorsport and their maths match my maths, and Morgan Quinn may well have finished third in the race, but he will be the United Formula Ford champion for this year, which of course is the first year of United Formula Ford, the new championship that was launched at the beginning of the season by James Beckett Motorsport. So brilliant racing as ever from Formula Ford. Shame that that is their last racing action of the 2022 championship season, but we look forward to seeing a lot more of Formula Ford, both here at Brands and hopefully with the United Championship visiting the likes of Cadwell and Snetterton and Donington and Oldham Park and all of those circuits over the course of the 2023 season. So I think we're nearly there. We're about ready to hand downstairs and grab a word with Chris Dawes before we then look forward to what will be our final race of the day, the Turismo X. But even after Turismo X, our next race that's coming up, the last race of the day, do hang around still, because we've got the EnduroKA qualifying coming up. Whether you're here at circuit or you're watching the live stream at home, do hang around for EnduroKA qualifying. But before all of that, let's hand you back downstairs to Chris Dawes, who's in the pit lane.
Well, down here, we've got the top three are already down here, so let's go and have a word with these guys. They've enjoyed this one. Lucas, wow, congratulations. This time it was fully leading it from the front, but the pressure was relentless.
Yeah, I know. I kept like every couple of laps I'd look in my mirror just to see where he was at. He was just getting close and close and closer. And yeah, in the end just managed to hold on really, but Oldfield Motorsport gave me a great car this weekend, even if it did go off a little to the end. But yeah, a little bit, but not too much. But anyway, she's a quick girl, and that's all that matters.
Wow, quick driver as well. Well done, cracking double victory there. Alex, wow, you weren't going to mess about this time, were you? You couldn't quite get that win, but I think you even chucked the kitchen sink in this time.
Yeah, no, I put everything towards Lucas then, but he did a really good job. Made no mistakes, and yeah, just really good pace throughout. The back mark has got a bit interesting throughout, but no, it was a really good fun day here at Brands.
Well done, mate. Fabulous job. Right, let's go this way. Come on through, because this is not only our third driver, but it is our United Formula 4 champion. I mean, how does that sound, Morgan?
Sounds pretty good now that that race is over. But I was having a bit of pressure from my teammate there, but he let me have it. I was struggling a lot in that race, but he was kind enough to keep behind me.
Yeah, it did look like he was going to at times, and it looked like some massive pressure. And what was going through your mind at that point?
Just looking at the time board, saying how long's left, But I'm just happy that it's over and done with.
It's done. I think it was only by 1 point possibly in the end. Yeah. But congratulations, great championship win.
Yeah, thank you.
So there we go, Morgan Quinn, third in a race, championship win. What a fantastic job. Quickly, I know they're off, but very quickly. What a fantastic season.
It's been another great year's racing with MSVR, champion of Brands, and United Formula 4 deliver every time. Big thanks to everybody who's involved and who's helped support all the way through the year, and let's come and do it again next year.
Fantastic. On that word, that's fantastic. Hand back to Mike Werrell. It's Turismo X.
Yep, so Turismo X are on their formation lap, their final race of the championship season. Let's have a look at the way that the grid lines up for this last race. Remember, the championship is still up for grabs. It's going to be Darren Goes who starts there on pole position. He was the race winner earlier on today, so he goes from pole, and alongside is the Honda Civic of Richard Clark. Row 2 of the grid is Dylan Brichter and Gary Hufford's BMW, and row 3 is Jamie Hayes, and then we should have George Wright for this race. The 4th row of the grid, it's Al Bull alongside Clive Goldthorpe, and row number 5 there'll be a gap on the inside. James Owen's car was not there when the grid was formed up, so it's just Lewis Gatt on his own on the 5th row of the grid, and Adam Blair starts off the back of the grid. He was still circulating at the end of the last race. He lost 12 laps though with a repair to the car, but he wasn't classified as a race finisher, so it does mean that coming into this race, if I've got the maths right, Darren Goes is on 301 points, 6 points in the lead from Adam Blair, who's on 295, and Dylan Brichter is now on 282 and is third in the championship. I think that's the way the maths work, but that is my maths. So it is always got a caveat and several question marks beside it. But Darren Goes, yeah, picking up the championship lead. Had Adam Blair have been classified as a finisher in the position he was, they would have been tied on points coming into this one. So it could have been even closer. But no, Darren Goes is the championship leader. He starts from pole position. He's had the pace all day as well, because he was fastest in qualifying. He was fastest in Super Pole. He won the race earlier on today with fastest lap as well. So it's all gone his way today, whereas Adam Blair has had a range of issues with the car, with I think it was fuel pumps and fuel pressures and fuses and other things going in the car. So it's been a bit of a torrid weekend for him. So Darren Goes, lines up the Audi on pole position. He's got the Honda sitting alongside. It's the Seat and the BMW on row number 2. Row number 3, it's a Seat and a Volkswagen Golf. And row number 4, it is a Lotus and a Golf with the Renault and the Seat Leon at the tail end of the field. Watch out for Adam Blair off the back of the grid, because he also, remember, has got a championship to think about. So championship leader at the front of the grid, second in the championship, off the back of the grid for this one. Small grid though, red lights are on, red lights go out now, and it is a brilliant start from Gary Hufford from the second row of the grid. Slightly slow away there was both front rowmen, Darren Goes and Richard Clark, but finally in the second phase, Darren Goes gets the Audi through into the lead of the race with Gary Hufford's BMW there in second place, and Richard Clark at the wheel of the Honda is there in third place. Dylan Brichter and Adam Blair side by side for what will be fourth and fifth position, so it's been a really good start from Adam Blair off the tail end of the field to carve his way through the order. But as they head out of Druids and head downhill in towards Graham Hill Bend for the first time, it is Darren Goes that leads the way at this stage from Gary Hufford in second position, and then we get to Richard Clark's Honda sitting there in third place. Fourth at the moment. What a start. Adam Blair up to fourth from the back of the grid.
Yeah, super impressive that. He's got to do everything, hasn't he, here to try and wrestle it back in reality. It's interesting, someone was saying earlier, is that this is another different car for them, so it was always a degree of risk, I would imagine, coming into this, and they'll be hoping that the fuel pickup issue is all put to bed and they can just get on and start moving forward. But Darren Goes knows that's coming, so he's cantered off into the distance as soon as he possibly can, hasn't he?
So Adam's been in the Audi TT for most of the year, hasn't he? Yeah, I thought he had. So leader getting away, three cars fighting over what is second, third and fourth place. It's the Class X car of Gary Hufford that hangs on to second position at the moment, despite the best efforts of the Honda of Richard Clark, followed then by Adam Blair. So they all sit there second, third and fourth together, nose to tail as they flick their way through Surtees and McLaren. And Adam Blair fires one up the inside of Richard Clark and puts the Seat up into third position. He now needs to think about attacking the next of the cars up the road, which is going to be Gary Hufford, but then he runs wide, having gained one place on the way into the corner. He loses it on the way out. We've also lost Jamie Hayes into the grass, but for poor old Adam Blair, all of the hard work that he's done all seems to have come undone all of a sudden.
And wow, that Civic was looking up the inside of the BMW, but it just didn't quite work. Hufford kept his foot in around the outside, and thankfully they all managed to avoid any kind of contact with each other. And so the BMW still sat there in second, number 45, the orange car of Hufford, with the Civic that just did a brilliant job in that first race, didn't he? And it did Clark, number 66, but this time he's the one that's not defending, he's the one on the offence, isn't he?
Yeah, so Gary Hufford, the most powerful car that we've got in the field this weekend, but at the moment he is still managing to stay ahead of the far more nimble cars that sit behind, the likes of Richard Clark and then of Adam Blair. So in a straight line, as the Beamer got the legs over what is a very quick Honda in a straight line. Now he's still got the speed, hasn't he? That is such a quick Honda in a straight line. Who's braver on the brakes? Gary Hufford is. Hangs on to second place. Needs to make sure he takes the apex at Paddock Hill Bend and doesn't run wide. Brilliant stuff. Hangs on to second, and all of this is playing beautifully into the hands, isn't it, of Darren Goes, who's away in the lead.
Yeah, I think I'm almost going to have to tell him that there was a race going on behind him at this rate, aren't I, when we speak to him downstairs? But at the end of the day, he's doing everything he needs to do, and he has done since the get-go this morning. Just at the end of the day, he's not in control of what other people can do, is he? So he's only in control of his own job, and he's done that brilliantly. Up into second place does go the Honda. He's managed to get past Hufford's BMW, so 66 Clark up into second place, and it still looks like the number one car of Blair trying desperately to follow him through, and Hufford's held him back.
Yep, so brilliant stuff. Has he held him back enough, though? On a straight line, has the Beamer got the legs? There's almost a touch between the pair of them. There was not a lot of daylight there, but Gary Hufford still manages to cling on to what is third position. And for Adam Blair, if he can get past that car, it is an extra championship point for him, because it will mean he will then finish ahead of one car that is a class higher than him at this stage. So
yeah, of course.
It's important for him to try and get past Gary Hufford's car.
He's definitely trying absolutely everything as they came out of Druids, trying to look up the inside at Graham Hill Bend. He's now throwing it up there. There was no invite and no waiting to be told he could. He just threw it up the inside there, got himself up into third place, and as you say, that is that extra point. There's bad news for him is the two ahead of him have already managed to scamper off into the distance.
Yeah, that moves him from 22 points up to 25 points now in reality, so you would get 24 for third, but he's now ahead of a car that's a class higher than him, so it's quite a complex system, the way that points work in Turismo X, but it is good fun trying to track it all down at the end of the championship season. So Darren Goes leads the way at the wheel of his Audi now by 4.1 seconds. You can visually see the gap that one car is only just coming out of Paddock Hill Bend in second place, and the race leader is already up at Druids. So that's a relative gap between Audi and Honda. Now what we need to try and keep an eye on is what Adam Blair does at the wheel of the third place number 1 Seat in his pursuit of the number 66 Honda. He's pushing hard, isn't he?
Oh, and Blair's just run very wide on the exit of Graham Hill Bend there. I'm sure he'll have triggered the cameras down there as well, but more to the point, it just four-wheel drifted, didn't it? And it was ironic that it did that, because I was just about to say, I forgot to ask Darren Goes what happened to him at the tail end of race 1, because he definitely went off the boil, didn't he? So Darren's doing this now, but how much is he destroying those tyres for the closing stage of this race? I mean, he's still got 14.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, he's just set the fastest lap of the race, so the tyres are in good condition at the moment. 51.785 seconds, 51.785. Well, that is only about a tenth of a second shy of the fastest lap that he did in race 1 as well, so that will also pick him up a championship point as well. So Darren Goes looking to try and scoop up maximum points and see whether that is enough to propel him towards the championship. At the moment, if he stays where he is and Adam Blair stays where he is, he would be the champion, Darren Goes, in another 14 minutes time.
Interesting as well, if you look at the number 2 car, Dylan Brichter sat there in 5th place. He's closing in on that orange BMW, the number 45 car of Hufford, because what did he do last time? 52.9 compared to 50. There's not a lot in it, but you can just see that that car is starting to close in on the BMW now.
Clive Goldthorpe at the wheel of the number 27 Volkswagen Golf. It's been a very busy Golf as that car today. It's been out in, I think, everything other than the Formula Ford races, hasn't it? We've seen that Volkswagen Golf in.
Not
pretty
for the
much so. Yeah, for some reason they wouldn't let him in.
No.
Other than that, they'd have put an entry in, that's absolutely for sure. That car is running around in 10th position, so it's in last place at the moment. And we've also got a good fight going on between George Wright in his Volkswagen Golf and Al Bull in the Lotus. That's just heading up towards Paddock Hill Bend. That will be for 6th and 7th place.
Now the number 1 Blair car has got himself up into 3rd. He's not managing to pull away from Hufford BMW, really, is he? He's still sat there, not necessarily having to worry about it, but he's not pulling away, and he's definitely not closing in on the lead too. He was 0.8 slower than Clark, and even, well, 1.5 seconds slower than Darren Goes. So I wonder whether he's just making sure that he gets that car to the finish in 3rd and see where that could leave him. What could happen to Darren in the closing stages? He's got to be sort of in the mix, hasn't he, at the very least, even if he can't catch Darren now.
Yeah, as long as he's there or thereabouts. I think he probably realises that the championship is edging away from him over the course of today.
Yeah, it's the damage to his disappointment will have been done earlier, but he, as I said, with Darren just doing his job, is that's all that that he can do now as well in that number 1 car. Adam Blair just needs to bring it home, and he's fought quickly through to that 3rd place, hasn't he? But just looks like, unless he's just allowing it to cool down again now.
Yeah, I think Gary Hufford's closing back in on him, isn't he, by the look of things. So there goes the number 45 car in the hands of Gary Hufford, 4th overall, still leading Class X by virtue of the fact he's the only entrant in it this weekend. And let's just have a quick look at the relative lap times from number 1 Adam Blair at the wheel of the largely white and red Seat and Super Copa and Gary Hufford. Yeah, there's 0.2 of a second difference between them, so the gap closes between the pair.
Yeah, and that seems to be the proverbial elastic, because it will then stretch back out again and then close back, and it just kind of shows how tight it is. Darren disappears down the Cooper Straight. That was a fair bit slower last time round, which meant he was going about the same pace as the 2nd place car, number 66 Clark in the Honda Civic. But the gap was still, what we had, 4 3/4 seconds last time round, but with 11 1/4 to go, we're interested to see what we're going to see from Darren Goes. Here he comes to complete his 10th lap, double figures in the book now, and it's a 53 mark. So he is starting to just drop those couple of seconds, and it's nearly a second quicker for Clark in 2nd place.
Yeah, so well, we saw that, didn't we, late on, that he just started to drop away a little bit, so we'll see as to how much drop-off there is. As for Adam Blair, well, he's just put in his fastest lap that he has done in the race so far at the wheel of the number 1 Seat and Super Copa. He's done a 52.598. That's nearly half a second quicker than the race leader Darren Goes could muster on that particular lap. Traffic to deal with as well for Gary Hufford as he tries to work his way through and past Clive Goldthorpe's Volkswagen Golf. He should squeeze through and past it on the run down in towards Graham Hill Bend, but Dylan Brichter was very decisive that he wanted to go through at the same point.
Didn't he do well there? He's now right on the back with that BMW. He's definitely in the mix. So that was a good lunge. It goes to show how much you can gain or lose with the traffic, isn't it? Right, Darren goes through. He's back down to 52.5, so he's only a second off his best this time. But he still lost about another 10th to Clark, but he'll settle for that, wouldn't he? Because his lead is 3.8, 10 minutes left to go. If that's all he's able to eat into his lead, I don't think he'll panic too much.
They still look a really pretty car, don't they, the Seat Leon Supercopa. When you consider that this car is now, crumbs, what, it's nearly 20 years old, isn't it? It's about 15 years of age. Lock break there from Adam Blair, though, as he went in towards Druids. Of course, we did have not just a one-make series for them here in the UK that supported the British Touring Car Championship, but also there was a European series, wasn't it, for the Seat Leon Supercopa. There was a Spanish series. It was very much of the time, wasn't it? And even now, 15 years later, the cars still look fab.
Yeah, it's quite surprising when Seat pulled out of the likes of British touring cars as well, wasn't it? They decided they'd done enough, they'd got their name well enough known, and they pulled out of that as well, considering what a good race car they made, and like you say, what a pretty race car they make as well. It'd be good to see them come back in force, because they've shown they've got the mettle, but it's good to see that there's these legacy cars still out there being raced, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So cadence braking there from Dylan Brichter as the rear brakes were locking up on him heading in towards Paddock Hill Bend. So you could see them lock and unlock and look and unlock as he tried to get the car back under his control. So didn't lose too much time there to Gary Hufford, who he's trying to fight away with. The Seat that's ahead of him, just heading around through Graham Hill Bend now, which is Adam Blair, is still pushing on. Is he bringing the gap down to those ahead of him? No, he's not, but we do still need to keep an eye on what's going on with the race leader as Dylan Brichter sneaks up the inside of Gary Hufford's BMW, heading around through Surtees and McLaren. That's the change for 4th and 5th position. So it is now Audi from Honda, from Seat. The one gap that we do need to keep an eye on is what's going on with Darren Goes, because he had eased his pace a little bit and the gap had started to close. He's gone quicker that time at the wheel of the Audi, so the gap has opened back up again.
Yeah, he was 0.3 quicker than second place car Clark there, wasn't it? So, is he just managing it? That would be interesting. You said Blair's still pushing on. He certainly is, because, again, he nearly just washed out wide down at Graham Hill Bend. He's trying his best, and he's now got Dylan Brichter will be the car behind him. But after the lunge by Dylan on Hufford's BMW, that means that it's quite a big gap, isn't there, now between Blair and the chasing car. So he's not under any pressure. Will that free him up now to start putting in some banzai laps and possibly reel in Clark ahead of him? It's a long lot to reel in, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Race leader over the start-finish line. Traffic to deal with. Albul's Lotus will need to be dispatched at a lap down, but our race leader, Darren Goes, is not going to do that until the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. So Marshall's waving the blue flags. Albul will see race leader coming up alongside him and leaves the door open for Darren Goes to rather effortlessly work his way through and past on the run in towards Druids. There's more traffic just up the road from that, though, and that will be George Wright as well that will need dealing with. George running round in the Team Air Supply backed Volkswagen Golf, number 46 car in 7th position. And Darren Goes is not going to meet that car until probably the end of the lap. But the one good thing for Darren is he's got enough time to just work his way past these back markers. He will now be thinking about the championship, because we're only 7 minutes away from potentially him being crowned the Turismo X champion for 2022.
The interesting one to bear in mind now, Mark, is that as they go down the Cooper Straight towards the left-hander of Surtees, the sun, you can't see it that clear, or there you suddenly could. The sun is out now. It's been really gloomy most of today, hasn't it? Which is what they'll have been prepared for. The sun is out right at the worst time, Mark, because it's really low, isn't it?
It is.
And at that point, they're staring straight at it as they suddenly get to that very quick left-hander of Surtees. And is it going to throw any of them? Because I doubt they've put any kind of tinted visors on or anything.
Some of them might well have done that this time of year. It was the same here for truck racing a couple of weekends ago, is that we needed to get the firework display done, but we ended up with all of the clouds disappearing, so we had to delay the fireworks. But again, it's so low in the sky, and yeah, you're looking straight at it, and all you can see is silhouettes when you're going down there. So a lot of the drivers will put a tint on their visor, maybe for this second one. Darren Goes looks as though he's got a tint on his visor. However, it looks as though the visor is up in his car and not down, so he's clearly happy with the way things are going at the moment, with now just 5 3/4 minutes to go. Over the start-finish line he goes with 16 laps completed. The lead advantage is 3.5 seconds between himself and the number 66 Honda in the hands of Richard Clark.
Yeah, it looks at the moment like he's got it under control. And I wonder if, what you were saying about with his visor up, does he then put that down with
Possibly,
the tint on it,
yeah.
on the Cooper Straight?
Yeah.
And that would make sense, because the reason why I said have they put tint on is that it was just still gloomy when they started. But yeah, if they need to avoid that risk of the impact of it, then it makes sense. So down goes Darren Goes into that sun, beaming in his eyes, and he didn't look like he was struggling at that point, did he?
No, not at all. He's still pressing on. Everyone else just filing their way through and past Surtees. Adam Blair just heading up towards Surtees now. Dylan Brichter, his teammate, not that far behind in 4th place. Gary Hufford in the BMW sitting there in 5th position. They're all fairly equidistantly spread. It's about a 3-second gap back from 2nd to 3rd and about 3 seconds back from 3rd to 4th as well. So the gaps are reasonably similar at this stage. And in fact, even from 1st to 2nd, it's about a 3-second gap at this stage. So everybody is within similar touching distance of each other, which is able to see them, but not close enough to really get too excited about at this stage. 4.5 minutes to go for the 18th time. Darren Goes heads down through Graham Hill Bend.
It's now not just a race lead that he's got there, it is a championship that he could be securing. He's going to be hearing everything, he's going to be feeling everything going wrong. It's just going to be feeling horrible to him in that car, isn't it? Because you're just ready for the worst to happen. He says with experience of trying to secure a championship.
well, Darren Goes has been in this position before, so he will know what it's like. Because remember, he did win what was the predecessor to this championship, which was called the MSV Super Cup. He was the overall champion for that back in 2019, was Darren Goes. So he's been in this position before. He'll know what it feels like. The nerves might be jangling, or he might think, I've been here before. What's the point in getting nervous? All I can do is keep doing what I'm doing, and he's not put a wheel wrong as yet so far today. Whether it be qualifying, whether it be Super Pole, whether it be race 1 or race 2, Chris, he's had the pace in every session.
He really has, and he just has, and it's clearly not just fallen into his hands. He has just been on a mission from the get-go. The whole body language of him and his car from the minute they were released from the pit lane, you could tell that he meant business. I mean, he's such a cool character. When you speak to him, everything's so measured and relaxed, but you just know that there's that glint in his eye, that he's determined to find a way to secure another championship, and he's now less than 3.25 minutes away from securing this Turismo X. Bearing in mind, he arrived here 30 points down.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was, what was it when they arrived? He was 33 points adrift in the championship, and at the moment is looking good to lift the championship crown as he is about to work his way out of Graham Hill Bend and along the Cooper Straight. This is lap number 20 that it's on at the moment. You can still see that Richard Clark's Honda isn't that far away from him. Richard Clark, though, was 0.4 of a second slower in the Honda than the race leader last time through. Then there's quite a gap back now from the 2nd place Honda to the 3rd place car, which is Adam Blair. Adam Blair has got traffic to deal with, though, which is George Wright's Volkswagen Golf, and he can't really afford to be held up, Adam Blair, because his teammate Dylan Brichter is still not too far away at the wheel of the number 2 car.
He's a teammate, he's not going to have a lunge on him though, is he? Surely. Oh, actually. Bring up Red Bull again. But already through onto the 21st lap, 2 minutes 10 left to go. Dylan Brichter's taking care of what he needed to do. And Darren Goes still around about that 3 and a 4. And what he's actually done is he's always kept it around that 3-point something, hasn't he, that lead? Yeah. And even if he's just backed himself off a little bit, he's just managed that. If he sees that Civic get a little bit bigger in his mirrors, he's able to just find a little bit, just to eke it back out again.
So traffic to be dealt with. Dylan Brichter sneaks up the inside of Clive Goldthorpe's car. He's not quite going to get past the next of the Volkswagen Golfs, which is the Team Air Supply one of George Wright. He'll have to wait until just after Surtees and possibly up towards McLaren and Clearways to do that one. Darren Goes, though, with 1.5 minutes remaining on the clock. He will be very pleased that everything has largely gone as good as he could possibly have expected over the course of this weekend. He'll just be coming out of Druids and heading down in towards Graham Hill Bend on what should be his penultimate lap.
Yeah, so I didn't clock how many laps we did in the race earlier, but it looks like it's
21.
Okay, so we're going to get 23 this time. Did we have a safety car earlier? We did, didn't we? Because Darren Goes really went early, didn't he?
Yeah, because of Adam Blair's retirement. There's a safety car, yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to get another couple of laps out of it this time round. But here comes Darren Goes round Clark Curve. He's going to complete his 22nd lap. Oh, and we've got a retirement there. That just looks like he stopped at retirement up at Druids. The number 38, sadly, of Bull. That was the lead guest class car, wasn't it?
That looks like head gasket, potentially, to me. So looking around the side of it. Is that steam? It looks more steam than smoke, doesn't it? It's a mechanical issue, that's for sure. So that's Al Bull that's out of the car in the gravel trap up there at Druids Corner. But for our race leader, the race will still continue. There are 15 seconds to go. And for Darren Goes, he is on course to scoop up the win, his second of the day, and in the process scoop up the title. So he's just heading through Surtees and McLaren now, the race leader, for the final time. As he carves his way past a little bit more traffic, the clock has ticked to 0, and for the final time this year, Darren Goes makes his way out of Clearways and Clark Curve. He was 33 points adrift in the championship coming into today. Darren Goes is going to leave Brands Hatch, subject to official confirmation, as the Turismo X champion for 2022, with a clean sweep of pole positions, wins and fastest laps as well. He couldn't have done any more. He scored absolutely every championship point that was on offer for him over the course of the day. Second over the line is Richard Clark. Third goes the way of Adam Blair, so he will finish runner-up in the championship. Oh, what could have been had it have been a slightly better day for him. It was just one of those days, I'm afraid, for Adam Blair. Dylan Brichter finishes in 4th place, with Gary Hufford in the end, despite the strong start from the BMW, coming through to finish in 5th position. 6th place should be Jamie Hayes at the wheel of the all-white Seat Leon Super Copa. He will shortly take the checker flag, and we've already had through the likes of George Wright, Lewis Gatt and Clive Goldthorpe all to take the checkered flag. So the only retiree we've got, I'm afraid, is that car there, stricken in the gravel trap up at Druids, still with smoke coming from the tail end of it, which suggests that, yes, something happened that caused him to put the car in the gravel trap, or he just wanted to get it stopped as soon as possible to prevent any further mechanical issues. So Darren Goes, as he was doing after the race earlier on today, waving out of the window. Well, he was a happy man earlier on when he claimed the win. He's going to be even happier now because it's a double win. And if we've got the maths right, he's the champion in Turismo X for this year. So with the cars making their way back in towards the pit lane, we can hopefully very shortly confirm our results for you for the final Turismo X race of the season. Darren Goes is the winner, from Richard Clark in 2nd place, and it was Adam Blair who was there in 3rd. Dylan Brichter was 4th. Gary Hufford won Class X as he finishes in 5th place, and then 6th was Jamie Hayes ahead of George Wright, who won Class A in 7th position. Lewis Gatt was a class winner as he finished there in 8th place, as was Clive Goldthorpe, who finished in 9th place. And I'm afraid the other car that we had out in the race was that retiree at the very tail end of the order, Al Bull, at the wheel of the Lotus Elise Series 1, but I think should still be classified as a finisher in that position. So with his car in need of extraction from the gravel trap up there at Druids, I think the front running cars, as they have been largely all day, have now been ushered in towards Parc Ferme again, unfortunately. So I think it might just be a while before Chris Dawes is able to catch up with some of them. So it gives the marshals a bit of time to scoop cars out of the gravel trap and look forward to what is more action coming up very shortly for us, whether you're here at the circuit or watching on the live stream. We've got the qualifying session for the EnduroKA coming up. That will be a 1-hour qualifying session, and that will set the grid for tomorrow's 4th instalment, if memory serves me correctly, of the IndyCar 500 as it's badged here at Brands Hatch, because it's on the Indy circuit. The car is just a K and an A, so it's EnduroKA, as in the Ford KA, and 500 because it's a 500-minute race, which means 8 hours and 20 minutes of racing to look forward to tomorrow in these little pocket rocket cars, actually. Good fun to drive, they are. I've raced myself in the IndyCar 500 on a couple of occasions. So the sun sets here at Brands Hatch. The sun is already setting on the 2022 championship season. We have crowned our final champion of the weekend as well, because that is a Turismo X championship, whereas the KAs is just a series. So it's just a series of races that we'll get from them. So I think we're still awaiting the cars to be released from Parc Ferme, so we'll leave you in peace for the moment, but we will be handing downstairs to Chris Dawes very shortly. So clearing up of the final few cars just being done. So now it's time for Chris Dawes to catch up with the driver and hopefully a champion down there in the pit lane.
Down here with the top three, they've made their way down towards us, and we see we're right next to this absolutely beautiful Audi RS3 TSR that was driven by our champ of 2022. Double race win, Darren, come here, my friend. Oh, wow. I mean, could you have really have believed this before today?
Oh, yeah, absolutely shattered. So it's my 6th race today. And, yeah, the car was brilliant, but we had no tyres at the end. And he was just catching me, I think, the second a lap. Just looked in my mirror and saw his lights getting closer and closer.
Was it like, no, let me have it?
So, and just going into clearways, the sun's really low, we just couldn't see anything, so it was a guess where you're going. So a few hairy moments going through there.
Ironically, we were talking about that. We wondered whether you had a tint on your visor that came down.
But then it was up and down, because it's quite dark down here.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was all over. But no, we did it. So I'm glad it was just 20 minutes. Not quite sure how I would have done with 5 more minutes, but especially seeing these lights behind me.
Was it the same in race 1? Because we saw you lose speed at the end there as well.
No, race 1 were the same tyres for the day, so just trying to save tyres at the end.
Fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I was talking about the fact that you must have felt everything, heard everything, and it's just like. But I mean, I know you've won championships in the past, and you're practiced at this. But even so, when it's that close,
have I won it then?
We believe you have. I think we have. I think you have.
I was 3rd coming into it.
Well, yeah, according to the championship tables, you were 2nd.
Oh, there you go. Didn't even know that. So yeah, the points have been very, very
provisional.
Anyone's race, yeah. Yeah. So
we think you have. That was by our maths. You arrived here 33 points behind the race leader, something like that, and we think that you've won it. But don't take our word for it. We're not the officials. They can sort that out for you. But either way, I mean, today it's just been perfect, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been. I mean, it's a new car. We didn't end up racing at Anglesey, so both races we dropped. There's no drop round scores, so we came in after Anglesey, I think 57 points behind. So to haul that in over 3 races has just been brilliant.
Wow. Awesome job. Well done, my friend.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So there we go. As Darren goes, let's jump back to the 66 Richard Clark. Richard, a pair of seconds, that'll do, won't it?
Yeah, well, it's not bad. Obviously, I'd rather have first, because no one ever remembers anyone who came second, as they say. But no, it was good. I mean, Darren drove well. He managed to get away because there was the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. We were all having the battle for a bit. So no, it was a good, exciting race. And then me and him obviously just got away a bit in the end. But no, I was happy. I'm happy with 2nd. That's good.
Could you smell blood at the end? You could tell that his tyres were off.
Yeah, I could, and also the sun. Oh. The sun, you could not turn in, and I was sort of I'm guessing where I could turn and go over the curb, and that's where I was getting him. See, obviously he was blinded, he couldn't see, so I was just getting him, but there's never enough time, is there? That's the trouble in a race.
This thing's quick in a straight line as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very quick. Yeah, no, it's basically a standard TCR car, so right. Yeah. So it's nice. Yeah.
Awesome job, well done, congratulations. So where are we going? Back into 3rd. Where's Adam? No, Adam. There he is, Blair. Let's have a look. We got very quickly Mr. Hufford. Just quickly dive in. I mean, you were involved in some fabulous fights there.
Yeah, that was a bit better than race 1. Yeah, it was a bit more exciting. Had a bit of a battle. Had a blinding start. Had a bit of battle. Till about halfway in the race, and then I started getting a bit of clutch slip. So yeah, and that's when a few other cars went past me. So, but yeah, it's a bit better, a bit more entertaining for myself than the first race.
Wow, nice job, well done.
No, cheers, man.
So I think that's probably pretty much everyone to grab a word with down here. There's 1 or 2 others here, but I think that sums up. Who knew there'd be controversy down here as well, eh? Nothing to do with me. I just pull the pins and walk away. But that was the finish of the Turismo X. It's been thoroughly entertaining, some incredible cars, and I think that's now me handing back to Mark Werrell, because we're about to get qualifying underway for the EnduroKA. Remember, tomorrow it is the IndyCar 500. They've got to do half their qualifying in daylight, half in the dark. So Mark, it's back to you. I think we're getting close to getting them underway.
Thanks, Chris. Yep, so won't be that much longer before we see the qualifying session getting underway for the IndyCar 500, the final race of the season for the EnduroKA Championship So that's going to be just a few minutes away. The cars are going to be heading out onto the circuit. So we're just going to leave you in peace for 5 minutes, get the session underway, and then we'll be straight back with you with all of the action from EnduroKA qualifying. So we can already see all of the cars lining up in the pit lane ahead of the EnduroKA qualifying session, and all identical specification. Mark 1 1300cc KA, so in other words, these are cars that were produced between 2002 and 2008. They all run the same engine as well, so it's the 1.3 litre Duratec engine, standard configuration, so no changes to the engine. Gearbox is absolutely standard as well. However, they do all run the same specification in terms of suspension as well, so upgraded suspensions, springs and dampers provided by GAZ, and Powerflex bushes, all running Mintex pads as well, and all of them running on the control tyre as well. So qualifying getting underway, the cars feeding their way out onto circuit. We have the winners from last year rejoining the series to see whether they can scoop up a second victory in the IndyCar 500. That is the GM Performance car that Gary and Ian Mitchell brought to victory last year. The number 81 car there, joined for this weekend by Darren Stapleton and Jonathan Mitchell. So they were the winners in 2021. In 2020, the winners were Octane Junkies, which was Adam Smith, Martin Smith and Baz Ward. Well, they are all together again for this season in the number 111 car. So we've got our 2021 winners here and our 2020 winners here. And then if we look back to the first year of EnduroKA in the IndyCar 500, which was 2019, it was JTR that won it on that occasion, with Lewis Selby, James Rhodes, Elliot Mason, and Porsche factory driver as he was at the time, and Le Mans winner Nick Tandy. And well, guess what? Nick Tandy and Lewis Selby and Elliot Mason are on the entry list for this weekend at the wheel of the number 128 Napa racing car as well. So we've got all of our three former winning cars and teams on the grid for this one this weekend, Chris Storr. So it could be a really, really interesting race. It's going to be a quick one, I suspect.
Helps if I press the button. What means you reckon it's going to be a quick one, do you?
A quick race, yeah, it'd be competitive, very competitive.
I like the sound of that. As I say, is that this is completely new to me. I love the fact that even on this opening qualifying, we suddenly had four of them in a bunch going down the Cooper Straight.
Best
there.
way, it's any way to drive.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks intriguing. It's one of those ones, many of us have been saying this, is that I could really give this a go. I fancy it quite significantly. It looks so much fun. You've done, you've raced in these yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, I did the 2019 and 2020 versions of the EnduroKA here, and thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, just great fun to drive. I raced one at Snetterton earlier on this season as well, or qualified one at Snetterton, and the car had already retired by the time it came to my stint. So
I was covering that one, wasn't I? Because I was gutted that did it roll?
No, engine went. No,
there was another one.
Head gasket went.
There's another one I commentated on you. Was it possibly last year or year before at Snetterton?
That was a 12-hour race the year before at Snet that I did. Yeah. So no, they're just good fun. You know, you talk about motor racing being cheap. Well, you can't get much cheaper than one of these things. You know, they are not expensive things to run, and when you've got, in the case of some of the cars, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers sharing the cost, it does make it very, very affordable. So you could jump in one of these cars and you get an hour and a half or a 2-hour stint, and it won't cost you a fortune over the weekend just to hire the seat in the in one of the cars. Qualifying times for these ones, we're going to be hovering around just north of 60 seconds. So let's say, a 102, a 103, I think might be pole in these cars. That would be a reasonable time, I would say, on the tyres that they're on nowadays in these cars. So that's the kind of times that we're looking towards. But it has chilled off out there, Chris, hasn't it? And already we're starting to see some quick times coming in. So former champion or former IndyCar 500 winner, Adam Smith, a 104.825 from Octane Junkies at the moment sees them the top of the pile. That was a car that last year was doing really, really, really well, and unfortunately then had some problems and ended up dropping down through the order, I'm afraid.
I'm just loving the sights of this. Is that, of course, we've got that the whole load of them sort of deck them out with these fancy lights as well, don't they, during the night? Still, that said, somehow we've got to be able to pick these out, haven't we? It's going to be brilliant.
It's going to be tough, yeah. It's going to be difficult because whilst I know the colours of them all, when it's dark, all you see are the headlamps or the lights that they've got, and I don't know the colours of the lights on the cars or the configuration of where their spot lamps are. So that will all come. Our cameramen are going to have a heck of a job as well, those that are watching on the live stream, to try and pick the cars out. Just being pushed backwards there in the pit lane, that is M&D Racing, so that's Tony Perfect, Daniel Martin, Alex Martin and Matthew Rowling's car. We don't know as yet which driver will be behind the wheel. We'll have to wait until it heads out onto track to pick up on that one. But top of the time still at the moment is Octane Junkies. Up to second quickest comes turn 7. That's a number 14 car of Callum McDougall. And Powerbell Motorsports with pristine condition. Andrew Rogerson is third quickest at the wheel of 154 at the moment, or was. He's now dropped down to fourth quickest because there was good improvement there from Purple Sector Racing, which is Mark Mathiasson.
Yeah, I'm quite pleased actually looking at this. I'd forgotten that they do tell us the driver that's in there, and in fact they get in trouble, don't they, if they go out onto the circuit and they haven't flicked the transponder. Easy for me to say.
It's different now in these cars. What you used to have, we used to have something called a Q tag, which was a separate sensor that you put around your wrist, and there was another set of lights. Put it up to it. Yeah, for this season they've dispensed with that. So now there is an app that they use where all of the team managers let race control and the timekeepers at the same time know which driver is getting out into the car, and therefore then that automatically gets updated by TSL. So every time we get that notification through, it should update the driver that's behind the wheel of the car.
Fine, that makes sense. Yeah, because there was a few that would forget, isn't there, as they went through. And then they'd get called back in again. Or no, I mean, in theory, it was supposed to be, if it didn't register you, it stayed on red, didn't it? It wasn't letting you out.
Yeah, it wouldn't let you out the pit lane if it stayed on red, yeah. So you had to make sure your Hue tag, you weren't allowed to go out until it had gone green.
Yeah.
So at the moment, we just had a good lap put in by Adam Bonham at the wheel of the number 72 Misty Racing car. He was up into something like 5th and 6th position, but already he's back down into 8th place. Adam Smith still top of the times at the moment for Octane Junkies, car number 111 with a 63.495 second lap. Callum McDougall is second quickest with a 64.272. Third quickest at the moment though, Wolf Motorsport, which is the pink pig of, who's that going to be? Patrick McCarthy. They'll be behind the wheel of that one at the moment. And last year's winner, Ian Mitchell, has just gone fourth quickest for GM Performance at the wheel of number 81 car, with Andrew Rogerson, being in 5th, and 6th at the moment is car number 734, which is Daniel Ferguson. And when we get to the Ferguson Motorsport cars, most of those drivers around there have plenty of experience when it comes to racing minis rather than Ford KAs.
And I mean, we're going to get an even bigger difference between the drivers in the cars, presumably, in this as well, aren't we? Because there's a lot of historically there used to be a lot of novice drivers come into this as well, but then there'd be some pretty interesting drivers as well, as we know.
We've got a real mixture of some with huge amounts of experience and others that are having their first ever race here. And if I look at one of those who's having the first ever race, let's just have a quick look. Who do we need to pick out? So let's pick him out, because it's the number 6 car, MSVT Racing. Will Marsden, who is having his first ever race here. He's been waxing lyrical about it. He's with Mark Rustard, who also works for MSVT, and Hannah Chapman, former mini racer. They're all together in that one.
Wow, okay, that's impressive. I'd missed that, and yet I should have been able to see that, but that's pretty cool, and it's good to see that he is still a fan of the race and that he wants to get out behind it, old Will out there.
Well, he's not the only employee for the venue that we're at that's out in the field as well, because we will also have, when I get to the right car, we also have Adrian Clark, of course, who works for MSV, out in the number 49 car, LDR Performance.
Okay, cool. Well, and I'm not surprised, you consider that we've had you out there. I would be, I am just really fancy the idea of getting involved, get my race license and make my way out there, but like you say, it's affordable, it's fun. You don't have to take it too seriously. And we've had some pro drivers jump out of these cars with like the biggest grins ever on their faces, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, why do you think Nick Tandy's back again? He just enjoys it, absolutely. Yeah, we've had Ross Wiley, we've had people from Porsche Carrera Cup, we've had Rob Gravitt, former British Touring Car champion. We've had so many other people at some point come into this, and they all absolutely love it because they're just great fun to drive and they're so competitive. So we're looking at the moment, if you're watching the stream, that's Hannah Chapman, former Mini Challenge racer, at the wheel of the MSVT Racing number 6 car, the black car with the orange stripe down the centre, just working her way onto the Cooper Straight. What did I say the pole time would be? I said about a 1:02, didn't I? Well, we're almost into the 1:02s now, aren't we? So a 1 minute 3.396 is the fastest time that we've had so far, but already we're seeing cars being shown black and orange flags for various reasons, including Graves Motorsport, which is Alex Solly, Ben Jenkins and Nicholas Taylor, another bunch of Mini Challenge racers. And the other car that's being shown the black and orange flag is the silver Automech Motorsport car of Sam May, Samuel Blyan and William Sherwood. Don't know why they're being shown the black and orange flag, but they've got to come into the pits.
And I was looking around to see if it's obvious, because the first one that was springing to mind was light related.
I would say fuel related in these. I bet it'd be overfill potentially.
Really?
Maybe,
okay.
yeah.
And coming out
the filler flap. Yeah.
And I do apologise. I think it was Sam Pearce actually messaged me earlier on Twitter. I've been so busy I haven't had a chance to really look at Twitter. But he was saying that that Puma that was spitting the fuel everywhere, he said that you could just smell it from where they were, and the marshals in front of them had seen it and were reporting it back. But he said that it was that much coming out that you could smell it from the spectator banks. It's not a nice thought.
No, there did seem to be quite a lot of it coming out. We've still got Octane Junkies top of the times at the moment. Axiometrics, which is the number 18 car, that will be Chris Wetherill, that is second quickest at the moment. Number 14 is the turn 7 car. Callum McDougall is third quickest, and Damon Aston, another former Mini racer in the Mini 7 Racing Club at the wheel of 736, is currently fourth quickest. Scott Parkin for IP Racing, number 36 car, is fifth, and Andrew Rogerson for Powerbell Motorsport Pristine Condition completes the top 6 the way things stand at the moment. Seventh place is number 40, which is KPR. That's Michael O'Brien, not the Michael O'Brien that won GT Cup, a different Michael O'Brien. Eighth quickest is number 63 IP Racing, the second of their cars, and that is going to be Justin Roberts. And then ninth is going to be Adam Bonham for Misty Racing, completing the top 10 is going to be Chris Reed in the first of the 2 Wolf Motorsport cars. So that's the order of the top 10 at the moment, but every time you say something it all swaps around again.
Well, exactly. I mean, we're going to have cars further down the order that are yet to have their strongest driver possibly jumping in. So it's going to really change this about. And there's the whole thing about, well, I was going to say finding space. I would imagine that you gain quite a bit working with people in these cars as well, because they're basically bricks through the air, aren't they? So you can get a good old slipstream from behind these. And some of the ones that have really gone to town with the lights on them that make them stand out. It looks absolutely brilliant.
That's the problem, is that we now need to try and work out what all the different light configurations are so that we know come darkness which car is which, because the light is fading quickly now, and yes, whilst we started with daylight, the sun has now set, and we will end up in another 48 minutes in total darkness. And for Chris and myself and you watching, whether it be here at the circuit or on the stream, it's understanding, okay, so if it's a car that's got a red strip over the roof there, but it's green there, then it's that one, and if it's 2 orange strips, it's that one. It becomes
surely the obvious, Mark, is we get to say anything and no one will know.
No one will know because it's dark anyway. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we get away with it for a change. That's brilliant. I mean, what is the structure in this then, Mark? As someone who's taken part in it, presumably, I mean, there's the basic in there. Everybody's got to have done 3 laps. We know that one. But is there a certain amount? Because it's not really. I thought half was going to be in daylight and half was going to be in night. But it's not really daylight even now, is it?
No. So you're going to end up, bearing in mind we've only just gone to 4 o'clock now. So the final, 2 hours really, 2.25 hours of the race will be pretty much in dusk to darkness. I've always done the 3rd stint in these races, so I've always got in on the penultimate stint. So I've gone from full daylight into darkness, and I love that stint. It's a brilliant stint to do.
But that's my question, is that in this qualifying session, you've got to have done a certain amount in the pitch black as well?
No,
there's none of that.
No, not for this one. No, all you need to do is go out and do your 3 laps, because there isn't time to send out the first driver in daylight and then cycle them all through and then cycle them all through again when they're dark. So as long as you do your 3 laps, you are absolutely fine. And it's nice also to see that some of the teams, so we're looking at the stream at the moment for the car that's just coming up towards the start finish line now.
Subaru.
Subaru it's called. Subaru,
okay.
the number 555 car. Yeah, so it's got the right number, it's got the right livery. Unfortunately, it's the wrong badge that's on the front of the car.
Looks good though.
It does look good.
I
It
love
does look good. Yeah, you know, we've got Castrol, so instead of Castrol, you know, we have a few of them. Carlamity, Carmelian, you know, various teams that all have the KA name within them, and it's always good to see. Always good to see. So yeah, Carmel Racing as well. You know, you talk about 555 would be an appropriate brand that can no longer be advertised. Carmel as well. You may remember Lotus cars running around. Yes, so it's got a picture of a camel down the side. Yeah. So no, it's all good fun. We've just had further improvement for Callum McDougall at the wheel of the Turn 7 car. He's now come into the pit lane. We've also had good improvement for Adam Bonham at the wheel of the number 72 Misty Racing car, because he's just gone 4th quickest in that car. The sister car from Misty Racing is down in 28th at the moment, so that's still got a little bit of work to do. And the car that we're watching at on the stream, the Subaru car, in the hands of former Caterham racer Tristan Judge, 19th quickest at the moment.
Yeah, good to see Tristan out there racing. I haven't seen him for a little while actually, but it really does bring people from all sorts of disciplines of racing, doesn't it? In all honesty, I say disciplines, different championships, different types of cars, and they just get out there. And I remember when this first started, and it took a little bit of going, didn't it? Really winding it up, but it's working.
There's my car. That's the car I raced at Snetterton this year that we could just see on the stream now. The number 172 Misty Racing car just being pushed back by Steve Kite and the team. And that's the car that I put 6th on the grid at Snetterton.
Did you?
Yeah. How many cars we got entered here? 46 so far have set a lap in this session. So amazing a number of cars that we've got out there circulating for this one. So yeah, Misty Racing, Carla, as that car is affectionately known, KA, is heading out onto circuit. Have we had a shuffle for the lead? No, we haven't, but Adam Smith has gone even quicker at the wheel of the number 111 Octane Junkies car. He's just posted a 1-minute 3.237 for Octane Junkies, so that is the fastest lap. That at the moment is provisional pole position for some of the former winners of this EnduroKA race.
It's quite interesting. It's not one where you'd kind of think that someone could suddenly dominate it, but you know, we do get some regular names at the pointy end, don't we, of this? But you'd think that it would be open enough that different names almost every time. But it just gets some familiar names that bring home the trophies.
The number 72 Misty Racing car was going very slowly there, so whether Adam Bonham had a spin coming out of Graham Hill Bend or whether he aborted the lap and just looked to try and build a gap for a little bit of traffic to avoid and try and crack on with, we'll have to wait and see. Over the start-finish line now is about to come the silver number 28 car. Now that is the VPEX Motorsport car that Costa Christitis races with Alistair Dendy, Will Dendy, who has been racing in the GT Cup this year, Alex de Walker and Damien Hirst are all out in that one. The number 28 car just flashing its way through Paddock Hill Bend and descending downhill. That car is currently outside of the top 30 in terms of its qualifying pace. I would have expected that car to be a bit higher up, but maybe we haven't cycled through the quicker drivers yet, because as you suggested, when you've got 3, 4, 5 drivers, some of which are experienced, some of which are inexperienced, the car can shuffle its way up and down through the order throughout the course of qualifying and the race, of course, come the 8-hour and 20-minute race tomorrow.
I'm just dreading what I'm about to bring up. We've got amendments to programme 2. Oh no, I was expecting to see a whole load. Right, Will Dendy is not out, as Lucas
was suggested.
So he's not one of the drivers in number 28, and Nicholas Jackson is not in number 2 either.
Right, so was there a second lot of amendments to programme, or was that the ones that... Right, okay, so I need to refresh then, don't I? Amendments to programme 2, that's the one we need.
There's not very much on there. I was expecting it to be a multiple page thing, but it wasn't. And we've got bizarrely some on Trackday Championship and Trackday Trophy that's already passed, so we missed that. But only 2 deletions in terms of drivers, so that's not too bad.
I can give you another one as well, and that's only because I spoke to the team earlier on, and that is in the number 72 car. Robert Thomas will not be out. It is just Simon and Adam Bonham, so just father and son that are racing in that one. So that was somebody that dropped out earlier on. Into the pit lane is car number 125, 3 amigos. Adam Reed, David Drinkwater and Paul Hinson. So just cycling through their pit stop. So the car was in the hands of Paul Hinson. Have to wait and see as to who will dive into that car. Also, number 41 is in as well, which is Row Rage Motorsport, which is Alex Butler, Greg Caswell and Sam Rowe. That's a car that at the moment is outside of the top 30, so it doesn't show on the timing screen that we've got there, but I can tell you that it was Caswell that was behind the wheel of that one as it's come into the pit lane, which is Greg Caswell. And the times at the sharp end now, it seems to have settled down a little bit. We've still got the number 111 car of Octane Junkies, fastest of all so far. Adam Smith behind the wheel of the car. Second generation of racer. His father Nigel Smith, of course, used to race in the British Touring Car Championship for a good number of years. And that is the car that at the moment occupies provisional pole position as it flashes its way, car number 111, over the start-finish line.
It was a steady run last time round, but as was that one at the moment. But you know, you're going to get the changes of drivers, then the drivers that have just jumped in getting used to it. I love the fact that over on the exit of Clearways that we're seeing the blue light flashing as though they're able to work out who's there. But I guess it's just to say, look, there's a whole gaggle of you basically. I'm not sure they're going to pay too much attention to that, are they really?
No, no. In reality, no. It is just flat out. You know, it might be an 8-hour race, 8 hours and 20 minutes, but it will just be flat out all of the way. You know, these cars, they have very little power. They're 80 horsepower, 80 power strokes, something like that. So you just drive flat out all of the time, absolutely all of the time. And now that they've changed to this new tyre that was introduced a couple of seasons ago, if anything, I would say the car is overtired. It's got more grip than it ought to have. It doesn't move around as much as I think it probably ought to. And it has caused a few little issues where the tyre just senses that then grip on, all of a sudden you end up with a car that's pointing in the wrong direction, or it ends up ultimately, sometimes if it's a quick corner and there's a little bit of a touch, you can end up with an incident that otherwise you might not have. But yeah, they're just good fun. They do exactly what you would expect them to do. At no point do these cars do something that you're not expecting. It's a really well put together package with the car, with the tyre, with the suspension that it's on, with the poly bushes as well. It just works. And as I say, for whether you're a novice or an experienced driver, give one a go, because you'll absolutely come out with a smile in your face. You don't need to go quickly because everyone else is going at the same speed.
Well, I saw, was it a week or so ago, I think it was a couple of weeks ago now, Damon Hill jumped into one.
Yeah,
I was kind of there hoping that he might be on the entry list here this weekend, but sadly not. But yeah, he went out and it looked like he had a whale of a time as well.
Yeah, it was one of the Graves Motorsport cars that he went out in. That was, I think it was about a year ago now that he was in that, was it?
I think it was out.
Was it? All right, they're raising some awareness, weren't they, for one of the charities, I think. So what car number 125, if you're watching the stream, is what we are looking at the moment. That is Three Amigos again. So that's the largely blue car. That's one that I hadn't managed to spot before this session. So,
with a Martini logo on the side.
Is it Martini or is it Cartini? It really ought to be Cartini,
Probably
surely.
Martini,
Let's have a quick look as it goes by.
No,
it is Martini. You thought it'd say KA, wouldn't you, on the side of that one?
They've missed a trick there, haven't they? Definitely.
And in the pit stop, that looks like one of, it's either 37 or 47, 37 or 47. So that is Semprini Racing, who've got two cars out. And of course, we saw Semprini racing out in their Honda, car number 37 earlier on. So
and
yeah,
it's the same colour scheme.
Exactly the same colour scheme as on the Honda in the Trackday Trophy, Trackday Championship. In terms of times, not a great deal is happening at the sharp end. We've still got Octane Junkies quickest of all at the wheel of 111. Number 18, Axiometrics and Chris Wetherill, second quickest. Third quickest is number 3, Callum McDougall for turn 7. Fourth quickest is 72, Misty Racing and Adam Bonham. Fifth quickest is Chris Reed for Wolf Motorsport, the number 5 car. Sixth at the moment is KPR, number 40, Michael O'Brien. Then it's 736, Ferguson Motorsport, Damon Aston. 36, IP Racing, Scott Parkin. 9th is 145, Powerbell Motorsport, pristine condition, Andrew Rogerson. And 10th quickest is car number 128, Napa Racing UK. And I'm going to say Elliot Mason, but then I'm going to look down and confirm that that is the Christian name, and indeed it is. However, for Adam Bonham and the number 72 car, that's the second time that car's slowed down on the Cooper Straight.
Yeah, you said that, and you weren't sure if he was recovering from a spin, were you? But
no.
that seems to have stopped a lot, you know, virtually the end there, and then getting himself going again. It's not really a Control-Alt-Delete kind of car, is it? So that's a bit odd.
No, it's fairly analogue, these cars. It's key out the ignition, turn it back on again, but he's off again. So
and not heading into the pits either.
Which is really strange, really, really strange. Car number 56 into the pit lane as well. More driver changes continually going on. That's hard and enthusiastic. Martin Dillman and Michael Hickey. And where are they at the moment? They are not inside the top 30 either, I don't think. So they are 37th currently. 37th currently for those cars.
Presumably, I mean, obviously everybody's trying to get up the pointy end, but you don't lose too much sleep when it's an 8 hours, 20-minute race if you're a bit further down.
No, and you know, some people, you know, the likes of Octane Junkies, Axiometric, Turn 7, Misty, IP, Ferguson, Powerbell, all of those will want to win this race. No doubt they'll want to win it, so they'll want a good qualifying performance. But there'll be other people that they just want to have fun. You know, they're here with their mates, they're here with their friends, they're here with, you know, their fellow racing drivers, and just wanting to have some fun and stay out of trouble and bring it home. You know, if you're one of the teams that's having their first ever race and you've got a whole batch of novice drivers, all you want to do is record a finish, and that way, you know, of course you want a good result, as good as it is, but what you want to do is stay out of trouble, get those two signatures, not one because of the length of the race, two signatures on your race licence. Yeah.
How many tyres is a car likely to get through? Ignore punctures or anything like that.
I would say they will probably only put a second set of tyres on the car in 8 hours, so the first set easily go 4.
Really?
Yeah, easily go 4. You might end up, some of them you might end up with a bit of delamination if they're using them too much, because you've got, you know, it's the front left that really loads up round here. So you think of where you're pushing that front left through Paddock Hill Bend, through Druids, as you come in towards Clearways, you're really working that tyre a lot harder than you are the right-hand side, because it's a clockwise circuit.
Yeah.
So you might end up with maybe that front left having to be changed a bit more, but most will run 4 hours on some. You might even get 6 hours out of the ones that aren't being used as much.
Okay, there's no limit though, is there?
No limit, no. And there's no speed in terms of pit stops have to be a minimum of. It's as quick as you can do it. It's largely all down to how quickly the fuel goes in, because you don't have a dry brake system like a competition system. It's a standard fueling nozzle on these cars, but the tough jug that you put the fuel into has a dry brake system on it, but there's no venting to that, so it takes forever. You can't vent the fueling system, so it just takes forever to get the fuel in them.
Love it. Presumably though, you will feel it get looser when those tyres do.
It's more the understeer that you feel more than anything, because it's just not got the front end grip anymore, and sometimes it's just because you've overworked them, they've become too hot. Back off for a couple of laps and the tyres come back to
really?
you. Yeah, you just get them too hot. Yeah. So Adam Bonham for Misty Racing, whatever the problem is for that car that's stopped down at the bottom of the Cooper Straight, clearly it's gone away again, because that car's just set the best lap that it's done in the session so far. Go figure. 63.696 seconds, so it's 4th quickest at this stage, the number 72 car, despite the fact it looked as though it was going to retire a second ago.
Surely it wasn't stopping to get
track
space.
position. Yeah, it makes you wonder, but it would be a strange thing to do.
I'm sure that would be frowned upon if that was the case, wouldn't it? I mean, he was out of the way, but even so, it's quite extreme. And, you know, okay, you'd probably turn around and say if that was that I was just getting out of their way, they were putting their laps in. But, yeah, the good news is it's not an issue. That's the above all. It's into the pits now, but after setting that lap time, that's put itself up into 4th place.
Can I pose a question at you? You've been posing lots at me.
Uh-oh, yeah.
Car number 44. What is it? It's not in the entry list. Even the timekeepers.
Graves, yes.
Is that Graves Motorsport? Is it? Ah, right. So it's Graves. So why have they not got a name beside them, though?
Don't know. I mean, it's got it's been having a transponder issue, but they should still know that 44 is Graves Motorsport. It's on the original program.
And 734, which is just showing as Bell, doesn't have a team name beside it. It should be Ferguson Motorsport, and it would be Tom Bell that's driving it, won't it?
I see. Yeah. That's bizarre, but I mean, certainly in terms of the drivers, no, because as you say, the driver's nothing to do with the transponder either, is it? That is odd. I mean, let's not mess about. Is that they've got an awful lot to try and deal with down there in TSL office. And
I'm afraid Carmel are off and into the gravel trap. That's at Clearways Corner, where we've lost our first one into the gravel trap. So that will no doubt bring about a safety car period. And what we don't have in Hours of Darkness are any live snatches whatsoever. Hours of Darkness, it's always a safety car snatch. So we will no doubt be going, one would imagine, out comes the safety car board. So we do go safety car for this one to extract the number 88 car out of the gravel. Now that's the car that has got 6 drivers in it, has Carmel. So It's a 1 in 6 chance that we could get this right or wrong, but it is, I'm afraid, going to be Tom Derbyshire that's gone off at the wheel of Carmel, and that car is 43rd out of the 46 cars that we've got in the order at the moment. So safety car comes out. This means, in reality, Chris, we're going to end up with a very busy pit lane. So anybody that's been out there for a while, they'll now come in and do another driver change now, won't they, whilst we're under safety car, and get someone else in, because we're nearly halfway through the session, amazingly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it comes down to where they were in their rotations, but there's no real point in staying out there unless they're hopeful. It's just going to be a quick one, and they're then out there and ready to just go, rather than having to do an out lap as well. I mean, you take, for example, the current pole sitter, 111. That's got, is it Baz Ward?
Baz Ward behind the wheel now, yeah.
I think that's fairly recent that car has changed over the drivers. So, you know, they're not going to go and change drivers necessarily.
No, they won't again now. Now, at number 18, that was Chris Wetherell, is now Dominic Jackson. Number 14, that was Callum McDougall, is now Mike Morace. So we have already seen a few of these swapping over. Powerbell Motorsport, that was Andrew Rogerson, is now number 154, is Charlie Budd, who was racing here in the trucks, supporting the truck support race package in UK Legends just a couple of weekends ago. Charlie, who also has raced the likes of Ginetta G40s and Minis in the past as well, as Charlie Budd, but he's having his first outing in KAs, and having spoken to him yesterday, he got out of the car after just a couple of laps with a huge smile on his face, and again said, these are good fun. So yeah, having a few that are already swapping over to second and third drivers in the case of some. Marshall's working hard to try and give the number 88 Carmel car a shove, but even though they're trying to shove it, the wheels are still spinning, I'm afraid. So we are going to need that car extracting from the gravel trap by a telehandler, which means that there is more opportunity for some of the teams to come into the pits and swap over drivers, and that is what is happening at the moment for the number 46 Automech Motorsport car of Sam May, Samuel Bryan and William Sherwood that is in the pit lane. That car was in the hands of Will Sherwood. We'll have to wait and see when it gets to the end of the pit lane as to who is going to head out there, whether it's Sammy Bryan or whether it might be Sam May.
I do love the site when you look down there and see the pit lane lit up with the sort of orange, the glow of street lights that we're used to down there in the pit lane, and you just know it's a little bit special, don't you? We've got floodlights as well just at pit exit, a couple of the key points to make sure that they're able to see what's going on. But as the circuit falls into that darkness, there's several at the end of the pit lane now, which is on red, because obviously this train of cars, this rather large train of cars, Mark, is going past. They're going to be sat there for a little while yet.
Yes, yes. And it is, you know, when you're behind the safety car, it is so difficult to see at some circuits as to when the lights go off on the safety car. It's much, much easier here at Brands Hatch, because largely, you know, you're at the bottom part of the circuit. You can look to the top part of the circuit if you're further down the train and know where the safety car is, or you're at Druids and you can see that it's down at Cooper Straight or what have you. Other circuits, you genuinely, if it's a big grid of cars, you genuinely have no idea whether the lights are on or not. And of course what happens is everybody down a big long straight, so someone like Silverstone down the Hanger Straight, so next car will jink out very slightly so you can see the safety car, so the next one jinks out, the next one jinks out, the next one jinks out, which means that if you're at the back, you simply cannot see. You just have to go off the body language of the rest of the cars as to whether you're going to go green again.
Don't radio back to the pits then.
In this championship, you are allowed pit-to-car radio. Yeah, you are in EnduroKA. Not necessarily all of the cars will have it, but you are allowed pit-to-car radio in this.
Okay.
So yeah, we usually do have, with all the teams that I've raced with, we had pit-to-car radio, yeah. Yeah.
That must be, I quite fancy that. That sounds really cool.
Well, what we did do, because of course, you know, I'm commentating this year. For the first 2 years, I did both commentary and then would dive downstairs and do my stint in the car and then come back into the commentary box. And the regulations at the time did allow a mobile phone to be carried. They don't at all anymore now. You would be breaking the rules if you carried a mobile phone in the car. But what happened was, under safety car, I'd agreed that, you know, as I was part of the commentary team but had been released to go and race that weekend, they could call me. So we did a couple of interviews whilst the safety car was out there. Whilst I was going around the track in the car, we did some interviews.
Okay. That would be pretty cool. Good to hear. Peter Harding out there on the South Bank this time. Good to see that you're here, my friend. And I can tell that there's quite a few people that are enjoying this on the stream, so welcome, and obviously I hope you're going to be joining us tomorrow for the full length. We kick off, is it 5 past 10, isn't it?
5 past 10, yeah. I mean,
we'll get the action underway at 10 is when we can start making noise here at the circuit, and then it'll be 5 past 10 race start, which therefore means that it's 25 past 6 that the checkered flag will fall, which means we've got 5 minutes till curfew. So any interviews that we'll have after that will be done on the stream only, because we won't be able to go out on the circuit, PA, for that bit.
No, that's a real shame. And what we might also be doing is possibly also utilising for the teams that are here as well. We might try and boot up the standalone speaker that they have as well. Have to wait and see what MSVR bring us for that one, or whether we're just doing it purely on the stream.
Last I knew, they couldn't find that a few years ago.
It's gone walkies at it, right? Okay. So 25 minutes of the session still to go. Some of the teams will still have a raft of drivers that they need to try and cycle through as well. And for some of them, it is a tough job. When you've got 6 drivers and only 60 minutes to do it, that's 10 minutes a driver, and that doesn't account for how long it takes to get one out the car and back in. So for the teams with 6 drivers, literally it's going to be an out lap, a couple of flying laps and back in, as simple as that. So,
which for a driver perspective, that's not really enough, is it?
Don't get much track time. No, you won't get much track time. So we'll
tomorrow you will.
You'll get plenty tomorrow. You'll get absolutely stacks tomorrow. So over the start-finish line, we can see car number 172, the Misty Racing car, is about to flash its way over the start-finish line, being hassled around the circuit by the purple machine that sits behind. That's the number 48 car of Purple Sector Racing, Mark Mathiasen, Mark Gent, Sasha Kakad and Henry Mann. Well, Sasha Kakad this year has been racing GT3 Mercedes, hasn't he, as well, I think, on some occasions.
Yeah, amongst a few things.
Amongst a few other things.
And interestingly, Jamie Peters-Ennis has confirmed it is that Michael O'Brien.
Is it that Michael O'Brien?
Apparently so, yeah, because he said, I think that's it, and he said it is. He WhatsApped me to tell me, and I recognised his helmet when the cameraman went down the pit lane.
All right.
So according to him, it is the British GT from McLaren, Michael O'Brien. Also saying hello to Damien Hirst in number 28, one of Jamie Peters-Ennis's friends. Still good to see that the messages are coming in. Paul BPD Turner, great to see that the Orange Army, I haven't even been able to see, some wonderful photos of the Orange Army by Paul Turner. Thank you for that one, good to hear that you're here, my friend. And I know there's been quite a few of them been dropping the messages in, and it's just been so busy. Gary Hill, I saw you at the entrance as well. Sam Pearce, Paul Turner, as I say, he's been dropping through. Sorry, I've not been deliberately ignoring you. It's just so busy up here when we're doing the stream as well that it's difficult to keep up with it.
So we haven't really had a great deal of improvements. So the top 5, top 6 places have been set since almost the very beginning. I'm quite interested to see at the wheel of the 7th place car, number 736, what Michael Winkworth might be able to do.
Car stopped on the back there on the Cooper Straight.
Because Michael Winkworth has been indecently quick this year in the Mini 7 Racing Club 7S class. So it'll be really interesting to see as to how quickly Michael Winkworth can go. The car that has stopped is one of the Lawrence Davey racing cars. I think it's the number 19 car, LDR Performance, of Lee Pearce, Clark Wells and Matt Arnold. So that's another car that's full of Mini Challenge racers. They've been racing in the Mini Challenge Trophy class this year.
It's like he's trying to...
and also, that is the MSVT car that is having a very strange incident. It keeps going back. What's going on there? So that is the number 6 car of Will Mason, Mark Rusted and Hannah Chapman. And whilst I don't know which driver is behind the wheel until I look at the screen, Mark Rusted has got a fair chunk of racing experience, so has Hannah Chapman. Will Marsden has got very little, and it's Hannah Chapman that had the problem.
Yeah, that was unusual, wasn't it? Sort of like reversed down into it and then tried to desperately get out of the way, I think, was the panic that was in it. That number 19 car, the lights coming on and on, was as though that was trying to get itself back going again. And looks like the headlights are on again now, but whether they're really going to be able to get that one going. I can imagine it's fairly terrifying to lose it and just all you see is headlights blaring into your eyes from afar. Safety car back out again.
Yep, so safety car coming back out. I think Hannah Chapman has been shown as being behind the wheel of that number 6 car since the very beginning, which would be very unusual for that to be the case. We've also got another spin at Clearways Corner. That's for 121, so that's a calamity for Calamity. So that's Marcus Beattie and Andrew Hinch that have just had that spin and that problem. That's another car that is outside of the top 20, top 30. It was Hinch that was behind the wheel. So Andrew Hinch having the problem. And yeah, as for LDR Performance Tuning, that number 19 car, driver's done the right thing, pull it right up against the barriers, which is Lee Pearce, who won the Directors' Cup of the Mini Challenge Trophy category this year, and is a very busy man, is Lee Pearce, because not only has he been racing Mini Challenge Trophy, not only is he racing KA, he's also a short oval racer, and has done a lot of short oval racing, and even his son now is going into short ovals or grass track or something like that. So local man, Lee Pearce. But his car clearly has had a problem, and the clock is ticking down. We are already 2/3 of the way through qualifying.
I just as you're about to say that, I looked at it and went, crikey, where's that time gone?
Axiometrics are no longer on the outside of the front row of the grid, though, because the number 36 car has just gone second quickest in this session. So a good lap time having been put in by Daniel Sylvester. So we saw Scott Parkin out in that car at the beginning of the session. That car is back in the hands of Daniel Sylvester. So I now think we'll see out into that car for the final part of the session your friend that you were talking to earlier on at the end of Turismo X, Adam Blair, will be heading out in that car.
Okay. Hopefully no one else has gone and got an extra 100 horsepower in this race. We don't want that, for goodness sake, with these. I think that, what would that would more than double it.
It would more than double what you've got. It would be quite obvious, wouldn't it?
Yes, just a bit. So that's the whole point, isn't it? That this is just motor racing fans, that they want to get out there and race in something else and something different, and to have what you said, it got up to 46 cars. I think we were hoping for about 48, but 46 of them out there on the Indy circuit.
It's busy.
That's the point,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's busy. I mean, I've been on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit when we've had 99, and that was busy, but
that's the full GP
circuit to spread them all out. So
yeah.
46 on the Indy circuit. Wow, it is going to be busy. And people do need to be sensible with it. You know, what we have had, and there was a briefing that came out and a bulletin that came out at the beginning of this week that I saw, and it was very much setting the stall out for what the expectation was with drivers in qualifying. In the past, we have had trouble in qualifying where a lot of it has been behind safety car, because a lot of cars have been having incidents and going off, and Paddock Hill Bend. So it was, you know, it wasn't a telling off. It was just saying, look, this is what you need to consider. Let's be sensible about it, you know.
Yeah.
And all of the drivers, I've got to say, you know, we had one spin into the gravel, but other than that, it's been a mechanical issue.
Mechanical there, isn't it?
Yeah, they've all done really well.
That we've had. So
so they've approached it in the right way. I think the message was given and has been heeded by the drivers out there. And also, what does help is the fact that it's dry, Chris. You know, when we've had qualifying in the past, and you get to that dew point, and then it gets greasy and horrible. And it is very difficult. It is very, very difficult. You know, you go in towards Paddock Hill Bend and you're trying to carry as much speed as you can, and you get there on one lap and the car does something you're not quite expecting it to do, because the grip level just isn't there that it was a lap before. And of course, at Paddock Hill Bend, a very small margin of error, really. You can make one small mistake at the top of the hill, and if the car then goes into the gravel and it's sideways, when it hits the gravel,
over it goes.
Over it goes, yeah. So you end up with a big consequence for a very, very small mistake.
And I mean, presumably, you get quite a change in those grip levels naturally anyway, because
very
of the time of the day,
yeah.
the temperature change during those days. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, saying that, I think the cloud cover has made it not too bad here. But when I left Swindon this morning, it was 4 degrees.
Yeah.
It was not quite frozen on the car, but it took a good old long time to demist and everything, and it was just letting me know. And that stayed that way until, I'm trying to think, I was past Reading before some cloud cover came in, and the temperature just sort of rose to about 8.5 degrees, and I think it's sort of been a bit north of that, but I don't think tomorrow's getting anything above 9 degrees.
No, it's going to be chilly tomorrow, but there's more chance of rain tomorrow, and that's the thing. If it's greasy and horrible, it's hard work. It is genuinely hard work to try and make sure that you just keep the car pointing in the direction that you want it to, and on occasions it does just catch you out. So we can see Purple Sector Racing in the pit lane, the number 48 car at the moment that Mark Mathiasen started. We're due to have Mark Gent, Sasha Kakad and Henry Mann all behind the wheel of that at some point over the course of this qualifying session. We've still got, let's just run you through the top 10 in terms of teams. Number 111 Octane Junkies fastest, 36 IP Racing second quickest, third quickest is number 18 Axiometrics.com, fourth quickest is Turn 7 at the moment, Fifth quickest is the number 72 car, that's Misty Racing. Sixth quickest is number 5, Wolf Motorsport. Seventh is number 40, that's KPR. Eighth place is 736, which is Ferguson Motorsport. Ninth place is 154, which is Powerbell Motorsports, joined with Pristine Condition for this weekend. And 10th quickest is going to be the number 3 car of Wingat Racing. So that's the order of the top 10, the way things stand at the moment. Where are all of our former winners? Well, the number 111 Octane Junkies cars, we go back to full qualifying against the safety car comes in, is quickest of all. The number 81 car that was last year's winner is only 30th quickest at the moment, only 30th quickest. And the team that won in 2019, which was Joe Tandy Racing, well, in reality, all of those drivers are joined up in this one in the number 128 car that's called Napa Racing UK, and that is 11th at the moment. So 1st, 11th and 30th are former winners.
It just goes to show that's mad, isn't it, really? And that's how we want to see it.
Well, you think the 30th place, they're only 1.25 seconds off pole, and you're 30th.
It is bonkers. I mean, looking down through that list is that so many of them are 0.00 something is the gap, one after the other, and it's just fabulous to watch. And I mean, it equally shows, Mark, you've got to presumably be very patient when you're out there.
I thought safety car had come back in.
No.
Oh, has it stayed out, did it? Right, I thought safety car had come back in. Yeah, it's you look at it, and yeah, we've got a 10th between first and second, a 10th and a half between second and third, and then it's 90 thousandths, 93 thousandths, a 10th, 51 thousandths, 62 thousandths, 13 thousandths, 33 thousandths, 19 thousandths, 4 thousandths, 5 thousandths, 12, 23, 10. It is literally thousandths of a second. The biggest gap we've got between any two cars inside the top 30 is 0.147 of a second, and that's between second and third on the grid.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, safety car is in this time, by the way, so we're back underway for this qualifying session, so they're going to get themselves up to speed again as quickly as they possibly can. I guess your biggest chance for the overtakes is that you're trying to keep your momentum up in this car, and it's just if one of them scrubs it off the speed enough, then you're able to keep your pace up and dive past them. That's the biggest way you can make the passes.
The most difficult thing really is I mean, subject to how much radio traffic you want on the pit to car radio, is you don't really know whether the cars you're coming up against or those coming up behind you, you're fighting for position or not.
Yes, of course.
Because when they're coming up behind you, all you see are the headlights. When they're in front of you, yet you can get an idea as to whether it's a car that you might have lapped an hour ago or half an hour ago, or you know that it's got a ding in the corner because it's had an off and it's had problems. But you genuinely just race everybody.
Yeah.
because you don't know. And it makes it, hard for the marshals to try and pick out, what are the quick cars coming through. So you do have to be sensible with it and just try and work out, if a car catches you really quickly, you know it's a quick car if you're one of the slower drivers. If it's a car that you've taken ages and ages and ages just to edge up to, you're probably racing for position, or it's got a driver in that's of a similar pace for you. So sometimes stick with them, don't try and pass them. You'll hold yourself up more. If you work together, the two of you will go quicker. It's not all about sending one up the inside. It's a long race. It's an 8-hour race. Your mindset has to be different.
Yep. Yeah, with the length of the race and with the nature of the cars, the momentum requirement, things like that. I mean, I guess that once the race really gets going, unless it's blindingly obvious, they're not going to be able to throw out the blue flags all the time that we're used to seeing in races, because there's just too many cars, and that's in the daylight, let alone once the headlights are on.
They will do a cracking job, the marshals. They'll have a very good idea, and some of them will have TSL on their phones that they can continually keep track of it. And of course, in some cases, if they're really desperate, they'll listen to the commentary. But on the whole, blue flags, they will pick them all out. They do a brilliant job. It just
indeed. Becomes impossible though when you're all muddled in together. It doesn't become quite so clear and obvious by that point, does it?
That's endurance racing.
Well, exactly right. Yeah.
And there aren't that many endurance races at a single class. You think about it. We do have a few other similar series in the UK, but most endurance races that you'll have, or those that go into darkness, are usually multi-class ones.
Yeah.
So it's easier to work out who the quicker cars or the slower ones are, either by the engine noise or by the colours of the headlamps on some of them, where the headlamps will dictate what class it is.
Exactly right. And yes, so it's just going to get rather messy. And one car that you might think is further up the field may have just had a long pit stop because of an issue. and it can change it around.
We've had Lewis Selby jump out of the number 128 Napa racing car. Who's in it? Nick Tandy, and straight away Nick Tandy goes third quickest. So a 1 minute 3.509 for the former overall winner of Le Mans. Of course, he was a Porsche factory driver, moved away to race for Corvette for these last couple of years, and he's back with Porsche next year. He's just been confirmed as doing the IMSA programme with Porsche next year in the wheel of the new DPH car, so the hybrid era of cars out there in America. So it's great to see Nick Tandy back in EnduroKA, and wonderful to see him doing so well. One thing, if you're new to this, then you probably don't realise, so IndyCar 500, okay?
Yeah.
You're on the podium of the IndyCar 500 as the race winners. You get a drink.
Oh, I have heard. It's not milk.
It is. Yeah, it will.
Milk
It will.
again,
Yeah, the drivers will be. In traditional
Yeah.
fashion, when you win the Indy 500, you drink milk. So it's the same in the IndyCar
Yeah.
500. Drivers on the podium will be drinking milk tomorrow if they win.
Love it. And we will be covering that, as far as I'm aware. Up 11 places into 6th place now goes number 63, IP Racing. That particular IP Racing car is it's Mr. Wilmot, so it is Oliver Ollie Wilmot that's at the wheel of that one. That is the one that had Adam Blair was at the wheel of that a moment ago.
Yeah.
Although Adam Blair's also racing the 36 car.
Yeah, he's in two. Yeah, he's in two. I think Scott Parkin is as well.
He is,
Yep.
because obviously he's Darkside Racing with Adam Blair. He mentioned Darkside Racing earlier as well, so it's good to see them together. But just in case it wasn't enough to do an 8-hour odd race, you double up the cars that you're driving. That's the way to do it, isn't it?
We're looking at VPEX on the stream at the moment, which has got, by the look of it, who's behind the wheel of that one? It is Costa Chrysaistis that's behind the wheel of the number 28 VPEX racing car. That car is well down through the order at the moment, though. It is down in 38th out of the 46 that we have got in the field. Into the pit lane, we are looking at the red and day-glow yellow car, which was one of those that I was very late to getting the colour of, if memory serves me correctly. It was only quite late on that I saw this car for the first time, and I can't recall. I think it's KPR, so I think it's the number 40 car, if we can see the number of it, I think. That is going to be the car that was in the hands of Toby Patman, and we'll then be heading back out onto the circuit. It's amazing when you look at it through the naked eyes we can do out of the commentary box windows. You can see absolutely nothing. When you look through the cameras, there's still a fair amount of light in the sky, and some of that is just our tinted windows in the commentary box. It really
and
does.
the fact that we've got the light on.
Yeah,
because we need to, so we can see our paperwork, don't we? Really. Although the lights are almost more bright than we'd want them to be, aren't they? It would.
Can we replace it with a dimmer for tomorrow?
Put a dimmer on.
Yes.
It was interesting because I was there where the fact that Nick Tandy's jumped into the what's on the app, and we've got numbers all over the place, but that hasn't actually changed, does it? The fact that Nick Tandy's in the 128 Napa racing car, and I was like, oh, okay, so he's managed to get himself up into third with a 63.422. Let's have a look. Where is he on the circuit to get another lap in? And you look at it and go, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, the only thing that is quite useful, it's less useful in qualifying, it's far more useful in the race, is the GPS tracking system that we have. So, for instance, at number 111, Barrett's Ward should be coming over the start-finish line fairly shortly.
Somewhere.
And if I look out the commentary box windows and keep padding for sufficiently enough, he will eventually come through. But no, he hasn't. The GPS tracking has done the same and has questioned as to why he hasn't come through on that lap, number 111. There he goes, now over the start-finish line. Because in qualifying, of course, the cars come into the pit lane a lot more than it will in the race, and the GPS tracking system takes an algorithm of the average lap times of the car as it builds up.
Yeah, just to add the extra edge to everybody to keep this one flying. But nobody's really going particularly fast. But I would imagine, Mark, the times have got to drop off now it's pitch black, surely.
Fastest lap time that we saw in the first ever one was in full darkness at Nick Tandy, not unsurprisingly. And also Sam May at the wheel of number 46 Autotech Motorsport car has just gone quicker. It's the only car inside the top 30 that improved his time last time through. So he's just posted a time that puts him 7th quickest. And Michael Winkworth, I said watch out for him. I said he's gone so well in Mini 7S class this year. The number 736 car of Ferguson Motorsport in the hands of Michael Winkworth has just gained 2 places. He's gone from 11th to 9th with a time of a 1 minute 3.757.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's where the confusion of all of this is that we'll have certain drivers now jumping in and doing a great job. Just seeing presumably Charlie Budd in the 154. There's a lot of the mini drivers are coming over into this, aren't they? They're enjoying this, but you get them jumping into the car now, and so it does actually get an improved time to what that car's done. But you'd assume it's got to be tricky to put in, you know, a truly representative time there. Nick Tandy's come in. He's brought the Napa racing car into the pits already in third, as has the Axiometrics number 18. And I remember you saying that was in second for a good chunk of time, and it's sat there in fourth now.
Yeah, it's Chris Dovell that's brought that car into the pit lane. Chris Wetherell started it. We've also seen Dominic Jackson behind the wheel, so they've had all three drivers in that car. So what they're probably going to do is stick the quickest one back in again for a couple of laps, just to see if they can do what they need to do. That's what I would imagine they will be doing in this one.
Yeah, and there is the Axia Speak of the Devil, the number 18 car, just being pushed back, ready to go into the slow lane before going to the far left and into the fast lane. Here we go, out he goes, clear to pull all the way to the left, and he's now going to go all the way to pit exit and get that car back up to speed. But we are down to less than 6 minutes to go, Mark.
Yeah, but it's enough for him to get in a couple of laps, at least a couple of 3-4 flying laps, because the car will be nice and warm already. It won't have lost too much tyre temp whilst it's down there in the pit lane. So at the moment it is Octane Junkies, who are the 2020 winners of the EnduroKA 500-minute race here at Brands Hatch, that are on pole position. The time was set by Adam Smith. Baz Ward is still showing us behind the wheel. 1 minute 3.237 is the fastest lap that we've had in qualifying. That was on lap number 14. That car has now done 41 qualification laps. I think the most we've seen from anybody is 42 qualifying laps. That's a heck of a lot, isn't it?
It is. I'm going to just very quickly try something. I'm going to turn the lights off. We can't keep it because we won't see paper, but I just want to see what it looks like with the lights off. Give me a minute.
So Chris Dawes, we'll swap it for a dimmer switch tomorrow. It won't be the only thing that can dim and is dim in the commentary box. So, yeah, it's good, isn't it? Night racing, it's fantastic. So Octane Junkies quickest of all. The Axiometrics car, by the way, was taken over by Chris Wetherell. So we saw the number 18 car pushed back out of pit lane. Chris Wetherell has now taken over the car that is fourth quickest in this session, and will look to try and hoist it further up through the order. And all right, okay.
We're on camera.
Oh, you're on camera, right? Okay. I wondered why you were waving. And
there's Mark Werrell.
I'm trying to stay out of harm's way. I've got the face for radio, so I'll try and stay out of harm's way. So yeah, it's the Octane Junkies from IP Racing, Napa Racing from Axiometrics. The second IP Racing car was there, but there's just been great improvement from Lee Deegan, another former mini racer. So Lee Deegan has just brought the number 736 Ferguson Motorsport car up from 8th to 4th on that lap as Lee Deegan. So going beautifully well indeed.
Which means it wasn't Wigworth at the wheel then?
It's probably been in swapped, is it, or they've only just notified then? Yeah, so maybe with 46 cars, there must be a lot of traffic for TSL to get through.
That's why I was thinking that almost seems an unfair way to do it, is to sort of send all that information through. Whereas, the wristband seemed quite fair, but probably not foolproof.
Mike Morace has just gone well at the wheel of the number 14 turn 7 car. He's just popped in its quickest time in the session so far, 1 minute 3.535, and also the 63 car, which you said was Oliver Wilmot, that has just also improved its time for IP Racing, number 63, a time of 1 minute 3.533, exactly the same time as Mike Morace did literally seconds earlier, but because Mike did it earlier, he takes up 6th place at the moment, and Ollie Wilmot's car will be 7th.
Yeah, and the good news is, actually, interestingly, the second place car, the number 36 car, has only done 29 laps compared to everyone else in the 30s, even 40s. So that, I was about to look and say they've all done good amount of laps, but that's fairly low. It's still circulating, apparently, but not done massives. Now, Nick Tandy is still at the wheel of the Napa Racing 128 car, apparently, and that has made its way into the pits. It just sorted a couple of bits and pieces out, and it's back out again now. Interestingly, that 36 I mentioned in second, that has obviously been into the pits with a 213, so it's obviously sorted a few things out. We got a couple of improvements. I missed them. Morocco in the
Carlito Morocco, yeah. So the Ginger Italian, as he's known, at the wheel of number 5 Wolf Motorsport car improves with a 1 minute 3.774, and also Purple Sector Racing, good improvement there for the number 48 car, which is going to be Mark Gent behind the wheel, 1 minute 3.888 from him. And also, is that Pete Dignan that's improved? No, it's the one above him. GM Performance, last year's winners, also improve as well. The number 81 car on that occasion. And that is going to be Darren Stapleton that improves.
Yeah, that Wolf Motorsport was just saying that improved there, the number 5 with Morocco at the wheel. That was we've had a good friend of ours, Sam Strong, who lives literally a stone's throw from this circuit. Surprised he's not out there racing really, but judging from the gloves and the top he had on, I presume he's down there helping him out.
He's mechanicking for Wolf, as he has done for a chunk of the year. Yeah, has Sam. He's done very little racing so far this season. So we've got a minute and a half to go. Octane Junkies have looked pretty secure for pole for most of it. So when I say pretty secure, in K8 terms, they've got just over 1/10 of a second between themselves and everybody else. And actually, that is the only gap that is larger than 1/10 of a second in the top 30. Everything else, we're talking thousandths of a second separating them. The gap between first and second on the grid is 0.129, and that's the biggest gap inside the top 30.
Yeah, that's intriguing that someone could actually pull that one out. I mean, that said, 0.129 is still a tiny amount, isn't it?
What, top 24 cars separated by 0.972 of a second. And at the moment, if you look to what the gap is between first and 40th, that's 1.5 seconds between first and 40th on the grid.
That is ridiculous, isn't it? Just unbelievable. We're down to the last 45 seconds, unbelievably, in this 1 hour qualifying session. That's gone so quick.
It's gone in a flash, isn't it?
It really has. It's just because it's so enthralling and unique.
And they've all been, I've got to say, pretty well behaved so far. Let's hope that that continues for tomorrow as well, particularly when the darkness falls. As I say, it has been dry for them, so the grip levels are reasonably good. It's when it's greasy, it's not nice. Good improvement for Gary Mitchell for GM Performance. Last year's winner was 20th. All of a sudden, he hoiks that car up, the number 81 car, to 9th position with a 1 minute 3.641. Brilliant improvement in the closing stages.
Presumably that's the boss.
That is the boss, yeah.
Yeah, well, he's the one that's been able to up the power on it then.
He's two times runner-up, I think, unfortunately, in the Focus Cup, isn't he, Gary Mitchell? I don't think he won it. Is he either 2 times champ or 2 times runner-up? They'll tell me if I'm wrong. I think it was 2 times runner-up in the Focus Cup. Checkered flag is now out, so already Lee Deegan, who is 5th quickest, has taken it. We've also got the number 64 car that has taken it. That is right up there. That is, I'm going to say Taylor Norton, but then I questioned it myself. So the 8th quickest car has now taken the checkered flag. Joe Ferguson, another mini racer, taking the checkered flag. Callum McDougall pops a quick one in at the very last moment to go 3rd quickest for turn 7, car number 14, with a 1 minute 3.387. That disposes Napa Racing, which includes the likes of Lewis Selby and Nick Tandy, down to 4th on the grid at the moment. So brilliant lap put in the closing stages by Callum McDougall.
Yeah, incredible that, and you know, there's no real right to reply from the cars around that one now, so it's job done. Really impressive from those guys. And I was also just looking, I'd said about the fact the 36 IP racing car hadn't done that many laps compared to the others, or sorry, had done less than those around him. They're back down into the 103s, equivalent to their fastest that put them in that 2nd place, so they're on the front row.
Yeah, the last lap that Adam Blair did in that number 36 car was 2 1,000ths of a second slower than the best time it had done in the session.
Back, can you?
No, that's knocking on the door. That's knocking on the door for sure. So everybody has now taken the checkered flag in this qualifying session. We might be able to bring you some results as to what the qualifying looks like and therefore what the grid will look like for tomorrow. We need all of the cars to take the checkered flag to do that, which I think they've done now, so let's just have a quick look. It's Octane Junkies that will start from pole position tomorrow. IP Racing will line up alongside them, and row 2 of the grid will be turn 7 and Napa Racing UK. The 3rd row of the grid is the first of the Fergan Motorsport cars alongside Axiometrics, with the 2nd of the IP Racing cars lining up in the number 63 car. 7th on the grid alongside the 1st of the Autotech Motorsport cars, the number 46 car. It's another Autotech Motorsport car, but the 64 that's there in 9th, with GM Performance, last year's winner, completing the top 10. Just outside of the top 10 in 11th place, it's the 1st of the Misty Racing cars, the number 72 car. Then it's KM Racing with the Wolf Motorsport car number 5 alongside the 2nd of the 2 Ferguson Motorsport cars on row number 7. Row 8, Shine Automotive and KPR, with row 9 being Purple Sector Racing and Wingap Racing. And the 1st of the Powerbell Racing Motorsport cars lines up there in what is 19th on the grid alongside Mauricio Motorsport. When we head outside of the top 20 onto row 11, it's LDR Performance Tuning and their number 49 car that lines up alongside the 2nd of the Misty Racing cars. Subaru were 23rd ahead of Semprini Juniors, who were 24th. Row Rage Racing were 25th with Grave Motorsport. Burton Power, the number 26 Wolf Racing car, lining up 28th, and the final 2 cars inside the top 30, Race Logic and K&F Racing. Then as we move on to 31st position, Touring Car line up in 31st ahead of VPEX Motorsport with DKMS and LDR Performance Tuning in 33rd. Chameleon with 34th ahead of TTL, and the number 19 LDR Motorsport car, one of 4 that LDR have in the field for this weekend. 37th was Castrol Racing ahead of M&D. Hard and Enthusiastic, and completing the top 40 were Carlamity. And the final 6 cars that we'll have on the grid will be 3 Amigos, MSVT Racing, Semprini Racing, a little bit out of position I would have said for them for sure, ahead of AFK Racing Covershaw, and Carmel, which was the only car that had an off into the gravel trap in what was a very, very busy but thoroughly enjoyable session. And Chris, that brings our commentary in the stream to a close for the day.
It does, and what a fantastic day it's been, and what a great way to round it up by just whetting our appetite for this big endurance race tomorrow. These cars are going to be incredible, and of course this will come to a close in the conditions that we're in now. It's going to be this dark for the last couple of hours, which just feels special, doesn't it?
It's going to be a great day tomorrow. Yeah, remember, we go racing at 10:05 in the morning. The stream will start at 10 o'clock on the build-up to what will be the 4th ever running of the IndyCar 500 here at Brands Hatch. If you've been joining us at the circuit today, thanks for coming along. Safe journey home. If you've been watching the stream, make sure you're with us tomorrow. We've got a great day ahead. From Chris Dawes, myself, and the whole team here from Alpha Live, goodbye.